Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway and the 26th running of the Las Vegas SuperNats on what is a beautiful, sunny, and thankfully breeze-less morning here in Las Vegas on what is a very special day. It's not only Situation Saturday, where each one of the 520 plus entries have one more heat in several classes. There will be the last chance qualifier. By the end of today, we will know every single name who will be competing in Super Sunday tomorrow. But you join us here on what is a very special day. In the US, it's called Veterans Day. In Europe and the UK, it's called Remembrance Weekend, Remembrance Day, where we pay tribute to all the ex-service personnel and those who have fallen in battle. We know that a lot of members of the paddock and a lot of members of the kart chaser community who are watching us live on YouTube around the world are affected by members of the armed forces and people who have been lost in battle, and pay a special tribute to them. You know, they gave their tomorrow so we could enjoy today's like today. I'll be joined in the commentary box by Mr. Supernats himself, the one and only Rob Howden, and kart chasers Under Clements. But for the time being, unfortunately, you have to put up with myself and the one and only Mike Smith. Mike, good morning.
Fantastic to be here. Situation Saturday.
Oh, yes.
Looking forward to get things rolling here. Warm-ups in the book for all our morning classes. We've got KA Junior, KA Senior, KA Masters, and Micro Swift on the docket.
Yeah, so on the slate this morning, heat number 3, we've had every single driver's competed in 2 heat races yesterday. We have KA100 Junior, Senior, KA100 Masters, and Micro Swift. There'll be a slight break then at 10:30, around 10:30 a.m. local time. And then we will have the 2 last chance qualifiers for this morning's classes. Last chance queue for the KA100 Junior and KA100 Senior. Now, this afternoon, we have the rest of our classes. Mini Swift, X30 Junior, Master Shifter, X30 Senior, and Pro Shifter. And then at the end of the day, the last 2 races, potentially 2 of the most important, most dramatic races we will see all weekend. It will be the last chance qualifier for X30 Senior and then Pro Shifter. So, buckle up, boys and girls. We are in for a very, very, I won't say bumpy ride, even though the circuit is a little bit bumpy, but we are in for some non-stop action. Like yesterday, the racing in every single class, we saw overtaking, lots of close battles. There wasn't one race that was a processional affair, was there?
No, and it was absolutely not a predictable scenario. Every single class had a different winner that we maybe didn't think was going to be at the sharp end, or vice versa, where it was a back and forth battle across the board with many, many drivers that had an opportunity. 2 races down for everybody. Everybody's gotten both their heat races qualifying, 2 heat races in the books. Today, your last heat race, your last opportunity to try to haul yourself up if you're towards the back, or if you're already at the front, maintain a good spot so you get a great starting spot for Super Sunday.
Indeed. And can I just say one thing? We Kart Chasers broadcast this year. We appreciate all the kind words that we're getting from you guys and girls in the paddock. We certainly appreciate the massive amount of support that the global Kart Chaser community has given us online. Record-breaking viewing figures for Thursday and Friday, and those numbers are only going to go up as the weekend progresses. We can give you the situation in terms of points standings. We've got 1 more practice session, so on your screens at the moment, the karts with the number 8 starting with number 810. Well, that's the KA100 Junior class, so they are getting set for their first heat. The first heat race today will be Group A versus Group B, and then we'll have Group C versus Group D. KA100 Senior points I've got in front of me. I do have the junior points around me as well, and there's the driver on the bottom half of your screen that you're looking at now, the 885 Kart of Enzo Vidmontien. Won both his heat races yesterday and qualified on pole, so he's one of the very few drivers here at SuperNats 26 that carries a perfect record into Situation Saturday. His mindset, Mike, is going to be vastly different from, say, let's pick on a driver, say Jakub Gasparovich, currently 38th in points. You know, Enzo Vidmontien, he can afford to be a little bit more relaxed, whereas someone like Gasparovich and the drivers down towards the bottom of the 79 strong entry list, they have to get it done now to not even necessarily make the main final automatically, but to guarantee a decent grid position for LCQ.
Well, exactly that. You talk about that 38th spot or whatever. You want to try to be inside you want to be comfortably in 30 plus. That way you can be in the show without having to go through that LCQ. So we talk about how there's many different storylines for drivers up and down the grid. You just talked about two different ends of the spectrum. Every driver did some math last night. They kind of have an idea. It's like, okay, this is where I'm at, and I need blank for my final heat race.
Yep, and what I've noticed as well this morning, Mike, and I'm not sure, when I was wandering around the paddock this morning, yesterday and on Wednesday, you know, and Thursday, the practice days, the drivers who aren't out until this afternoon, the drivers who are only doing one class, that are only doing this afternoon's class, generally, they weren't here at this time of the day. They were having some rest and relaxation. I have seen dozens of drivers who aren't out until this afternoon here this morning. Obviously, they want to be around the go-karts. They want to be making sure that every single thing is absolutely spot on. And that tells you that the tension is ramping up here at on the outskirts of the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Well, for those of you watching around the world, where are we? Well, Las Vegas, Nevada. We are in the northeast corner of Las Vegas. We're about 20 minutes away by car from the famed Las Vegas Strip. We are just outside the NASCAR track, the 1.5-mile Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Just beyond the speedway, we have the Nellis Air Force Base. So at some point during the day, we've already had one very, very large aircraft carrier come over the top of us. We've had Navy planes putting on some fantastic displays. They obviously know that Rob Howden's in town, so that's why they're putting on all these fantastic displays for us. But yeah, it's yesterday the wind died down. Today is actually a little bit warmer. Now, what's that going to do? Tire pressures, setup-wise. It's warmer today at this point in time, Mike, than it was yesterday.
Yeah, marginally. It's not like it's an astronomical difference. We're not going from like 60 to 90 degrees. It's pretty dang close. I mean, sure, we've had a little bit more on-track activity, so maybe a little bit more rubber on the ground, etc. But basically what we saw last time, this is basically the same for these guys, and it's time to go racing once again.
So here we go then, race one on the day for KA100 Junior. Your starting lineup is as follows. On pole position, the number 885 Kart of Enzo Vidmontien, then Isaac Malkut on the outside of row number 1. Alex Mercado, and we can see the number 869 Kart there going slowly, just getting going again. That would be Gavin Wardle, but it's Alex Mercado and Turner Brown on row number 2. Charlie Smith and Keegan Kaminsky on row number 3, followed by Australia's Brody Yendo and Diego Guillo. Christian Mayer and Shea Aldrich round out your top 10, ahead of Casey Moyer and Jackson Walney. Ian Kim and Trudy Adams share row number 7. Christopher Wakefield and Asen Dramliev on row number 8. Levi Sanguera and Patricio Gonzalez are on row number 9. The top 20 rounded by Federico Diaz and Jackson Gibson. Further back, Victor de Alensar. And alongside Victor Alensar on row number 11 is Landon Skinner. Lillian Scarborough and Chase Gassio-Lee are next. Then row number 13, Zochwain Holbrook and Jensen Burnett. Johnny Stamps and Xander Malatesta are on row 14. The top 30 rounded out by Mason Duchenne and Dean Pedersen. Renzo Barboi and Maya Dionen are on row number on 31st and 32nd. Then it is Bristol Bourneman, Jaden Johnson, Toby Lean, Cameron Hill, Archer Eversman, Gavin Wardle, and I believe Augustus Toniolo is not in this class. He has drawn, and Roman Felber should round out what should be a 39 or 40 kart grid. 10 laps is that long 1,400-foot main straightaway. 9 turns, they're coming into turn number 9 now. The start line marshal is a long, long way away. They go past one grid marshal into the tram lines. This is where the tension starts to build up, Mike.
Yeah, you got nose to tail right here. You're trying to make sure that you're right there where you're supposed to be. Again, the tram lines, they're usually got to be inside those things, but the start is way, way further down. So this is just kind of make sure everybody's where they're supposed to be. We don't go green till almost the kink.
So Vidmontien on your screens, 885, undefeated so far. Isaac Malkut, second on the grid, the outside in that dark-colored cart. He's 4th in the point standings at the moment. It's a slow, slow draw up to our flagman. And very soon, the flag will go up, the engines will rise, and they will burst into life, heading down towards turn number 1 in front of 2 very, very well-populated grandstands already at this time of the morning. There goes the green. We are off and racing into turn number 1. And Malkut from the outside gets a great start. Vidmontien's on the inside, washes out a little bit wide, and that's going to open the door for, I believe, is a Nash Motorsport car coming through. That could be Charlie Smith to head down towards 3. A clean start into turns 3 and 4. Vidmontien and Malkut 1, 2, 3. Then it's Smith in 3rd position. And the rest of the Mikado, Brown, Kaminsky, Yendo at the back of the pack. 1 or 2 drivers getting caught up, but nothing major. Out of turns 5 and 6. Down this long run. Watch for the bumps now. Under braking. 1 and then 2 bumps into turn number 9. The top 2 trying to break clear, but a good first lap, Mike.
Yeah, pretty much clean. There's only a couple of drivers that had some hard times in the turn number 3 complex. The 2 drivers out front, Vidmontien, again, as you say, perfect, but he's had to earn it every time. He's already got a little bit of pressure going from Malkut.
Okay, into turn number 1 once again. Vidmontien, Malkut happy to follow him. Behind him, Brody Yendel, the number 892 kart, trying to make a move. We complete lap number 1. It's Vidmontien, Malkut, Smith, followed by Kaminsky, Yendel, Mikado, Brown, Mayer, Walney, and Moya. Adams is next, then Quio, Kim, Gonzalez, Wakefield, Sankera. The top 20 rounded up by Dramliev, Gibson, Dionen, and Archer Eversman. Great start from Archer Eversman. And looking at the point standings there, a couple of drivers down at the back of the field in this race. People like Renzo Barbary, only 73rd in points. He's going to have a great result. Zokane Holbrook is also right down towards the back. Gavin Wardle outside the top 60 as well. But Vidmontien head down. Smith, who was aggressive yesterday in that nice metallic blue, which is glinting in the Vegas sunshine here. He was aggressive yesterday. There's a change lead. Malkut up the inside. He's going to wash a little bit wide. Yes, he does. Smith on the outside. Back up the inside. We can have our 3rd leader in 2 corners. Make that our 4th leader, because Kaminsky and now once again Vidmontien. Vidmontien went from 3rd to 2nd to 3rd to 4th, Mike, and back in the lead.
Vidmontien just got passed by 3 different drivers, got them all back. But how about Keegan Kaminsky? Kaminsky now up to P2. He was 4th. He was the last of that part of the group, and it was Malkut that started the whole thing. Malkut gets a net loss of 1, and now to the inside, turn number 9, Malkut on Kaminsky's got it.
And behind that battle in the number 8, who's that? That's 86. That's Turner Brown in the Speeds Concept racing car with a very, very bold move to the inside. It has cost him a little bit of momentum as the top 3 now run line astern into turn number 1. A slight gap opening up, and there goes Vidmontien. He picks off 1. That was Kaminsky. He went past, but it's still Malkut who leads. And see that the tension ramping up. For some of these drivers, they don't need to battle. A solid top 5 result will be just good enough. But these are racing drivers, Mike.
Indeed, and that's how the point I was just going to make was a lot of these drivers, if you do the math, are already in pretty good shape. They're guaranteed a front-running start. Vidmontien maybe wants to guarantee pole on Sunday, but they don't have to fight this hard. There goes Malkut to the inside. Look at how hard Vidmontien tries to counter. If you just let some of that go there, but it works. So Vidmontien is shown to be the best in the junior category of counterattack.
Yeah, he's been cool, calm, and collected. Look at this. They're 3 wide across the start-finish line. The first group of about 11 drivers plunge into turn number 1. Vidmontien round the outside goes Turner Brown. Malkut still stays second. The 8-3-4 car to Kaminsky stays third. Smith drops back a little bit. We've got Mercado, Walney, Mayer in this group as well. No, actually it's an 8-kart lead group behind Jackson Walney. There's a second gap back to Mayer and Adams. The number 884 kart of Christian Mayer will be looking at this battle thinking, this is great stuff. I could close in and join the lead bunch. Vidmontien yesterday doing exactly the same today. He's backing them up, letting them attack him. When they get side by side, then he goes. As there's a move from the Speed Concepts kart going into turn number 9. We complete lap number 7. This race has gone by in a flash.
You're about halfway through this thing, and Brown making that move down to the inside there. And Brown's been one of the best there once again. Down to the inside, the 860. 8 making things happening right there, moving on up. Been at the sharp end all day yesterday. Now going to try to take the fight to Vidmontien.
Well, this is effectively a battle for pole position. There it goes. This is a battle. So Vidmontien and Turner Brown are 1-2 in the point standings. And I think on a tiebreaker, if Vidmontien finishes second and Brown leads, I think Vidmontien still takes provisional pole position for the main event. But of course with 2-4, there's Brody Yendel to the inside again. So aggressive from the Aussie, but he makes it work. So head-to-head scrap. Brown, Vidmontien, they're battling for pole position in the main event. But Turner Brown does need Vidmontien to finish third or lower. Yendel gets crossed up there, just outbreaking himself a little bit.
See how he gets in there deep, and the crossover from Kaminsky just barely clearing Yendel as they go to turn number 2. They lost a little bit in the top 2. If they settle down a little bit, they can get back to the back bumper of Vidmontien. Will Vidmontien attack right away or get a couple of laps of push?
Judging by the way that he's raced so far this week, Vidmontien, I think he'd be prepared to sit and wait. If he thinks that Turner Brown has got the pace to pull him away from the chasing pack, he'll sit and wait. He's been patient. It's been the likes of Yendel and Kaminsky and Smith that have always been the ultra aggressive side of it. Now Isaac Malkut, the former leader, has now fallen back. Turner Brown, I think, yes Mike, that answers our question. Turner Brown, new fastest lap on lap number 7, 48.974 as the number 887 car. That's Alex Mercado, who we saw have a rough time of it yesterday. He is back in 32nd in the points. He's one of the drivers, Mike, that's got to make moves, but he can't afford to make a mistake.
Yeah, that's the other end of the spectrum, right? We did see the patience out of Vidmontien, and that's why Brown and he are the fastest two on the track, just pushing, and it is behind them where you really got to start making hay. We got Kaminsky and Yendel that fall back from Mercado. Mercado, like as you say, he had a harder Friday. He needs to finish up front.
Yes, indeed. So it's being inch perfect, because if Mercado puts so much as one wheel offline, if he gets a pushback bumper penalty, if he makes so much as one tyre in contact with the barriers and spins out, that's it, game over. He won't be just fighting for a place in the main event. He'll be starting way back in last chance queue as Yendel at the inside of Kaminsky for 4th place at turn number 1. Now on the run down to 3. It's a 49-0 for Brown and Vidmontien, but everyone else battling. The lead 2 are pulling away, running lap 9 out of 10 here in the first KA Junior heat of Situation Saturday. At the moment, it is situation perfect for Vidmontien. He can sit behind Turner Brown, and he will take provisional pole for the main event. That would put Vidmontien on 2.01 points. A win for Turner Brown, 2.06. The 0.01, the 0.06, that is where they qualified. Vidmontien first, Brown 6. White flag has gone out, but it looks as though Vidmontien isn't happy to settle for second.
Not only that, you had the defense from Brown expected. He's trying to have that W here to roll into the Super Sunday run, and there it is, a little more defense. Crossover opportunity for Vidmontien. Instead, just going to get a run. Got to get through there's more defense. That can hurt Brown here. You can see he's crossed up. He's not going to have the run coming off. Vidmontien will be there. Look over the shoulder from Brown. Vidmontien, I can't imagine he just sits there. He's going to try it. Way outside, crossover opportunity. Will he go perfect? Inside crossover. There it is. perfect for Vid Montien.
Drag race to the line, and Ento Vidmontian, a good bit of respect there as well between the two drivers there. A thumbs up, as you can see, coming across the line. A couple of other drivers looking a bit more frustrated. Isaac Malkut being one of them. Someone put a dampener on Little Sizzle in that one, I believe. He finished 7th there. So there are your unofficial results. Enzo Vidmontien and Turner Brown 1-2. Brody Yendel finishes 3rd. Yendel, who came into today, he was 15th in points. That's going to help put Brody maybe in the top 10 on the grid for the final. Mercado in 4th. That's what he needed. Charlie 5th. Charlie Smith in 5th. Keegan Kaminsky is 6th. Isaac Malkut, Jackson Walmy, Christian Mayer, and Casey Moyer, your top 10, followed by Chris Wakefield, Truly Adams, Diego Guillo, Levi Sanguera, Archer Eversman in 15th place. Good run from Archer Eversman, and the remaining runners putting down the order. A couple of notable drivers there. Let's have a little look down the race hero timing and scoring screen. Gonzalez, Dramliev, Dianarin, Kim and Jensen Burnett, your top 20. Maya Diarin gaining 14 places. Archer Eversman, 22 places gained. Now, Eversman, he was in a bit of a hole coming into the day. He was 47th in points. Not sure that's going to be enough to make the final, you know, by right, but he's going to be right at the front of LCQ, giving himself a solid opportunity to make the main event. Here we go, race number 2, and your grid is as follows. Diego Ardiles and Oliver Weldon share row number 1, Sebastian Garcon and Javier Herrera on row number 2. Mason Walters and John Antonio share row 3 alongside ahead of Stephen Miller and Nix Eggleston. Chase Busaglia and Christian Cameron are on row number 5. Walter Jenkins, the 4th, part of the Week in All Race Diversity Wins program. He shares row 6 with Salvador Della Vecchia. Ty Fisher and Alex Gonzalez are on row 7. Beckett Friesen, Alex Jacoby, Nathan Dupuis, Antoine Lemieux, and all-Canadian 9th row. Then Jack Bowdish and Peyton Westcott round out your top 20. Further back on the grid, row number 11, Alexander Vonchev and Indy Anderson, Remy Andriatos and Arif KB on row 12. Arnaud Saburin and Luca Lemez on row number 13. Jensen Safronis, Frederic Lemieux on row number 14. Jose Martinez, Jakub Gasparovic. And there's a lot of people watching in Slovakia cheering Gasparovic on. Then it is Juan Jose Paramo and Peyton Fain, Max Wyland and Olivier Trejo. Diego Mendes Torres and Davis Henry are on row number 18. Kaylee Countryman, Cash Felber, and Mateus Gonzalez round out your 39 strong grid. Well, Sebastian Garzon comes into this one 3rd in points. He starts P3, but no matter what he does, the best they can do now, the best anyone in this race can do is seal 3rd place on the grid for the final. But that inside row might go into turn number 1, the final. That could be a little bit more advantageous than being on the outside row.
We've seen all kinds of things going on here as far as what would be better, inside or outside. We've actually seen drivers roll the outside and be able to slot in pretty well. So I think it'll come down to how aggressive things are at the start, but that's for another time. Right now it is about trying to get through as best as possible and in one piece.
To win the final, firstly, you've got to be in the final. Here we go, into the tram lines. This is the final KA Junior 100 heat of SuperNats 26. It's, to give it its full title, KA100 Junior by Envico Tires. And on the inside, the 897, the Rollison Performance Group kart of Diego Ardiles, the Lando Norris chassis, the 810, Oliver Weldon on the outside of row number 1. Weldon is currently 7th in points, Ardiles 8th. So they have got to dance that fine line between aggression and caution to secure a top 10 place in tomorrow's main event. The flagman is poised. Green flag goes up. We're off and racing here in Vegas. Down towards turn number 1. It's a good start. Ardiles and Weldon tightly matched. Garzon up the inside, forcing Weldon a little bit wide. They were 4 wide coming out of turn number 1. and Garzon. That forceful move to the inside, it worked for him. He takes the lead. Ardiles in second, and I think that might be one of the other Ollerson Performance Group karts coming through there. But is that Weldon who has escaped? Yes, I thought it was Garzon who got it inside, but Weldon, even though he's forced wide, he got the run through turn number 2. Oliver Weldon hangs on to the lead in the number 810 kart, the JC karting. Oh no! And that is the number 852 kart. That is Chase Busaglia, the GWR Tony Kart driver out of Bradenton, Florida, who has had a bad start to the day, trying to see roughly where Busaglia was. It was 11th. Oh no, Mike.
He was 11th in the points. He started 9th and now is going to go all the way to back. He's going to lose a lot of points. He's going to hope to get things rolling and get back to the front. But up front, things have actually spread out a little bit here as the accordion effect of all of that infighting happening on lap 1.
Oliver Weldon, obviously based in Florida now, but family out of Emberton in England. And Herrera, Garzon, Antonio, Walters, Miller, Ardiles. So Ardiles he got the whole shot, as it were, but then coming into turn one, run wide and was in the middle of a 3-4 wide sandwich and has dropped back. Eggleston runs 8th. Jenkins, the 4th, is up into 9th position. Ty Fisher rounding out the top 10 at Cameron, Friesen. Then Antoine Lemieux, Gonzalez, Vonchev, Gasparovich, Bodic, Frederic Lemieux, KB, and the rest. Della Vecchia just outside the top 20 at the moment. And looking a bit further back there, Lemez has dropped back. So not a great start for Lemez.
Herrera being very patient right now. You can see the telltale is if they make the move in either the first hairpin or the last hairpin of the lap, not making any moves, just playing chill and trying to push away so it's only a 2-horse race at the end. And again, a lot of that fighting going on. You talked about it's a little bit of a different story with this group of drivers. A lot of them a little bit deeper into points than what we saw in the first heat.
Yes, indeed. Weldon now under a little bit of pressure by Herrera. Herrera's best result yesterday, I'm looking down there, he had a 3rd in his second heat, but in the opening heat only 18th. So you can imagine that Herrera will be a little bit more keen to get on with this than Weldon. How does Oliver Weldon respond? Herrera in that green, white and red Olsen Performance kart. He's out of turn number 3, up towards turn number 4 and 5, the next switchback section. Actually, that's 5, there's 3 and 4. Now they're going out towards 5 and 6. Again, no curbs there, but those very striking blue and yellow barriers. And now in this long, long run, this is a real chance, Mike, for Herrera to maybe have a little look up the inside or set Weldon up for a move so we can get a run down the main straight.
Yeah, exactly. You said that he can. He's had that 18th, so he can kind of control his destiny here, being P2 and just push. But behind him, one of the fastest drivers. I was just going to say fastest driver previous lap was Garzon. Herrera, fastest that time, actually eking out a little bit more. That 18th, he doesn't want to sacrifice the top 2 finish.
Yes, and I apologise already. I'm getting my Wollasons and my Orsolans mixed up. It's the Orsolan racing driver, Javier Herrera, not Orlson. I'm thinking of it also. So many new teams for me to learn this weekend, but it's Weldon and Herrera, and behind them Garzon. Well, Herrera went purple last time by 49.310. He was a 10th quicker than Garzon, but Garzon is half a second quicker than Stephen Miller in 4th place. The 4th place battle, Miller, Walters, Eggleston, Antonino, Ardiles, Fisher, and Antoine Lemieux, who is up from 18th into the top 10. Now, lap number 7. No, sorry, lap number 6 we begin. Wishing to check the flag too early. There's plenty more racing to go here now. Here's the battle, the 823 kart. That is Mr. Walters, ahead of Stephen Miller and Nick Eggleston. The Mason Walters there for the Brandon Girard Crack and Mike Doty Racing Collective there on that Lando Norris chassis. As we head up towards turns 5 and 6 now.
A bit of a strength move here from Sebastian. He's able, or Oliver, excuse me, and he's able to pull a little bit further away in the infield, but then things start to come back. So a little bit of a difference in how things are set up at the top 2. Keep an eye on Garzon. He's coming. Now, it's obviously not just us here in the commentary booth. Kart Chaser have a whole host of pit reporters down there. One of them, Emery Lyder, has Dalton Haynes as we watch Weldon defend, but Dalton Haynes is down with Emery Lyder.
well, hopefully we'll join Dalton Haynes and Emery Lyder at some point. And I think he was, well, I think what Dalton was doing, Dalton was so busy watching this this battle for the lead that he forgot to look at the microphone. Right now, Dalton, pay attention. Emery Lyder's going to ask you a very important question. Take it away, Emery.
Yep. All right, thank you again, Henry. Dalton, we'll see if we can hear you this time, but again,
well, I think Dalton's far too excited watching this battle there. I mean, I would be too. Weldon defending from Herrera. Garzon closing in. We're now running lap number 8 out of 10. There's a couple of back markers. Traffic is not something we've had to deal with in the heat racing, but the 22-lap mains on Super Sunday could be a factor. We're looking at some of the tail enders heading down the main straight. Weldon, Herrera, Garzon, Eggleston. What a drive from Nix Eggleston, but just in front of us there, there's a collective of karts that are facing the wrong way. Peyton Fayen was one of them, one of the Orsolin drivers, just pulling away. They couldn't quite get a number check on that, possibly the number 846 kart of Jose Martinez. Weldon still leads. There's the 828 was also involved. Oh, that was Nix Eggleston. No, Nix Eggleston's actually up to 4th position. Apologies to Nix Eggleston fans. Eggleston's having a stormy run. Move for the lead. Herrera into turn number 1. Weldon tries the crossover. Will he get to the inside now? The run down towards turn number 3. He tries, but Herrera defends. Lap 9 out of 10. Picture perfect move, Mike.
Yeah, picture perfect. But here comes Garzon. Garzon's going to make it happen. So this is what I was thinking. Garzon just needed a little bit of action to get in the fight and doesn't wait long. Already second place, and I think Garzon's going to be the one that take the fight here to Herrera.
It is, oh no, number 849, that is Davis Henry in the barriers. He exits stage left, and Davis Henry, he was down at the back. He was 72nd in points coming into this event, and unfortunately, he will stay at least outside the top 70. As we start, white flag in the air, 1 lap to go. Weldon is back to 3rd, and there's a new lead. That's Garzon. No, Garzon in the 850 kart now challenging Herrera. So we missed where Weldon got past for 2nd there, but it's an Orsolin 1-2, and the teammates are battling. Is this going to open the door for Weldon, who takes a wide line coming out of turn number 4? Can Oliver Weldon get to the inside? No, but he's going to set up the move now coming out of this corner. Oliver Weldon's going to have a great run down towards turn number 9. Down towards 9, here we go. There's a kart that's being moved out of the way now. The yellow flag was in. Good work from the corner crew there. Out onto the final straight. It's a drag race. Weldon on the inside, but it's going to be Herrera. Is it? No, Garzon takes it right at the death. Garzon, Herrera, Weldon separated by less than 0.2 of a second. Eggleston, great run from Nix in 4th position. That will help move him into, well, he was 9th coming into this race, Mike. That is a great run from Nix Eggleston. He finished in 4th position. Mason Walters, John Antonino, Stephen Miller, Diego Ardiles, Ty Fisher, Christian Cameron, your top 10. Quickly run you down the rest of the top 20. It was Alexander Gonzalez in 11th, Beckett Friesen, Alexander Vonchev, followed by Walter Jenkins, the 4th, and Antoine Lemieux into 15th position. Bowditch, Westcott, Delavecchia, Gasparovich, and Arif KB, your top 20. So KA100 Junior in the books. The timing and scoring department now go to work to calculate who is in the main event, who has to go through last chance qualifiers while we take our first commercial break of the day.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, that is not a sight that any driver wants to look at, being returned to the pits on a short bed on the back of the wrecker vehicle. But it's about time that we bring in the voice of SuperNationals, Rob Howden. Welcome back to the booth. Rob, 2 races down. See the sign of the type of racing we're going to have this morning, you know, that mixture of aggression and caution, and we're going to see a lot more of it now.
I kind of sat back and watched you guys kind of call that because, Mike, we talked about it yesterday. You knew that, like, starting on Situation Saturday, there was going to be a different feel, right? I wanted to get a good feel for it. You watch some drivers, a little bit of quiet desperation from some a little more mixed in terms of, like, kind of backing it down a little bit. Everything that happened yesterday is what kind of plays with how you roll out today, and that's a great thing now, especially with the categories rolling out right now.
Yeah, exactly. And I was a little bit surprised seeing it out of Vid Montian. I mean, the guy's all but guaranteed a pole going against the one other driver that he was, right? But he still went out, and you know what? He won again.
Yeah.
Like, he's proven to be that strong where he's got the confidence that, no, I'll go ahead and race for it.
That's underline that word, confidence, right? You come out, he probably could have sat back a little bit, but sometimes on a Situation Saturday, you can assert yourself. I'm the guy to look out for. I'm the guy to beat, guys. I was good yesterday, but bam, I just showed you what I got.
And not only that, if I do lay back a little bit, do I get fallen into clutches and I end up getting involved
Swallowed up.
Yeah.
100%. Sometimes when you back off, guys will tell you that. A kart, a race car, it likes to be driven at 100%. When you go back to 90, an Indy car, you're not using all the aero. You need to push the thing to the minute you back off, you can make a little bit of a mistake. And I like seeing it out of Vid Montian. Again, if you've had a really, really, really good Saturday, won a couple of races, yeah, you can drop the hammer or you can back up. But if you drop the hammer, everybody's thinking about you. Come Super Sunday.
So you've seen the leaders go through. You have Aiden Rudolph, Luke French, Fernando Luque, Harley Keeble, Brandon Cart, Dalton Haynes on the front row of the grid. But in this race, I got to say, for this third heat, it's these drivers we're looking at here.
Now,
the
100%.
drivers that we haven't been talking about a great deal. This is their SuperNats. This race is their SuperNats.
For some, yes.
It makes it or breaks it because, okay, you start in the top 10 positions for LCQ, and you've got a great shot. You're starting 30th in LCQ. Well, just enjoy your last race.
So we would ask Mike Smith as our driver analyst what's it like to be in an LCQ. He probably doesn't have any idea because he's always at the pointy end of the grid. But Mike, we talk about the fast guys, Enzo Vid Montian. I'm going to make my statement. If you're right around that cut line where you may be going to the LCQ in a race like this, changes your day.
Attack.
That's it.
You get attacked, you counter attack.
Yeah, 100%. So if you were like sitting down there around that, outside the top 30, 34, you're like, okay, I got to go to work right now. And that's what a lot of these guys have in their minds.
Yeah, just a quick check. Harley Keeble, 41st in points.
Oh,
Brandon Carr, 43rd. Frankie Mossman, 36th. Dalton Haynes, 34th.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Drivers lining up. Big race right now. Number 3. Green, down to the inside. How do they look coming through? Aiden Rudolph, a good start down into turn number 1. Luque, Keeble, Carr, all with their elbows up, coming through. 1, 2, and now 3.
Out of turn number 4, we go through the set first chicane, now onto the short back straight, 2 by 2. It's like nowhere in his arc as they head in towards turns 5 and 6, and being very, very cautious there. That's what the Sony cars, the 976 Kart. Is that who's the 976? That's Harley Keeble. So Keeble, who is down at the moment, he's out of the main. He's got to race his way in.
If I'm around Keeble, Mike, I'm staying away.
Yeah.
His elbows are up.
Well, and that's just it. He's now got the lead. Depending on what's going on behind me, I'm either going to push him, or I'm just going to get out of the way.
Well, Brandon Carr, who's never been the shy and retiring type, is trying to go around the outside of said Harley Keeble, and it's 3 wide already coming out of to do. But again, Keeble and Carr, they're in the same boat. They have got to push.
So, Mike, why wouldn't Carr just push Keeble away? Both those drivers in a fantastic result. Why wouldn't Carr just lock on the bumper with Sodi and push?
Well, because it's easier to wreck your side pods. I mean, and why have a clean sticker kit at the end of Situation Sunday? They probably got 3 of them sitting back there to replace it.
That wasn't a good question to ask you because there's no really good answer, was there?
No, I mean, I said the same thing about Vid Montian. Why are we racing? Because you are confident. You feel like, no, I want to be that guy. And you said it, Henry. They're race cars. They want to win. They want to be up front.
Yeah, and I think Brandon Carr didn't start that. I mean, I think what Brandon was looking at, he started the lap. We're going to lap 3 now. He started lap 2 in 4th place. but he was starting in fourth place. I think he was trying to get into second. I think if we see Brandon Carr get into P2, then he will work with Harley Keeble. The problem is that there are 40 other drivers in the race, namely Aiden Rudolph, who want to spoil the English party.
Well, remember, he got pole, but we haven't seen him right sharpen. He keeps slipping back. As you point out there, Rob, a 12th in the points right now, right? So he's in the conversation, but he doesn't want to start outside the top 10. This is an opportunity to move up.
P12 is kind of like, well, I'm not really in the front, the very front for the main event on Super Sunday. Maybe I need a big race right now. Rudolph would love a 0 moving forward. That would launch him up right now and outside row 6 start. This is, again, the storylines we talk about. Everybody with a different concept. Keeble, Carr. It's do or die right now. For a Rudolph, hold on, potentially able to start somewhere in the top 10.
Oh, Keeble was on the outside there. Mike, you squinted there. You were watching that there, but that was a move that could be disastrous for Harley Keeble.
So he rolls the outside. He's trying to slot in, but they're already 3 wide, and there it is, nosing in. There's no give and take going on right now, and it's all take. You mentioned that earlier, Henry, in the week, how much give and take, and now 3-4 wide into a chicane. By the way, that's pretty much one lane, as you can see, thin down.
Let's have a quick replay of one of the incidents we saw earlier in this race. Let's have a look at this. Mike, you walk us through what we're seeing here right now, because we've talked about all this action.
So this right here, this is the one I was just talking about. Look, he's trying to slot in, and the move right there is to widen out to try to get that guy to back off. You're not going to roll the outside on me. I'm going to go wide, and Keeble, just no room.
And the second incident, we saw Dalton Haynes in the number 911 Kart getting. It was 911. Dalton Haynes, who was having the issue there. He's another driver really on the bubble. I'm looking down there. Haynes is currently running nice. Now, finally, half distance. Things start to calm down. Rudolph, Luque, Carr, your top 3. Race Liberante, Donovan Bonilla, Caleb Gaffara, Oliver Calvo, Harley Keeble, Dalton Haynes, and then the number 953 cut of Jackson Menchu, the Mike Manning karting driver, rounding out your top 10 at the minute. Down at the back of the field, Zimming Wang down in 39th, Fernando Molina in 40th place, but it's taken 5-6 laps. Now we finally have a little bit of single file racing, and Race Liberante in the MPG Motorsports kart. They're running a little bit wider. He is in P2, trying to see where Liberante is in the point standings, and he's another driver, 32nd.
Yeah. Do or die again.
And that was the point I was just trying to make there with Race Liberante was fastest driver on the course. He's going one direction because he knows he's in that bubble range. He could actually have, you look at the number of drivers, again, 30 odd there, a lot of things can change. Whether he does well or they do bad, he can move up, and boy, you want to talk about elbows out when he needs it? That's Race Liberante.
And I love using this term, the disruptor, right? Because Liberante, hey, if he can get up there and work his way to the front with the elbows up and maybe mix up a couple of the guys to move them down the order, he's going to be the guy that's going to want to push a guy back. I'm never going to work with a guy. I want you back. I want you going backward. He's 32nd. Anybody in the top 10 that he can put back into the fight, that's a good thing.
It's because it's a swing, right?
Yeah.
He's gaining and they're losing a double time.
Yeah.
So every single pass he makes, it's super advantageous. And like you said, I'm working with no one.
Yeah, Mike, if you can do a pass where you put a guy on the outside and leave him out there so everybody else comes by him, that's a big thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's one of the things we used to say when you're trying to work through the field. You know you're fast. I'm going to make moves where I don't think you can follow me through.
That's it, yeah.
Make you work for it.
The disruptor. Yeah, 100%.
And I'll play the devil's advocate here when people are saying, okay, well, why is Rudolph battling with Liberante, Carr, and Keeble and so forth? Well, Aiden Rudolph's thinking, I'm 12th in points. If I win this race, then I might move up to 6th because it's a 22-lap main. So we got a battle for the lead there, and Rudolph's back there. But again, it's much easier to win a final when you're starting 8th than it is if you're starting 12th.
Did you see Carr right there? He's like, you're getting in there, boy, whether you like it or not. So Liberante's in there, he's locked, and Carr goes, boom, I'm coming too.
I think. No, you don't think. You're going. I'm with you. We're going. We're making this happening. 100%. And listen, Carr was like that all day yesterday as well. He was 100% elbows up. We're seeing that here on Situation Saturday.
In the UK, we just call that, giving him a slight peck on the cheek. letting him know you're there. There's a move.
Rudolph to the inside, back up to P3. He did that, I believe, it was Luque was dropping back to 4th.
So 8 laps down, 2 laps remaining. Now, Mike, you start thinking about, here's where we are. This is what we've done. Now, how do we handle the last couple of laps?
And so Yeah, you can see the hand in the air from Liberante. Oh, I think that's good sportsmanship there. I think that was Carr moving over and giving it back. He absolutely gave a little bit of love to Liberante. And Liberante's like, really, bro? And he gave it back. Now they're settled down. Carr lost out on that little mistake.
And listen, they know Liberante's down there. Again, Mike, when you roll into a race like this, you know the people around you, right? You don't need to worry about Liberante right now. He's 32nd in points. Stay out of trouble. Carr's got to work forward. Rudolph's the guy that got to be smart here right now.
I'll tell you what, I was pretty happy to see that sportsmanship out of Carr, but he actually lost out on it and now is in the clutch. Look at this. This Cable right there. Look at Cable pointing, let's go. Well, you've only got one bloody lap, mate, so you're not going to have a lot of time, but you try to do one guy. It's going to be Liberante and Rudolph. Pretty clear the fight's for third.
Final lap. Drop the hammer. This is like an LCQ for a lot of these drivers. You got to put the hammer down on Situation Saturday. Look at the gaggle of cars we have outside the leader, Race Liberante. They'll work their way down into turn number 3 right now. Everybody with elbows up. Down to the inside goes Rudolph. Everybody behind him trying to stack him and pack him.
Dalton Haynes right in the thick of the action as well. He's going to try and make sure that he stays in this lead group. But Liberante trying to escape. Yes, Dalton Haynes 34th in points, so he's going to get to move up there. But it's going to be Race Liberante, Aiden Rudolph. Oh, they're side by side, 3 wide into the final corner. Keeble on the outside, keeping it high, wide, and handsome as the checkered flag falls.
That was Gaffera there at the end, just diving it down there, making it 3 wide. Almost made it happen.
Yeah, Caleb Gaffera had work to be done as well, and great job for him. Gaffera getting a spot up to P7. Liberante, though, a huge victory for the MPG driver. He needed that big time. Aiden Rudolph, again, 12th in points coming in at P2. Yeah, the pole sitter doing a good job getting himself back where he needed to be.
Liberante, Rudolph, Carr, Keeble. So look at those, the drivers that needed to get it done in this race.
Yeah, they were way down the order.
Liberante, Carr, Keeble, and where Dalton Haynes faded 12th there on the last laps there. So 3 of the 4 drivers that were really in that danger zone, they got it done.
Well, and Oliver Calvo has been quietly in the mix the
100%.
entire time. Oliver Calvo's been in the conversation. If you were whispering, he's in the back. He might be there for Super
So
Sunday.
he was 9th coming in, I believe. Calvo was P9. Good finish there. A really solid overall body of work over 3 heat races. We talked about that when we rolled out yesterday morning, right? It's 3 races, guys. You don't have to make it all happen in race number 1. A guy like Oliver Calvo, although very quiet, like you said, we haven't talked a lot about him. Top 10.
And you know something, in a class like this where you've got some, and I say this in inverted commas of some superstars, the drivers that are like, factory drivers that are making noise, Alex Speed and the Speeds Concept Racing team and Oliver Calvo, they'll be very, very happy to get through a couple of heat races without even having their name mentioned, and then suddenly, when it counts, they pop up top 3 rows.
Do you not like that? Do you like coming into that? Like, nobody really knows I'm here, but I got a good cart. We're dialing things in.
Well, and remember, the main's longer, and we've already seen people from outside the top 10 make it into the first place in 10 laps.
Yeah, 100%. Again, how good is your cart going to be at the end of the 10 laps? The main events are going to be different. We do have a replay for you, folks. Battle of the second last lap. Let's have a look at this, Mike.
That's Carr right there kind of going, no, but the contact right there was Luke K just trying to get it done on Carr and then actually got into the back of Rudolph, and that's what made it a Carr train after that.
100%.
Yeah, I noticed Keeble taking advantage as well.
Yeah, that was Harley Keeble.
Opportunism.
Totally grabbing on that one here. All right, here we go again. This is a big one. I like the face-off between Chase Jones and Jesus Vasquez Jr. Both these drivers looking very good throughout Friday. Here we are in Situation Saturday. Time to step things up. The Texan Alex Stanfield starting on the inside of road number 2, alongside this amazing young senior rookie, Ernesto Rivera.
Rivera, who leads the points. Brandon Lemke and Kate Martin are on row number 3. Ethan Lampe and Fast Frankie Mossman on row number 4.
Yeah, you go to row number 5 right now, capping off your top 10. Colin Lloyd, one of the top drivers of the national season, starting on the inside row P9. Outside, Chase Hand keeps digging away. Chase Hand a little further back. He's got to keep working. Behind them, Peyton Phillips on the inside. Alexander Kardashian, 4 top 10s yesterday. This guy's a hot rod right now.
Yeah, and he's there in the top 10 in points as well. Now behind Kardashian, Josh Campbell and Tyler McIntyre. Then Eli Warren and Brett Rivetta on row number 8.
Capping off your top 20 with Colin Aiken on the inside of row number 9 alongside Dustin Salaveria. And that's Vinny Maskelis and Matej Koenig on row 10.
the outside of this. So here we go. Now these are where we see more drivers' desperation. The top 4 drivers on the grid in this one, guys, are all in the top 14 in points. So we could see a different sort of battle at the start of this, at the front of the field indeed, but then it's the back of the pack once again, which could be wild.
You know, the first race, I think, Mike, we had a lot of guys that had that desperation, right? All these guys we were talking about, we had to scroll all the way down the point list because there were a lot of guys outside the top 20 who had to fight it up there. A guy like Chase Hand right now, we interviewed him, remember, on Thursday. Well, I'm not quite sure how good my Kart is right now, but man, here he is with 7th coming in right now. That's taking care of your machinery on Friday.
Yeah, if you don't have enough to go win, make sure you have enough to finish so you're in the conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, and you're still working on it. You're always working on it. I was talking to a few guys last night, and they were like making wholesale changes, and I'm like, why? Because we want to make a swing in the morning and see if we can go even more. Instead of just little things, fine-tuning, you only do that if maybe you're a Vid-Montana and everything's going your way.
I've got to say that, I mean, you know, you guys are resident commentators in the US, you know all the teams and drivers, and I know some of them. There are a couple of teams and drivers that I'm not too familiar with, but I've been really impressed with. And the Gary Carton team that Chase Hand drives for, as well as the TB Kart team, are the 2 teams that are really standing out. I'm not saying they're overachieving, but they're certainly maximizing what they've got.
Well, the GFC team really focuses, Mike and I both know, on that shifter car category. You know, Gary Cartland's been a top shifter car driver for a couple of decades here, but they are really working hard on that single speed category. Race Lab has really started to step up as the TV Kart distributor here in North America.
But remember, Chase Hand said that he didn't have anybody to share data with. It was pretty much an island of hand, and he's trying to figure it out, you know?
Here we go then, into the tram lines. Chase Jones, currently 2nd in points. Ernesto Rivera starting directly behind him. The outside of row number 2 leads the points. This could be really interesting.
So, Mike, if you're Chase Jones, P2 coming into points, are you aggressive, are you conservative, or are you still on the hammer?
I think what we talked about earlier is don't fall on the clutches. I'm going to be really aggressive lap 1, maybe defend, cover a little bit to make sure I'm towards the front. He should have the opportunity to do that here. The attack could be in turn 3.
Yeah, Chase Jones is a guy that runs in the Midwest a lot, elbows up. This guy is a wheelman. I'm so excited to see what he's been able to do. He's really finally starting to get the respect from people. This is a guy that can win anytime he rolls out. MPG Motorsports, a team we're all watching here in 2023 and 2024. Jones will throw it down the bottom. Can he cover off? Big run around the outside for Vasquez. He'll lead him out of turn number 1.
Vasquez, that is the Vasquez move. Saw it earlier this week where he went around the outside, but on the start, what a start from Vasquez.
I think Chase Jones, obviously, he was concerned with, I want to get round turn number 1. Like you said, he wants to be aggressive, but there's a problem there. 2, 3, 4 karts getting spun around back in the middle of the pack there, and it's like dodgems. And already those drivers who were mired back deep in the field are going to be the ones that were in trouble. Trying to get a number check on that. I think it could have been Colin Aitken, who we saw, the Chad Doherty racing driver. But at the end there's Vasquez leading at the end of lap number 1, and somebody collecting a barrier there.
Just touching the barrier,
yeah. Shaving it.
Those Brandon Lemke also making a move there on screen down to the inside. He's going to slot in right behind Ethan Lampy from HRT. That's a little bit further back, but those are a couple of drivers moving forward.
Into turn number, there's the second group, there's Vasquez, Jones, Stanfield, Rivera, Martin, fast Frankie Mossman. Mossman is really the first driver, guys, who is in the Brandon car, the Harley Keeble, the Dalton Haynes sort of school of thought, down the order after that one incident yesterday. I'm thinking there, where's Fast Frankie? He's a long way down. Oh, he's 37th. So Mossman, let's have a little look. The number 990 kart, that is the Lando Norris kart. He's going to be the one now starting to make moves.
One right there, you can see Chase Jones on course, just doing the pushing thing. I was going to say he was just going to stay with it, but now he's got a little bit of pressure from Rivera.
So, Mike, you watched Mossman race quite a bit, as if he had any reason to be aggressive. He's always, past Frankie Mossman is always up on the wheel. When you come into a race like this on Situation Saturday, you're back at 32nd. He's not worried about LCQ. He's worried about winning this race. Like, he needs to be up front. That's what we're going to see out of Frankie Mossman.
Frankie Mossman eats his cereal in the morning aggressive. I mean, there's nothing that kid doesn't do.
He doesn't use milk.
Yeah, he doesn't use a spoon.
Raw.
Fingers. Mossman wants to go. He wants to fight for every position. If he's going the wrong direction, it's going to go hammer down.
But he's from Newport Beach, California. I thought everyone was so chilled out there on the West Coast.
Not with the helmets on.
Yeah, no. Frankie's hardcore. And again, listen, you're like Mike. You'd be the same way. You're 32nd coming in here. Your mindset's not, oh, I hope I don't have to run the last chance qualifier. Mossman's like, I got to drop the hammer right now. I need to move forward.
Well, he was obviously listening because he just picked up one, make that 2 positions, one coming through turn number 2, and then another going into turn number 3, put past Frankie Mossman into P3. That is the expense of Ernesto Rivera and Alex Stanfield.
So, Mike, here's the quick question right now here on Situation Saturday. In a class like this, KA100 Senior, how far back in the grid do you think you can be and still win?
I think you got to be in the top 20.
Top 20. I was thinking top 20. Yeah. I think with some chaos, you could probably go from top 20.
And I mean top 20 after lap 1.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, 100%. If you start there and you get shuffled back, it might be too late.
So that's the mindset, right? Like, so you're coming into this race like a Mossman. Again, it's not about being in the LCQ. I got to make sure I'm in the top 20. I need to start up front, and that's why he'll have elbows up. He doesn't care if he wins. It's first or last here right now for Frankie Mossman.
And I got to say, it was actually, I miscalled that there. It was Vasquez Jr. and Stanfield that Mossman went past. Rivera has managed to pass. He passed the early race leader, Vasquez. He's now tagging onto the back of the current race leader, Chase Jones, as we reach the halfway point here. And that's good to see, isn't it? Look at that, 1.7 seconds covering the top 7 drivers at the halfway point. Jones, Rivera, Mossman, Stanfield, Vasquez Jr., Martin, and Lemke. Chase Hand in 8th position. Then it's Phillips and Lampe.
Look at Mossman, head down, pushing forward. Alex Stanfield as well, digging here. Stanfield, the top Texan driver, P10 coming in the points. Move to the inside, book it. Rivera goes to P1. Mike, this is a guy who is flexing the muscles in what could be his last ever kart race as he goes F4 racing in 2024.
Yeah, it's been outstanding what he did in a junior category and then now carrying it into the senior category. And again, leading right here, Chase Jones going to roll with it. Hey, these are the guys who are going to start on the front row right now. Jones is like, I'm not going to beat this Rivera guy in the points game, I don't believe, so I'm just going to push. Let's just stay in the game here.
Hey, again, how about a chance for Jones, him and Rivera? These are the guys that are going to start up front. Like they roll in here P1 and P2 in the points. This is the chance for Chase Jones to get a feel for what Rivera's got.
And they got points to give up a little bit. So as you see, Mossman's now going to be in the conversation. He's going to be aggressive. They're going to be a little bit deep under the brakes here, but we're running out of time. We're in the second half of this race. How aggressive do they go? It is Rivera, Jones, Mossman, Stanfield. Little cover from Jones there, P2.
And for those of you at home playing SuperNats Bingo, you can cross bucket off the list first early doors. There's a driver at the back of the field sort of getting a little bit there. There's the number 989 car. That's Brett Rivetta in trouble.
SuperNats Bingo shout out to
Ryan
Beechner. Ryan Beechner. It's been around the sport for a couple of decades. I loved seeing that on there. And 100%, all those bingo squares were so true. It was hilariously funny. Ryan Beechner, shout out to you. You know you're watching. We love it. The battle right now up the guys that are P1 and P2 in points coming in. That's what's so good about this right now. But again, one of the drivers we talked about early, Henry, Oliver Hodgson, had trouble in qualifying. He's dug himself forward. He is 51st on the points right now. Mike, up into the top 10.
Up in the top 10. That's 28 spots better.
Wow. Yeah.
And Hodgson yesterday, he went forward in the one race, and then he had that problem with the rear bumper was fouling the rear tire.
Yeah.
I mean, he managed to push it down, so he didn't want to give him the meatball flag, or the technical flag, for those of you watching in Europe. But I mean, he's now, again, he's LCQ or very, very lucky to be
indeed
at the back of the thing. But I mean, you say he wants to be 20th at the end of lap number 1. You could probably pass 30 karts in a race, but in a 22-lap race, whether you could pass 30 karts without getting that front fairing pushed back, who knows? There is Hodgson, though.
And he'll need the early chaos early on. That's one thing he'll have to be counting on. If it's an LCQ, he's going to walk away from that. And that's working lap number 9. That's the thing about a guy like Hodgson. If you go to the LCQ, do you use your used tires? Do you use your fresh tires? Hodgson wants to win this race. He doesn't care if he wins the LCQ. I would bet that he would roll on used tires.
100%.
Yeah. Right?
You'd be able to do this entire thing. What's one more? And also, these are the Blues. They're going to be all right, I believe. So he should be fine on that one. Looking at our leaders right now, the good news for Rivera and Chase Jones is, we're coming to the last lap. Bad news, It is now a field that includes Vasquez, Mossman, Stanfield, and it is a fight down to turn number 1 last
No
lap.
doubt about that, Mike. Everybody behind, third, fourth, fifth, elbows up. Mossman knows he has to hold on to the spot. Vasquez Jr. getting aggressive. Rivera good coming out of turn number 1 and 2. Look who's coming up on the fight as well. Brandon Lemke trying to close up here into the fight. Yeah, indeed, top 6 drivers, nose to tail. Rivera and Chase Jones, though, Henry, have flexed their muscles. P1 and P2 coming in, P1 and P2 on the racetrack.
And I know we've got half a lap to go, Rob, but I mean, I think that the prediction that you guys both made at the start there was going to be a little bit more sedate. The front is pulling through it there, and just on that there, Mike, we saw some great hand signals.
Chase Jones like, dude, I'm not going to make the move. Open this thing up. Let's go, and let's get to that thing right there. Checkered flag. We know where we're at. Veteran move.
How much do you like that?
Dude, I love it when drivers actually talk to each other on track and work together. It's perfect.
Literally, they come out of turn number 6 through 7. Chase Jones is pointing to Rivera. Just go, go, go. And Mike's like jumping up and down. He's like, I love that. Is fantastic. That's a driver heads up going, I'm getting beaten on from behind. Dude, I'm not going by you. Just run an open line. Let's get through this corner cleanly. That was fantastic work. I'm telling you, Chase Hand, one of the most impressive drivers to me in 2023.
But the other key thing was that Rivera, for his youth and experience, Rivera trusted Chase. He trusted him not to make the move. So he's like, you'll see as you look at the results there, Rivera, Jones, Mossman, Vasquez Jr., Lemke, and Stanfield, 2 seconds covering the top 6.
The entire year, Mike, we've been talking about Ernesto Rivera as the dominant junior driver. He's come up into senior and absolutely been right in the mix from the get-go. You know, you go back to some of the drivers, we've seen like a Jeremy Fletcher who did the same thing. Guys like, I'm thinking like Brent Cruz who moved up. There's been so many guys who have moved right up and been in that fight, which I love seeing. Rivera with the win there, Chase Jones. They were P1 and P2 coming in. They're P1 and 2 going out. I think it's a tremendous run for both those drivers.
Strong chance we could see those guys, especially you see Jones go, go, go. Guess what they're going to try to do in the final? Go, go, go. We'll save it to the end.
And they're going to have a conversation after this where Jones is going to go, thank you very much. I talked about this. We're going to do this again on Super Sunday. Folks, we are just getting rolling here right now on Situation Saturday into the third heat races. Those senior drivers, so impressive right now. We got more races to come before we go to LCQs. The first chance to sharpen up those elbows because it's either do or die for the drivers in the LCQs. Couple races still to come. Don't go anywhere. More coverage of Situation Saturday. SuperNationals 26 live here on Kart Chaser.
If you're a do-it-yourself 206 racer, then LawsonSpeedShop.com needs to be in your favorite spot. Along with building rocket ship engines, we keep a full stock of everything that the privateer racer needs to get out on track and win. Visit our website at LawsonSpeedShops.com for more. Ryan Norberg is an internationally recognized karting professional, industry influencer, and multi-time national karting champion. Supported by Rotax Power, he has created a world-class karting experience, and is now dedicated to passing on his knowledge to a new generation. With 8 national championships, SuperNats victories, and numerous wins in different categories, drivers of all ages are welcome to join and partake in this unique experience. The Norberg Karting Academy offers more than just standard coaching. It provides an experience where you will learn pro-level tools to progress through your karting career. All Academy guests will enjoy a private hospitality suite which overlooks the karting circuit. Welcome to the Norberg Karting Academy, where champions are made. For information about 2024 bookings, email norbergkarting@gmail.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are now looking at the KA100 Masters grid. Laurent Jumardan and Ben Cooper, who has been the runaway winner of both his heat races so far. He starts on the outside of row 1 alongside Mardan. Kip Foster and Casey Cook on row number 2. Matthew Waters, Renato Yeda David, Franco Cavalli and Jesse Gwynn, your top 4, with Bobby Kelly and Dennis Holler rounding out your top 10.
I had a chance to talk to Kip Foster when I rolled in today, and he just said, I'm just lacking a little bit of overall speed right now. I think Ben Cooper, obviously, everybody's like, what do we got to do right now? Ben Cooper's been so good. Laurent Jumardan has been strong. But again, everybody's kind of thinking, well, I got to find a little bit more. Mike, listen, we can go through the grid a little bit later, but my goodness, coming into a situation Saturday, the mindset of so many drivers, especially when you're getting handed it to by Ben Cooper, like you're rolling the dice, right? You're throwing something at it because you got to find something here on Saturday. Gotcha.
That's what I was getting at earlier about making wholesale changes because, okay, yeah, great. You guys aren't that far off to second.
Yeah.
So
that's
are
it.
you trying to get second? Are you trying to get on the podium? And maybe some people, I just want to be on the podium. Maybe. But the guys we're talking about up here, the front, Kip Foster and Lorento, no.
They didn't come here to finish second.
No way. So they're doing all kinds of stuff in the warm-up session to figure it out. Here's our first chance to see if they found anything.
And now, there's 45 entries in this row. We think they're going to run them all. So it's not going to be a last chance qualifier.
They'll run them all, yeah.
They'll run them all. So as the grid cycles through, this isn't the last time we're going to speak about some of these drivers. But I want to bring your attention to one driver. Number 446, Dennis Holler. He's on that Race Lab entered TB Kart. So TB Kart, they run a whole host of rental karting circuits around the world. Dennis Holler went to the World Rental Kart Championship and won this event. He was the champion, and this weekend is his prize. It's the first time he's ever driven a 2-stroke race car.
You don't realize what you just did there to Mike Smith, because you don't know the whole Mike Smith story. This is a guy that came from rental karts and came through rental karts up in the Pacific Northwest, Kart up in Oregon, right? This is the guy that came to rental karts and through rental karts has found his calling here in the sport of karting.
Tugging at my heartstrings.
There we go.
Big Dennis Holler fan.
And I know that there are a lot of people in Germany, Dennis Holler's home country, watching this event and cheering on. He had a great first race, not a great second race. And I know there's a ginger photographer back in the UK called Stu Stratton who runs a circuit called Mr. Karting, who thinks, I'm going to win this next year. Henry, you're going to see me racing in Vegas next year. We'll see about that, Mr. Stratton, sir. Here we go.
Love it. Field lining up. Laurent Jumardan, the Romanian, now living in Illinois for Technokart USA. How good has he been? Just P2, because everybody's chasing Ben Cooper right now for Laurent Jumardan. He needs a good start. He needs to get super aggressive. Kip Foster, the same thing. Casey Cook, though, tremendous story we'll talk more about throughout Super Sunday. Casey Cook starting in the 4th spot. Couple of top 10s for Casey. Ready to rock things up. The Australian Waters as well. Jean David right there. We're rolling. Green, and coming down the inside. A fantastic start for Laurent Jumardan. Cooper going to go back to P3 as Kip Foster goes into second.
Cook was about halfway side. He almost spun that thing out trying to get slow down. Almost ran out of room on the outside. Some people did further back.
That's the number 456 car. That's Francisco Barber, the Colombian driver from the SLA karting entry, and a couple of other drivers going slowly there. The back of the pack scattering 5 and 6 wide, but Laurent Jumardan, oh dearie me, and there are 3 drivers. The 410, I think that's the 433. Who's getting out of there? The 410, that's Kyle Walther in the wall.
Mike, those are our Masters drivers getting out there. Opening lap, over-aggressive, a couple guys in the wall.
We talked about how some people get into karting at a young age and some people get into karting at an older age. And hey, that's the one thing. Masters might be the biggest split top to bottom as far as experience and speed. It is unfortunate, one of those things that we see. But up front, one thing I want to point out, Ben Cooper, 3rd place right now. There's more issues here in turn number 1, unfortunately, for our Masters. But up front, Mardan, Foster, Cooper.
So let's have a look at that incident we saw coming down here through that corner. We just talked about it a little bit. Here's the replay of what happened coming in to turns 5 and 6.
We're going to start out by going 18 wide into this thing. That's probably a bad
Smart.
start. But, yeah, so there it is. You got Tim Myers on top of another driver. I can't tell. Tim Meyer in the 433. But it happened just outside of camera range. But once that
445.
happens, it's basically just nowhere to go. There's only one line through there, and when you're in it, it's a pile.
Yes, it was the 445 got of Jakob Nairi, who was the mounted driver.
And there's Tim Meyer, a guy that expects to be on the podium. That's what he's trying to do. He rolls in here P16 in points. Mike, the mindset was probably, I need to get some passes early on. Meyer climbing on the back of him, coming through turn number 5.
And making a move on screen right there with Crivelli back at the front. Crivelli getting the job done on Mardan. Mardan has slipped backwards. Meanwhile, Cooper is going forwards, and now believe it is a Foster and then Cooper game up front.
Quietly impressive the entire day. We talked about him in race 1, not so much race number 2. Bobby Kelly. Here's a guy who started 9th place in all of his heat races. Comes in here P3 in points. And in fact, with an opportunity to potentially go to the front row, Bobby Kelly doing a tremendous job right now. Already back up to 6th, 9th to 6th already. This is a guy will probably be a row 2 starter.
Yeah, and he also has gotten better the less the wind is. I mean, Kelly, a giant in that thing. We see a pass for the lead. Here it is, Cooper on Foster and trying to go. There's Crivelli. Hey, Crivelli. Looking really good right here. This is the most speed and maybe elbows up out of him. I think Crivelli is going to go to P2. Can he do anything with Foster?
Yeah, from Mar del Plata in Argentina, Franco Crivelli had a nice conversation with him a couple of days ago. They're 3 wide, and Ben Cooper, I think, but Ben Cooper just, he dropped the 5th there, and I think Mikey sort of like said, oh no, do you know what, that looks a little bit tasty. I don't want to undo all the good work, because he's been the fastest driver in this class, but with a long, even with a long final, if he finishes 40th, that's going to push him back there. So he's thinking, okay, I'm just going to take it easy. I'm going to take it easy. I dropped back at the start. I've worked my way through, so I know where my kart is strong. But now, when business is picking up, and there's Kelly in the 424 kart, that black and yellow machine there in 7th position. Cook is in 8th. Then it's Renato Yeda David, and Morgan LeBaron rounds out the top 10. But Crivelli is your race leader.
Yeah, as he just gets the job done on Foster. Then coming with him is going to be Waters. So you're going to have Crivelli, Waters, and then Foster down to the line. Mardan right there with him. Cooper actually just getting the job done on Mardan. Cooper back to 5th. He is one of those guys we talk about. He doesn't have to fight, but he wants to make sure this thing is an all-in-one piece. You guys want it? Go ahead, and he'll slowly pick him up. Kelly, big move to the inside on Mardan there.
I'm going to throw this out there, maybe conspiracy theory kind of thing, but because Cooper is such a tactician.
Yep.
Would he potentially go back to 4th place to see what the guys behind are doing? I know you're like, no, maybe not. But listen, this is a guy that walked away in 2 heat races. Is he in the group right now to see what these guys are doing? How good are they? Where are they going to pass? Where are they going to make moves? Is that something Ben Cooper would do? Is that something you do, Mike? I know you're like wincing like you don't think it's true.
No, because it's dangerous.
It's dangerous.
In practice, if we were like running a line, I might play around.
Morning warm
up. But I know what I got. If I'm Ben Cooper, I know I've set the tone so far. And if these are some big names. These are the guys that are going to be right there. At this point, he's moved back up to 3rd. As he moves back up through here, I think he's going to learn what he needs to learn, but I'm not going to do it on purpose.
Like I said, I was throwing it out there.
I'll play the devil's advocate. I disagrey with Mike. I think he is, because you know what? Because he's that good.
We're going to disagree with Mike tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's all we're going to do is disagree with Mike.
I think he's that good. I think Ben Cooper is so confident. I mean, he's a multiple global karting champion over many, many years. And so I think, and again, even though we say there's a bit of a disparity amongst the top and the bottom, these top drivers, they're all good drivers. So Cooper will trust them. He'll know them. They'll trust each other. And so I think that he knows that none of them are going to turn and just go, do you know what? I'm going to have you in the wall, and so that you drop out. Nobody wants to win a SuperNationals that way in this class.
I'll tell you one thing that has been interesting to me on the other end of the spectrum, Mike. Martin Stone, the winner last year. I raced with this guy last year. He was a badass. He is up. He's qualified 18th. He's up to 15th right now. 10th coming in on points. Martin Stone is not going to be super thrilled. This is the guy we expected to be battling at the pointy end of the grid. He just has not had it all weekend long.
Yeah, and that's a bit of a shocker,
Yeah.
isn't it? I mean, anytime we've been out here to Vegas, he's been in the conversation and always at the front. Certainly by the end, it's just been a slow roll for him.
I would expect here, heat race 3, he would have stepped up, getting that kart better and better and better, and again, just working his way not even into the top 10 as of now. It's been a kind of a consistent run for Martin Stone. He'll be a top 10 starter very likely. Here's the front 4 drivers, though. White flag flying next time by. Crivelli, Foster, Cooper, Waters in there. The Aussie at the tail end of that group for Rullison Performance Group. Casey Cook a couple seconds back, driver in the wall there on the exit we saw there coming out of turn number 2. That's Tim Meyer. Oh.
And that kart is planted under the barrier. That kart's going nowhere, and I think that we're going to have a permanent yellow flag situation. I mean, the course workers here at Las Vegas have been they've been superb.
Yeah.
But that kart is it's wedged fully under the barrier. It's not gone through the barriers. The barriers haven't broken. It's under the barriers. We'll have to see. I mean, the course workers have been working wonders this weekend, but that could be critical with the top 4 drivers about to start their last lap coming out of turn 2. It's a critical place to start setting up for a pass.
And they're jumping on it right now. SKUSA officials going to get that kart over top if they possibly can. No, they're not going to be able to get it done. Here come the leaders. Top 4 drivers. Yellow flag will continue to fly over in turn number 2. Everybody stacking and packing. Cooper has gone his way to second. Does he make, look at the big move there on the outside, down to the bottom goes Foster. Cooper's like, I got this. No, listen, Cooper's backing out. He does not want to be part of any tomfoolery right now. He was thinking about making a move on Crivelli, but no, Foster threw it down the inside. We know Kip Foster needs a good run here. He had that difficult issue in qualifying, had to come from the tail of the field. Cooper going to roll it through to P4. No need to fight right now. The win, though, goes to Crivelli. Big one for him. He was 4th coming in. He ends up with the win. Foster 2nd. Waters 3rd. Cooper, Cook, Mardan. Bobby Kelly fell back to 9th, guys, over the last couple of laps.
And the reason we saw Ben Cooper easing back, he had a 7-point advantage over Laurentiu Mardan.
Lined it up. I'm going to make the move. Here comes Foster. I'm good.
Which effectively means that if Mardan won, Cooper could still finish 6th and be on pole.
Exactly
there is your results. Crivelli, Foster, Waters, then Cooper in 4th. He will be subject, of course, to post-race tech. Cooper will be starting tomorrow's main event from pole.
He's won before at X30 Senior. Ben Cooper will be the driver to watch for Rullison Performance Group. Cook, a great job to 5th. Mardan 6th. Gwynn 7th. Nicky Coelho 8th. Bobby Kelly in 9th. He rolled in. Bobby Kelly P3. Very likely will start on the 2nd row, so don't count out Bobby Kelly. Morgan LeBaron as well. A great run for LeBaron to move his way significantly up the order with a 10th place finish.
And there's this Mike's, rental kart brethren, Dennis Holler, for kindred spirit, finishing 14th. He came into today 22nd, so that's going to be a top 20 start for Dennis in his first ever thing, and he's going to be feeling pretty good about life, I gotta say.
Absolutely. You get a chance to come out here and roll and be in the conversation, be in the top 15. Hey, we talked about how high up do you have to be to win this thing. We talked about top 20. This particular group and where the spread is in the front part, maybe you need to be a little bit closer to the front, but it's a nice run for Dennis Holler there. Again, we talk about Ben Cooper a little bit, and whether or not he maybe went back there on purpose. No, I don't think he went back there on purpose, but he's been out front by himself most of the time, so he did learn a lot about the racing aspect, which he hasn't had a lot of up to this point.
Yeah, and he has a look down at, we did see, we had 41 finishers there, I think 1 or 2 drivers there, so a little bit of chaos in that one. I have to say, there's the corner workers there down at the far end of the circuit, some of the corner workers down at turn number 9, and I know that our speakers go all the way down there, so a big hello to all the corner workers down at turn number 9, the far end of the circuit. I know that there's not that many spectators down there watching you in person, but we do appreciate what you're doing. So, Mike, one more heat to go this morning. This is the last heat. It's micro swift. At the end of this race, there will be a short break while timing and scoring validate all the results, and we have, any sort of tech issues, any sort of bumper pushback penalties, while we get the final last chance grid positions. Now, in Micro Swift, we have a situation similar to the last race, Mike. So, Parker Ives, he qualified second, but has won everything so far. So he's on 0 points. Isaac Payne is on 6 points. So effectively, Parker Ives, there he is in the number 48 kart. Even if Isaac Payne in the number 77 wins this race, Ives can finish 5th. So Parker Ives, anywhere in the top 5, guarantees that driver on your screen there, pole position for tomorrow's main event.
Yeah, and you would expect that it's going to be a scenario where the driver coaches, etc., are trying to go, hey, just be smart, make sure we stay around the top 5, and then you're going to be all right. You don't have to fight too hard for the win.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I mean, these are the youngest drivers we have here, the Micro Swifts. They put on some fantastic racing. There are a grand total of 40, I think we've lost Dutch West, but Collins King, I'm not sure if Jaden Francisco's out there. We've got 44 or 45 drivers, and like I said, there's no last chance queue, so they're going to run them all. So in Micro Swift, I think, run what you brung. If you're here, you're in. And we do have, after last chance queue. So the top 34 drivers in points are guaranteed a place in the main event in every class. The top 6 finishers in LCQ. Now, for those of you watching in Europe, that's the repechage. Okay, in the US, we call it the last chance qualifier. The top 6 finishers in LCQ also join the main event. Now, there are reserved starting positions, and I'll let Mike and Rob Howden explain for who those might be. But then, and this is fantastic, the drivers that finish 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th in LCQ, they go into a roll-off in the VIP area, and I'm wondering if we can get we'll show the VIP area in a short while. There is, it's like a craps table, and there are 2 large dice, and the 4 drivers, they roll the dice Vegas style, and the driver that hits the most on the dice takes the last place in the main event. It couldn't happen anywhere else. It wouldn't happen anywhere else. There is a look at the VIP area. At the back of that VIP area, there is the big blue SuperNat 26 sort of, dice rolling area. So a driver that finishes 10th in LCQ could still make the main event at the expense of the drivers that finish 7th, 8th, and 9th if you've got the luck of the dice.
So we usually talk about a bubble spot in the LCQ. There's going to be 2 bubble spots, essentially, right? You're going to have the actual 6th spot, but then again, there's the other one, 10.
Oh, yeah, and of course, Indy 500, we're talking about on the bubble bump day. This is effectively Vegas' version of bump day at the Indy 500. Here we go then, your starting lineup for Micro Swift Heat number 3. Pasha Ali and Parker Ives are on row number 1. Ives undefeated so far. Josh Bergman and Juan Diego Garciacre on row number 2. Kate Kaspar and Wim Gottschalk on row number 3. Liam Nachawati and Isaac Payne on row number 4. Tony Cachafiero and Vian Bindi on row number 5. Efrain Campros and Mikey Collins go from row number 6. Maxwell Match, the defending champion in the US this year, and Matisse Boragio start on row number 7. Jaden Francisco and Marcelo Flores on row number 8. Byron Bourneman and Bernardo Guber on row number 9. The top 20 rounded up by Zane Burgess and New Zealand's Ivor Spence. Outside the top 20, starting on row number 11, just behind the New Zealand-based driver, is the number 84 kart of Nathan Ramirez. He starts alongside Paxton Romero. Alvaro Medeiros and Vicente da Silva are on row 12. Cooper Lopez and Brody Stoffel are on row 13. Cam Becker and Ajax Capitan Garduno on row number 14. Aiden Go has to go from row number 15 alongside Lawrence Perriman. Camilo Ganache and Cameron Johnson go from row number 16. Dante Ortega, Lucas Tarango down in row number 17. Brandon Unger and Alfie Davidson. Alfie Davidson, he was a top gear from the rear yesterday, gained 20 plus positions. He'll need to do somewhat again from 36 to the grid alongside Grayson Walcott, Luca Becerril, Samuel Chaveri and Cesar Baradas. That is your top 40. And there's a couple more drivers there at the back, as well as I think young Harry Williams, second of the British drivers at the back of the field. Look for young Harry to make a move. He's in 33rd. There are 47 Connor Lipka, Mika Baruch, and Mauro Nario, and Mexico's Mateo Garcia also in this grid. Here we go then. We're going to run 46 of them. They're in the tram lines, 10 laps. The LCQ is going to be 10 laps, but this is their only race of the day. They had morning warm-up, and this is it for Microshift. Oh, and I've got to say, there's someone not looking wonderfully happy. Maybe that engine is sort of bugging up, or maybe he's not happy he's being pushed there. That would be Pasha Ali, the Saudi Kart, hand up behind. That's his teammate, Josh Bergman. And they come, the flag goes up. We're off and racing here in Vegas. Down towards turn number 1. The two Saudi karts have the inside line, single file, with Parker Ives starting in the 3rd position. Oh, then there's 3 wide, a little bit of contact behind between 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. They all somehow manage to stay facing the same way, but as they go to the back markers are all caught up. Coming out of turn number 2, there is a massive traffic jam, and the marshals are on the scene there. Oh, there's the number 12, the number 14, the number 54. That is Marcelo Flores involved. Zane Burgess involved as well. They're the drivers that needed the result the most, and there's one kart being moved away. It's a Saudi kart. I'll get a number check on that, but just when we all thought it was going to be nice and calm, the tail end of the pack, and there's another driver being pushed to the side. Let's have a little look, and as we complete lap number 1, let's have a little look, see how that unfolded at the start.
So go down to the turn number 1 right here, and you can see further back, there's a lock. Actually, it was not a lockup, it was a hit, a bit of a slam into the back, and then they go down to the turn number 2, and this is where things start to tighten up. Again, it's real wide here, 5 wide, going for a single piece of real estate, and they're about 15th on back. It ends up being a yard sale. Yeah,
it looked like it was the number 14 kart, the Tony Cachafiero, the Venezuela, the Andorran driver who got involved there. Oh dear. Nathan Ramirez, Brody Stoffel, Alfie Davidson are among the drivers who did not get going again. Damage for them. And look at that, Marcelo Flores, Lucas Tarango, Zane Burgess, Ivor Spence, the Kiwi, also involved. But they're all still running. But up at the front, it's Parker Ives and these are the youngest drivers here, and at least, Mike, they're going to be in the main event, but that's not going to help their disappointment now, though, is it?
No, it's not, and hopefully everything's still in one piece, and they can start doing some work, because a few drivers have an issue in turn number 1. On your screen right now, Parker Ives, I talked about how the coaches might be like, hey, let's make sure we're just inside top 5, we don't have to fight too hard. Well, he doesn't have to fight at all right now. He's out front and pulling away over Ali, and there's Bergman just making the move on Payne right there into the chicane.
I mean, just to give you an update on the points. Coming into this event, Parker Ives led the point standings from Isaac Payne, Pasha Ali, Maxwell Masha, Liam Nachawati and Josh Bergman. They were your top 6. Ives continues to leave. Ali, 3rd in points, runs 2nd. Bergman, 6th in points, runs 3rd. Payne, 2nd in points, runs 5th. Macha, 4th in points, currently runs 5th, Cacciavero, but here comes Maxwell Matcha. Had a bad time in qualifying. I think he had a couple of other drivers around him in qualifying that weren't willing to work with him, and that pushed him back a little bit. Now he's actually there. He's been pushing forward in all of his heat races. He's the fastest driver on track at the moment, 53.706 seconds, as Ives tries to pull away 8/10 in front. There, on screen, is the number 1 plate. That is Matcha. Using that number 1 plate, the SLA Kart Racing Saudi Kart driver. Out of turn number 5 and 6, they head down. Look at these micros jump over the bumps into turn number 9.
Down through turn number 9 there, you can see the secondary bump that happens right as they turn in, and it is 2nd, 3rd, 4th there. You can see Ives already a good bit in front. Bergman was actually signaling to his stablemate Ali there to try to just keep going. Let's get in line. That's what they're going to try to do now. And just in 4th is Payne. Curious to see how they go, because Ives, fastest driver on the course, the driver leading, and there it is, busting up the Saudi duo, is Payne moving up to 3rd.
And once again, Ives, 1.4 seconds in front, number 48 kart. the driver, the Ryan Perry Motorsport driver on a Nitro Kart chassis. That was how he's entered under Bergman, chasing in the number 3 kart in second. Then it's the number 77 car, Isaac Payne, who has passed the pole sitter Pasha Ali. Matcha continues to run 5th, but he's got 9/10 of a second to make up to catch the top 4, and Matcha has got nobody to draft with him. Cacciaferro is next. Then it's Diego Garciaca. Juan Diego Garciacre. Then Liam Nachawati, Mikey Collins, Matisse Bragio round out your top 10. Campos, Bindi, Goober, Go, Becker, Romero. Oh, there's the number 78, Aiden Go from the 15th row of the grid. The Esprit driver on the Speed Sense entered kart from Morgan Hill, California. He is having an absolute doozy of a race.
Trying to move forward a lot there is what you got to do when you're further back. And I'll tell you, the driver moving forward right now, you can see him on screen. The number 1, Max Momachi. He's done back-to-back fast laps. The fastest driver on course right now. 53.4 for him. Ali was 54.1 after a pass. But it is Macha who's going to be able to put the pressure on these two drivers, especially if they continue to fight a little bit. But things starting to spread out a little bit. You can see Ives in the distance. Big gap to Bergman, and Bergman's got an advantage over Payne.
I think that first lap accident, that's probably the biggest accident in terms of the number of karts involved that we've had all week. And of course, we lost Davidson, we lost Stoffel, we lost Ramirez, Alvaro Medeiros has just come in. And what are you watching, Mike?
Macha went for 2. He's only going to get 1, but he did double duty to get 2 at once, and then actually lost 1 on the exit. But I said Macha was coming. There it is. Completes it there. Now Macha from 5th to 1st after a couple of corners here. Time running out. Still second half. About the best I think Macha's going to be able to do is going to be 3rd.
Mike, I got a question for you right now. In a race like this, and these drivers in this micro category, even any of the classes, how important is it if you're the driver who rolls in P1 in points to be able to lay a smackdown? Like, we're talking about a 1.3 second lead for Parker Ives. How important is that, you think, as a driver? Because I know you run at I don't run at the point end of the grid, right? So I really can never talk about that. Mike's the guy that can win races when he rolls out, to lay that smackdown.
I'll tell you what, it's happened to me.
You've been on both sides of it, though. You know that.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, feeling it when you're seeing it happen, you start second guessing yourself.
Everything, right?
Yeah, because God, what are we doing wrong? Like, did I forget to drive?
Yeah.
So there is a confidence hit, if you will. Not that you're not. Are we only good enough for second?
Yeah.
You know, and everybody back in the camp, we're all gonna scratch our heads, try to go find something, dig deep. Complete opposite of if you are Ives and going, or Cooper going, yeah, well, maybe we go out for a steak or something like that tonight.
Or let's not make a mistake and throw it away by trying too much.
Right.
Yeah, but of course, all these rivals, they've got 24 hours to work on their cars. That could be a good thing, but it could be a bad thing.
24 hours to stew over it as well.
To overthink it, to worry, to make adjustments that aren't necessarily necessary, because you just never know. I mean, in these micros, if we're on lap 9 and 10 now, if you can stay with the leader, that slipstream, that 1,400-foot straight line, that is NASCAR slipstream drag race heaven.
And Mike, in any of the categories, this is the one where a driver at 7 to 9 years of age could be amazing on one lap and just be thinking about, a cartoon you watch in the morning on the second lap, right? Like, you never know the up and down of what these drivers can do. You're not getting 100% focus for every lap.
Well, that's what makes Parker Ives that much more impressive.
Yeah,
he's obviously thinking about Saturday cartoons, not on the track. And I'll tell you, when we talk about dialing things in, what you guys just said, you could dial things out. And here we are coming down to the end, 1 lap to go.
I used to think about cartoons when I used to race. Maybe that's why I commentate now. I'm thinking that may have been my issue. Here we go, final lap. And it's Ives by 1.3 seconds over Bergman. Matcha is 3rd. You're looking at the battle of the 4th between Payne and Ali. And that's 4th and 5th. Then it is Garciacre, Cacciaferro, Nachawati, Collins, and Goober, your top 10, but nobody. I gotta say, Parker Ives has whipped the rest of the field like a government mule as Maxwell Matcha puts the purple lap mode.
So final lap on the racetrack. Parker Ives 1.2 up is going to get this win, but again, he's not thinking like life is easy peasy lemon squeezy, because the guy they're watching right now is Maxwell Matcha. He did not qualify particularly well. 12th works his way up to P4 coming in. He's running third. This is a guy that could be starting on the outside of the front row.
Well, and that's what I was going to say was you got Ives. We're talking about Ives because he's killed it in heats.
Yep.
But Macha's not going to start 10th or 13th in the main. He's going to be right in the conversation.
2 or 3.
Instead of having to work his way up, he will start up there. Macha will be up there and will be right there with Ives in the end.
What do you think, little math there? What do you got?
I think Macha will be P3.
So right behind Ives coming into turn number 1. Everything changes right now. Parker Ives back to back jacks. He wins all 3 heat races. Josh Bergman comes home second. Maxwell Macha, the mover in all 3 races as well. 12th up into the top 3. Will very likely start on the inside of row number 2. On Super Sunday. Isaac Payne 4th, Pasha Ali in the 5th spot, Juan Diego Garcia Arce in 6th, Tony Cacciaferro in 7th, Liam Nachawati in 8th, Mikey Collins and Aiden Go rounding out your top 10. Heat races are done. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we've got about 45 minutes. Those of you watching here on Kart Chaser, a 45-minute break until one of my favorite parts of the Super Nationals every year, the last chance qualifier. You go back a number of years, they used to call it the repassage.
Yep.
Right?
A race that I'm familiar with, the B final.
The B final. Yeah. So again, 11:15 scheduled start time for the last chance qualifier for KA100 Junior, 11:30 for KA100 Senior. Let's set it up here right now. 34 drivers straight into the main events for those categories. 6 drivers to transfer from the LCQ. And then, of course, we have the guaranteed Super Sunday starting spots for the champions in the Texas Sprint Racing Series and the California Pro Kart Challenge. One more spot available, though, with the roll-off. The Super Nationals roll-off. We have the next 4 drivers, 7 to 10 in the LCQ. We'll meet them up in the VIP. Roll the dice. Whoever wins on the roll-off is in the main event. That's very, very Vegas.
I can't believe that. This would be obviously the first time that I would have seen something like that, and I think it's an absolutely great concept because for this type of showpiece event, it's been a fantastic morning of racing. We've seen a lot of hopes increase, a lot of hopes fade, but every single driver that we've seen this morning, they got one more race, potentially 2 if you get through the last qualifier. But those drivers now. There'll be certain drivers that started, say, 60th in points that had a good result that are now thinking, okay, I know our chances of winning are gone, but we want to make the main event, and we're going to be starting in top 10, top 15 in the LCQ. There'll be other drivers that sort of came into today thinking, okay, 25th, 30th in points, we're okay. They've had a bad start. They got to reset quickly.
Well, listen, before you guys were here, a good friend of mine, Chris Wheeler, was my announcer. He would come and help me out as my kind of play-by-play analyst on Situation Saturday. That was his term. He called it Situation Saturday. I'm like, we're going to keep that going for sure. Mike's Situation Saturday has lived up to all the billing so far today.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been phenomenal. Just watching it, we talk about the storylines. We've been looking at the points, doing all the same stuff they're doing back in the tents, trying to figure out what do we got to do and how do we fine-tune not just the cart and the driver and whatnot, but our opportunity to make sure we're in the best position for Super Sunday.
Yeah, we're just getting things started here from the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Those of you watching here on Kart Chaser, don't go anywhere. 45 minutes from now, we've let those drivers in the KA100 Junior and Senior categories go back to the grid. We talked about making some changes. Listen, this is your last shot. For some of these drivers, their day is done in the LCQ. Roll the dice on the setup as well. If you're not fast, you got to try something. 45 minutes from now, I'll be back alongside Henry and Mike. Stay with us, folks. 45 minutes, LCQs here on Situation Saturday.
on.
Okay.
Test, test. That no.
What?
Rocco.
What?
Is that back?
Oh, let me.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get things back underway here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Our first last chance qualifiers of this year's SuperKart USA SuperNationals. Hello, friends. My name is Rob Howden, joined here by Henry Beaudet and Mike Smith as we get set to go over what is one of the most exciting components of this particular event. The LCQs, KA100 Junior and KA100 Senior, have locked in 34 drivers. 6 spots coming out of these LCQs to prolong the adventures of a number of drivers, but not quite done. We have the SuperKart USA SuperNationals roll off after that. If you're 7th to 10th, we're going to bring you up to the VIP lounge, and you are going to roll the dice to potentially go in. One driver from 7 to 10 is going to roll off to get a chance to run in this main event. The drivers, of course, coming in here to this event, just missing out on the cut of 34 competitors, and the driver starting on the pole position, the number 835 of Arrive KB. He'll start alongside Patricio Gonzalez on row number 1. Again, the concept here, stay out of trouble, be in the top 6, don't wreck yourself, and you're running on Super Sunday. Row number 2, we'll see Antoine Lemieux start alongside Alexander Vanchev. On row 3, Archer Eversman and Shea Aldrich. Row 4, Jakub Gasparovic alongside Jack Bowdish. On row number 5, 9th and 10th, Xander Malatesta and Mayor Dionarain. Row number 6, we'll see Federico Diaz start on the inside alongside Johnny Stamps. Row 7th, 13th, and 14th, Arnaud Sabarin and Asin Dramilev. Row number 8, Remy Andratos alongside Nathan Dupuis. Row number 9, Victor de Alencar and Jensen Sofronis. Back now into the top 20. These are the drivers that have to go to work in the opening couple of laps, where you got to get to P6 if you want to transfer through. Juan Jose Paramo and Frederic Lemieux on row number 10. Row 11, Max Weiland alongside Chase Gassioli. Row 12, Jaden Johnson and Lucas Lesmes. Moving now into row number 13, Oliver Trejo alongside Lillian Scarborough. Row 14, Diego Mendez Torres and Gavin Wardle. Mason Duchesne will start alongside of Zoquan Holbrook on row number 15. Dean Peterson will be alongside Cameron Hill on row 16. Roman Felber and Mateus Gonzalez going to have to get work done all the way back in row 17. Jose Martinez and Peyton Fayen, 35th and 36th. The remainder of the field, Bristol Boardman, Toby Lane, Indy Anderson, Kaylee Countryman, and Renzo Barbai. 41 drivers, Mike Smith. 6 drivers to transfer. If you're further back, you got work to do in the opening couple of laps. Watch that pushback bumper, though. Yeah, you want to attack, but a pushback bumper, if you're P6, could put you on the outside looking in.
We talk about the bubble spot in the LCQs quite often. In this case, we've got 2. You've got the 6 that are going to automatically transfer. So 6th place is a bubble, but then there's the second bubble on top of that for the roll-off. So 7, 8, 9, 10. So 6 and 10 are the 2 spots we're going to keep an eye on for that. To your point, if you have a pushback, it's a time penalty, not position. It could be a heck of a lot more than just a couple of spots.
Indeed, and as always with SuperKart USA, the guaranteed Super Sunday starting spot for the top drivers, the champions of the regional series, the California Pro Kart Challenge and the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Those champions automatically into Super Sunday. So again, all these drivers, 6 of them, well, let's say 7, 6 are going to race their way into Super Sunday, 1 on the roll-off. The rest of the drivers, their adventure here in Las Vegas will come to an end here today on Situation Saturday. Getting ready to roll, they'll roll off here. And again, Arrive KB, the driver out front. Again, Mike, listen, if you're a front row starter like this, get through turn number 1, get out cleanly, and hopefully the guys around you are going to work together.
Yeah, you might wear out the back of your helmet just trying to go, let's work together, do not fight, do not, just push. But how many times do we watch these LCQs and call these races where, no, actually, I want to be the winner of the LCQ, and they go battle royale, bring the entire field back.
That's exactly it. We see it the whole time. We're always up here in the broadcast booth just shaking our heads. Why are you fighting for 3rd or 4th when you've got this thing handled? Is there some reason people just want to keep scrapping? It's like, starting 38th or 37th is some difference at the tail of the field. The only job you have to do right now is make sure you transfer. If you're in the top 6, stay out of trouble, and you are racing on Super Sunday. Once again, Arif KB on the pole, Patricio Gonzalez alongside him, Antoine Lemieux and Alexander Vanchev on row 2. Archer Eversman and Shea Aldrich's top 6 drivers already provisionally in, but they got 10 laps to stay out of trouble.
Exactly that. And one other thing, too, I mean, is tires, right? There's a different scenario where you can put new skins on these things.
Very
and I
true.
would imagine there's not really anybody in this group that, whoa, that's, oh, good golly. On the warm-up lap, the 55 there of, see, we're getting a number on it, the 855.
That's, Frederic Lemieux, one of the 2 Canadian siblings in this race. And you're talking about different aspects of, mental aspects. So Arif KB came, and Johnny Stamps, they came into this morning 30th and 31st. They were in, had a bad result in their last heat race, and now they're on the outside looking in.
Here we go, setting things up. Again, 6 drivers to transfer. This is it. Gary Carlton alongside Jacob Gulick. They're not worried about that. They've had some good racing so far, but let's see what happens. These drivers lining things up right now. Again, we're starting these drivers a little further down the grid into the early tram lines to get things underway. 10-lap LCQ. Folks, we're filling the grandstands. I love it. This is one of my favorite parts of the SuperNats because that bubble, that transfer spot, always so exciting. Into turn number 1. If you're outside of the top 20, you got to make it happen early. The first couple of corners, expect some chaos. Here we go for the first time. LCQ, green, green, green.
Into turn number 1, 3 wide at the inside there. Arif KB takes the race lead. 3 wide behind. Everyone's going to try and calm down. You can't. This is now, it's do or die for all of these drivers into turn number 4. Arif KB, great start. I think that would be the remaining Lemieux sibling, Antoine Lemieux there in second position, the 853 Kart, possibly.
Mike, you surprised by the lack of chaos?
Yes, absolutely. But you see how hard they were fighting. They knew you got to make hay right now because you can gain a lot of spots right now, especially if you put yourself in position. And we got defense out of the gate. Why? Because you want to make sure that you can hold on to it, let this thing sort out, and get a lap in the books.
It's one of the things in your mindset. I never think about when I'm driving. Right? Like if you let things go, a couple drivers getting together, but if you let things go in the opening couple laps, you're going to pull away, right? You got to be smart over the first couple of circuits. Just settle in, let things happen, and you're going to be out front. Now, we've already got essentially a, 6-driver, 7-driver breakaway right now from 7th back to 8th. A decent gap right now. 1 second from 7th back to 8th already. It's already starting to sort itself out.
Move on the screen right there. That's Shea Aldrich. That is from the bubble spot in 6th, moving up into 5th. Because the thing is, the bubble spot is you're in, but it's also the danger zone, the first person to get attacked.
And Shea Aldrich, of all the drivers who might be feeling hard done by, Shea Aldrich in this race, the driver that's going to be feeling the most aggrieved, he came in today 18th in points. Obviously failed to finish his last heat race. So, and there into the barriers, the 807, that is Jack Bowdish. And Bowdish is going to be out of this one. Another driver who was on the fringes. He had a chance. That chance has gone.
So that was a move down to the inside, a little bit of a hip check, but then trying to carry the speed around the outside, carried too much. Bowdish from inside the shot to out.
And here we talk all about it. Here's the drivers on the top 4 battling each other, inside, outside. Guys, just line up. You're P1, P2. Like, why are you scrapping for 3rd right now? Just push that guy around. You don't need to go to P3. The front-running 6 drivers look pretty good here right now. The gap back from 6th to 7th. Jakub Gasparovic back 0.6 of a second from Alexander Vanchev.
Because at the end of the day, the difference between finishing 3rd in this race and 4th in this race is the difference between starting like 37th or 38th
Exactly
in
that.
the main.
Yeah.
A hill of beans, it does not maketh.
So stay out of trouble. That is what we're saying here. If you're up front, be smart. Right now, the leader is still Arif KB, but look at the fight here. Archer Eversman trying to find a way by. And again, top 6 drivers are good. To be honest, Vanchev's in the best spot right now. He's 6th all by himself, not close enough to the guys up front to scrap out. He's really by himself and needs to keep out of trouble. Gasparovic, the driver, who's got to go digging.
KB's in the front, he's going defense, and he's keeping the entire thing tight. Just try to open things up. Can you have some kind of conversation with P2? Let's roll instead of keeping it tight and keeping people
Well,
in
you
the game.
talked about it. Wear out the back of your helmet. Tap, tap, tap. Just stay with me. Stay with me. Not these dive bomb move to the inside of 9.
I'd say so. The two drivers, the 847 Vonchev, no, the 817 rather, of Vonchev, that predominantly yellow, white, and black kart. He's the last driver guaranteed a place in LCQ. Then you've got the Croc kart of Gasparovich, Dionne, Dramliev, and Johnny Stamps on the CRG in 10th place. And I'm looking to see where Stamps is. He's 3.2 seconds behind the leader. Does he have anyone behind him? Look at this.
What?
There's no need to do this,
What
drivers.
are they doing right now?
So we talked about it in the first part with this. We watched this going, what are you doing? Eversman just made the move for the lead. So we have a new leader now. He made the move on KB. Will he be able to pull away? Because look at the infighting going on behind him. It was a 5 to 6 kart breakaway. Now we got about 15.
Everybody back in the fight right now. We are working lap number 5 of 10 laps here. And again, watching Archer Eversman, who started very deep in the field. He has worked his way to the lead.
I mean, he came into the day 47th in points. He had a great run this morning, Mike. If you remember, he was up into the top 5 this morning. So he's got pace in that car. He's got the right attitude. But now, Eversman has just got to get his head down and go. There's going to be 6, 7, 8 team managers all sitting and watching this race thinking, you know what, when I get my driver back to the pits after that, when they qualified, I'm just going to beat them with a large stick.
Driver in P2 right now, Shea Aldrich, right? He did the work early, now up to second. Will he start to fight with Eversman or push? We're going to be running out of time here. We're in the second half, almost. Yeah, 4 to go.
5 down. They'll see lap 6 this time by. 4 laps remaining. Archer Eversman in the Forward Direction Motorsports Comp Kart leader over Shea Aldrich. Ariv KB runs in the 3rd spot. Gonzalez now up to P3. KB 4th. Vanchev 6th. And here goes Lemieux now. Antoine Lemieux up to 6th. Mayor D'Honoring now there in the 7th position.
And there is nothing to choose between 6, 7. There's the bubble. There's the first bubble gap there. Going through turn number 2 now. Behind the driver with the yellow race suit. The 2 drivers behind him is Vonchev. He's up into 5th. 6 is the 853 kart. That's is Lemieux. Antoine is on the bubble. Side by side. Antoine trying to put a bit of breathing space between himself and the bubble spot, but then it's the 844 kart, that metallic blue number 844 of the Dionne, the Racing Edge. Well, it's not a Racing Edge motorsport kart. I think that was an entry change.
So, Mike, here's the thing, right? When you're pulling away P6, you're good. You're fine. Now you get the last couple of laps. If you're P6, you're going to P5, right? You do not win the guy in the bubble. That's when you start getting more aggressive. That's what we're seeing out of a guy like Antoine Lemieux. He's trying to find a way by Vanchev.
Up the inside is the 817. Vanchev making it happen. As you said, if I'm 6th right now, I have to go because you're going to be attacked. It's a guarantee attack coming. I want to be 5th. I want to go forward. Vanchev moves up another spot.
So here we are working lap number 8 right now. There'll be 2 to go next time by. A couple drivers together deep in the field here. The 841 off the racetrack. Contact as well with, I believe,
Victor D'Alencar
as well. Yeah, SKUSA official jumping over to get those carts off the racetrack. Contact coming down into turn number 1.
The second gap that you want to look at is the gap between 10th place and 11th place. That's the last driver in the roll-off. And at the moment, that is number 842, Xander Malatesta. And the first driver out is the number 882. That is Scarborough.
Yeah, Lillian Scarborough.
So, and there's nothing to choose between them. Here we go. So count them. 1, 2, 3. They're safe. 4 and 5. Okay, a swap over there. 6th position and 7th. The 844 of Dionne and the 853. They're battling for the 1 bubble spot. And the next car is the number 854, the CRG of Johnny Stamps, the Precision Works racing driver. He is the last driver in. Lillian Garcia just behind, but Nathan Dupuis has just set the fast lap of the race. Nathan's in 12th. He's going to pass 2 people to get into the roll-off.
2 laps remaining. White flag to fly this time by. Mayor D'Honoring, the driver, the Canadian, on the bubble spot right now in the 844. There he is right there on the outside, but here comes Antoine Lemieux. Couple of Canadians potentially fighting out for the last spot. Lemieux goes by. D'Honoring goes back to P8 as Xander Malatesta now up into the fight. Top 3 drivers coming through turn number 1 cleanly. Here they come. The battle is on. Last lap. Everybody throwing it down. Oh, we had contact. 835 and 817. Vanchev and KB together. They're falling down the order. The shakeup on the final circuit.
How far do they fall back? Are they now outside even the top 10? They're definitely outside the top 6.
Yeah, the top 10. Remember, 7, 8, 9, 10 with the roll-off. Here they come. The battle's on. Big cover down the bottom. Here comes another driver into the inside. That's the 817 of Vanchev. Trying to get it back. Here's the cover down to the bottom of the racetrack. Final lap for Archer Eversman. He is going to win here in the LCQ. What is happening for the bubble as they work their way through? Eversman gets the win across the line. Here we're waiting. It's happening. Last driver across. Nathan Dupuis. Nathan Dupuis up 10. He is your last driver on the bubble. Wow. Eversman, Aldrich, Gonzalez, Lemieux, Mayor d'Honoring, and Nathan Dupuis up 10 spots. The Canadian goes to Super Sunday.
Nathan Dupuis started that last lap in P12. P12, he started that last lap and made a move at turn number 1.
Wow.
I think we're good. Wow, I mean, what a finish. What a finish.
So again, deep breath, because we've got potential pushbacks, right? Again, unofficial. Eversman, Aldrich, Gonzalez, Lemieux, d'Honoring, Dupuis. Top 6. The roll-off goes to Vanchev, Stamps, Dramilev, and Lillian Scarborough. That's 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. They'll be up in the VIP, rolling off to see if they are going to run on Super Sunday. Archer Eversman, though, Mike, the man who moved to the front.
11th place driver, Ariv KB, was leading and outside the top 10 by 0.3.
Ariv KB came in today 30th.
Wow. All right, folks, we have a look at the last lap, the run into turn number 1. Here's the replay. All the chips are down. Look at this coming into turn number 1 right now. Everybody down to the inside. There's the contact between the 835 and the 817. That was Vanchev getting together with Ariv KB. Both those drivers on the outside looking in. Vanchev in the roll-off.
Vanchev's going to be the biggest fan of Scarborough. If there's a possibility to watch that replay one more time, watch the 882 of Scarborough. Head of steam coming around. See if we can see it one more. We're going to try to play it up for you because Vanchev is in that contact and going nowhere. And then all of a sudden, boom, here comes the boost.
So if we get a chance to have a look at that replay once again, pick it up. Mike, call this here when we get it.
We get down to the inside now. We're not watching the first few. We're not watching the first few here. It's going to be further back. There's the contact that happens, cross up, and then connect. The yellow suit is Vanchev. Around the outside is going to be 882. Bink! Right there. And inside, just like that. So Vanchev inside 7th. Now, again, didn't make it all the way in, but with that move, it at least gets a chance for the roll-off.
So indeed, there you go. Top 6 drivers straight in. It is Eversman, Aldrich, Gonzalez, Lemieux, d'Honoring, and Dupuis. Unofficially, your 6 transfer drivers to Super Sunday main event. Again, what about pushbacks? That's the one thing we'll be looking for. Right now, the roll-off, Vanchev, Stamps, Dramilev, and Scarborough in the roll-off. We have to wait for pushback bumpers. We'll see how the thing plays out. Again, we don't even have the drivers yet on the grid for the KA100 Senior category. They're locking that down. So, again, if you're watching on Kart Chaser, don't go anywhere. We got more to come for you here. KA100 Senior LCQ grid just got pushed up onto the app. So, folks, have a look at the SuperKarts USA app to find out if you're in the LCQ for the KA100 Senior category. That just rolled, but it is time. Once we're done here, we're going to go to the roll-off there. Again, is Nathan Dupuis.
And I know that, so there's going to be a slight delay before the next race out, but I mean, it gives a great chance just to look at the emotions on these drivers. We saw Dupuis, and let's have a look. That will be, not quite sure who that is. Is that the Zanella Racing driver?
Well, and you can see on the screen there,
who's
too.
just looking, so it looks a bit relieved. Yeah, the Zanella Racing driver. But yeah, what else can you see, Mike?
Well, I was going to say, they've been hanging out in front of the bumper here of the 889. I believe that is our transfer of Dupuis, and that front bumper looks activated to me.
I mean, I can see that we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, everything that we're saying is completely unofficial, but we're looking at it now on the screen.
Partially.
Partially
activated.
So, I mean, now the ruling.
What
here,
are you guys doing? You're trying to call from here?
No.
What is wrong with you guys?
No. I mean, no.
The camera guys down there are pretty good.
They are pretty good. So I'm just gonna.
Oh no.
I'm just gonna throw this out here right now. Remember, if you're in, depending on the time,
yes,
a driver in the top 6 could still be in the roll-off. So I just want to say this: the SuperKarts USA roll-off. It's going to happen to the VIP lounge. It is going to happen after we're done both of the main events, because of course it's Super Sunday. What else would we do here at the SuperNationals? We have a couple getting married on the front straightaway here today. Yeah.
You never asked, Rob.
Well, I didn't.
Oh.
I did not ask 100%, but we do have a couple that are getting married here. Tori and Austin Williamson will be getting married. Listen, I'm ordained as a minister. I'm surprised they didn't ask me to do this because I've done it a couple times before. But
I'm happily going to be maid of honor. If someone's got a dress, I don't mind at all.
that's just the scariest thing I've heard all day long. Henry in a dress.
The gap between sixth position, Nathan Dupuis, and 11th position, Arif KB,
Yep.
1.8 seconds.
And that's what you were just talking about there, Rob, is what is going to be the now here's the deal. If there's multiples, they all you could still all be in because you all have one. So it doesn't mean anything until it's official. So that's just because we see something right there, absolutely is not official.
Everybody, deep breath.
Woosah.
Breathe back out. We're going to relax a little bit here, folks. Indeed, we don't really have the drivers up here yet for KA100 Senior. They have just pushed that out on the app. So if you're KA100 Senior driver, the LCQ grid on the gap. We'll take a quick little break here right now. Don't go anywhere, folks. When we come back here on Kart Chaser, we're going to hopefully find out exactly what drivers have transferred in. We'll figure out which drivers we're going to have on the roll-off, and KA100 Senior will roll onto the grid.
Unfortunate.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching now the KA100 Senior grid assembling, but our Kart Chaser team of pit reporters have been a bunch of busy bees this morning, and I can see Emery Lyder down there, and Emery is about to talk to one of our LCQ contenders. Take it away, Emery.
Thanks, Henry. Hero Nick Terlecki. Nick, you know, this weekend has been kind of a rough one for you in KA Senior. As we get set to go for this this LCQ, what are your strategy here?
Yeah, just going to stay out of the trouble and just, that's all I got to say.
All right. Good luck, Nick. Back to you guys.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, stay out of trouble. Well, this morning, Mike, we had a bunch of big names who you would expect to be battling for the front of the grid for the final that were actually in trouble of not even making it automatically into the final. This morning, Race Liberante came in 32nd. He raced his way into the main event. Dalton Haynes, 34th in points coming in today in the main event. Frankie Mossman, 37th. He was outside the main event this morning. He's in the main event now. Same for Harley Keeble and Brandon Carr, who were both outside the top 40 this morning. Good result in Heat 3. They are in. There is the story. Oliver Hodgson, a world championship class racer. He's won a grand finals in Rotax. He's won multiple championships. He started today down in 51st place in points. He raced at the start at the back of the grid. Don't forget, he will roll off 4th here. Now, again, on the flip side of the coin, Zach Mayer started 17th in points today. He has raced his way out of the main event. He is in LCQ, as is Brent Rivetta, Vinny Miskelis, Nicholas Terlicki, Henry Wheeler. They were all inside the top 34 this morning. They find themselves now in the danger zone. Highway to the danger zone. There you go. It's a Top Gun reference there. But yeah, it's 10 laps. The driver's getting ready. I mean, if that first LCQ is anything to go by, we're going to have calculators going. We're going to have eyes. The drivers have got to have eyes in the back of our heads. So is the commentary team.
Yeah, you got Kane Martin, the number 1 driver who is just out and is going to try to stay or try to get in. One of the drivers, you talk about Oliver Hodgson and the kind of work he's had to do, having that issue in qualifying, digging. Think back to that bumper just being up. How much that cost him in his ability to race his way directly in. So here we were talking about, we go through the lineup in a moment, but talking about Oliver Hodgson, Rob, we said, would he actually have the new tires or not? He's a veteran here. He's been very, very good. Does he need those tires to get it done right now? Or does he feel like he can get it done? There's some big names right here.
There are a lot of big names here. Kane Martin starting on the pole alongside Vinny Miskelis, Austin Olds, and Oliver Hodgson on road number 2. Those are 4 drivers you would have expected 100% if we talked earlier. Those guys are going straight in. Let's keep going with that grid.
Federico Bailiff and Jorge Garciacre, then Zach Mayer and Benito Montalbano on row number 4.
Another driver we would have expected to be straight in, Henry Wheeler, having a rough run. He'll start on the inside of row number 5 alongside Brett Rivetta. Row number 6, Matej Koenig and Ivana Richards.
Camden Romanes and Anthony Rivera start on row number 7. Aiden Levy and Rodrigo Gonzalez on row number 8.
Aiden Levy, the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour champion, has gone to school, hasn't raced since the end of the season. But man, this guy, a guy I would expect to potentially could have won. He hasn't had a lot of time in the seat in the last couple of months. He's going to be launching from the inside of row number 8 to finish off your top 20 drivers, top 10 rows. Henry Leopard on the inside, Nicholas Terlecki on the outside of row 9, Mick Gabriel and Colin Aiken on row 10.
Eli Warren, Jordan Perry, Diego Polanco, Alex Fieldson, and the rest going down here. I mean, Aiden Levy, 59th in points this morning.
Wow.
Oliver Hodgson, 51st in points this morning. There's going to be an awful lot of these drivers here that you're looking at on your screens on those brand new, tires, those brand new tires for this race. We know we're in Vegas. People are superstitious in Vegas. We have just seen Archer Eversman win LCQ in junior KA100. Where did he start this morning? 47th in points. Who's 47th in points this morning? Kane Martin. Where does Kane Martin start?
P1.
Starts from the pole. Here we go. 10 laps, Rob Howden.
Great input there as well as they roll up here. Remember, Aiden Levy, as the Pro Tour champion, top 3 drivers, get a guaranteed Super Sunday starting spot as well. I forgot about that. So Levy's already in. He may not even be in this race right now.
And he certainly has got his new tires on.
Why would you even bother going in the race? You're already guaranteed in.
Exactly.
So again, so he's not on the racetrack right now. So Levy already straight in, and we're underway. Green. Kane Martin throws it to the bottom. Doesn't get a good run out of the corner. I believe that's Austin Olds. Austin Olds goes to P1.
Out of turn number 2. There's on the inside Oliver Hodgson trying to get up the inside of the number 912 Kart of Vinny Miskelis. And Hodgson, that was there. Dangerously close to disaster there. The number 949 Kart of Finnegan Bailiff bouncing over the top of the kart that Oliver Hodgson was trying to get around the outside of.
So underway on the opening circuit. We know those of you watching from home who can't be here, obviously on pins and needles, edge of your seat. Leader, as we said, was Austin Olds. We're going to shout out to Megan Olds. I'm sure she's losing her mind right now watching to see if Austin gets through. He leads it here in the MPG Motorsports machine. Kane Martin running P2.
Big mover right now, Henry Wheeler. You just saw him make the move on the inside of the 971, having issues there, going slow. That's going to be the end of the LCQ. Eli Warren going to be done early here with that. And again, if you're not making forward progress early, you're probably not going to be in the conversation here. It's all about the top, and that is what we're looking at right there. Is another move there, the 972, and then a move back. That is the 903. So it just keeps going back and forth. Henry Wheeler, I talked about him trying to make it happen. And he's trying to fend people off. Up front, though, in front of these drivers, starting to spread out.
Remember, set the page here, guys. Top 6 drivers straight in. Aiden Levy, Pro Tour champion, already with a guaranteed Super Sunday starting spot. 7, 8, 9, and 10, the roll-off, which we'll have after our wedding reception here.
Exactly, but as we cross the line to start lap number 3, this is more like the type of last chance qualifier you'd expect from the senior drivers. It hasn't kicked off just yet. The front runners are all single file. I can see 2, 4, 5 in a line. Oh, and there's side-by-side action there. That is the 972 again, the Valvoline sponsored Kart in trouble. The leaders are keeping it clean, but the behind them is getting desperate.
Ivana Richards got in the back of Zach Meyer, coming deep into the corner there. Meyer able to get away luckily. Richards, of course, getting checked up a little bit. Oliver Hodgson made a move to the inside of Vinny Mascalis as well, so move Oliver Hodgson on that comp card, the J3 competition machine, up into third. I would love to know if he went out on used tires or not. But let's have a look again at that incident we saw in turn number 1. Here we'll have it, Mike. Have a look here as they work their way into turn number 1.
It was all kinds of stack up and accordion. I don't think that they thought that it was going to back up that hard, and then it fills. So once the accordion starts, everyone's starting to check, and the timing is going to be completely different.
Yeah, you saw the driver, who it was, I think it was Meyer, who came in and really had it crossed up, trying to make a move to the inside. Richards came down the bottom, made contact.
Kane Martin just made a move for the lead. Now, what I was going to point out before that started happening, look, these are the 5 front drivers well clear. If anybody was paying attention in the front 5, they would look back and go, all right, race is over, just push.
Austin Olds just looked over his shoulder.
Yeah.
We're good right now. Here comes Hodgson. You know he's going to make the move. Olds are going to tuck back in. This is the group that's pushing here right now, Henry.
Yeah, the 903 of Wheeler is on the first bubble. He's the last driver automatically going through to the main event as things stand. Right behind him, the 968 of Mayer and his Rollison Performance Group teammate, Montalbano. They're giving chase. Then it's Rivera, and at the moment, it's Matej Konik, the number 933 Kart, the driver of the Crop Promotion Kart out of Slovakia. Konik is the last driver on the roll-off bubble, and I'm looking there, the gap between Konik in 10th and Rodrigo Gonzalez in 11th is 0.6 of a second, but Konik's just at the fastest lap of the entire race, a 48.328. 0.6 of a second separates the roll-off from elimination, and 0.3 of a second separate guaranteed transfer spot from the roll-off.
Crossed halfway flags this time by 5 down, 5 to go here on the LCQ. For the drivers in KA100 Senior, the category brought to you by RLV. And indeed, Hodgson is your leader. Oliver Hodgson has gone to P1. Austin Olds into second. Kane Martin third. Vinny Mascalis in 4th spot. Finningham Bailiff and Henry Wheeler rounding out your current top 6.
Wheeler starting to make inroads now. Wheeler starting to close in on 5th. That's going to be good. And also, to the same token, pulling away from 7th, may not end up having to have the pressure from behind and get a little bit safer going in. But right now, Wheeler is got about half a second clear for the drivers behind.
Yeah, last time by about 0.4 of a second. He turned his fast lap. So did Meyer, so did Montalbano, and so did Matej Konik. Went purple on lap number 5. So there is a challenge outside the top 6 right now. We're keeping an eye there on Henry Wheeler on the 903. That LN Kart leading the way in terms of the final driver to transfer.
2 Rollison Performance Group teammates, Mayer and Montalbano. I was about to say they have to work together. Montalbano, though, overtakes Mayer. That's not working together. And every time they make a move, Wheeler extends his lead. The gap between a transfer spot and the roll-off is now 0.8 of a second behind them. This is 7th and 8th. 9th and 10th is Konik and Rivera.
Wheeler's going to catch him. Wheeler's going to catch him here probably this next lap. There's the move right there. This is what I think could happen. Wheeler and these guys in the back, all they got to do is push and they're in.
Yep.
Look over the shoulder from Wheeler. Wheeler starts to attack too hard. those RPG teammates are now in the fight when they weren't right now, and we're running out of time. All they got to do is push.
Vinny Mascalis now P5, Henry Wheeler 6, Montalbano and Meyer on the outside looking in, although still in the potential roll-off with Connick and Rivera. Up front, Hodgson leading by just a couple of tenths over Austin Olds, who's done a good job so far. Olds holding on to that spot. Front three drivers, Hodgson, Olds, and Martin have things locked down. 2 to go this next time by. No need to fight. There's the 949 of Finnegan Bailiff. He is in the Trinity Karting Group run. That is now 4th, 5th, and 6th lined up there. Again, the gap between Wheeler back to Montalbano is now almost it's over a full second. So the top 6 drivers locked in, but Mike, you know what these racers are like. They just need to look back, have a feeling what's going on, and run to the checker.
And Wheeler's actually made the move to get into the 5th, and going backwards at the wrong time right now is Mascalis. Mascalis actually made a great outside move earlier to try to move up a little bit, but now you can see the gap. The fast driver in this group and moving forward is Wheeler. Might be trying to get one more to feel a little bit more secure, going the wrong way. Mascalis and the drivers just behind her a bit quick.
Yeah, Montalbano a half a second faster than Mascalis on that last lap. He's only 6/10 back. We may have a fight for the final transfer before it's all said and done.
McAllis started today 28th. He's now clinging to a place in the main event. The other driver, Zach Mayer, 17th in points coming into the day. At the moment, he's in the roll-off. He's got a lap and a quarter to go, Rob.
White flag will fly this time by. Nicholas Terlecki up 8 spots to 10th. He's in the roll-off at least, but he just turned the fastest lap, 47.888. We'll see whether or not we have some racing here. Final circuit. Mascalis on the bubble right now in the number 912. Here are your drivers there. There's a 949. That is Bailiff. And this is the scrap here right now. 949 of Bailiff, the 903 of Wheeler. That is 4th and 5th, guys. You don't need to be fighting for this spot. That's the transfer driver right there, is Mascalis on the Sodi kart. Look at the RPG guys are going to catch them. They'll be into that roll-off. That's Montalbano and Meyer as they work their way out of the final couple of corners here through 5 and 6. The short shoot. Montalbano essentially needs to throw it in there. Just send it into turn number 9. Otherwise, you're on the outside looking in. Low lining down the bottom goes Bailiff as they come across the line. Oliver Hodgson is going to take the victory here. Hodgson will win in the last chance qualifier.
Behind them, there's the battle behind, just outside the top 10 for 10th position. Terlecki gets it.
Yep, that's a roll-off.
Terlecki gets it at the expense of Rivera, Gonzalez, Gabriel, McIntyre, Gomez, Atza, Feldstein, Richards, Weeks. Unofficial results on your screen now.
So Oliver Hodgson, 0.2 of a second ahead of Austin Olds. Good shout out to Austin Olds. Didn't make the move, stayed there with Hodgson. Maybe learn a little bit. Hodgson's one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack. Olds very wise to stay with him, but they transfer through. Kane Martin starting on the pole position, ends up 3rd. Finnegan Bailiff and Henry Wheeler battled it out there a little bit for P4. Vinny Mascalis, unofficially your final transfer. He'll go to Super Sunday. Benito Montalbano, Zach Meyer, Matej Koenig, and Nicholas Terlecki will be in the roll-off up in the VIP.
Let's take qualifying on Thursday. Who were the 2 drivers that crashed and were essentially out?
That's
Hodgson and Terlecki.
Terlecki, yep.
Okay, Hodgson's raced his way into the main event. Terlecki has, he's got one more roll of the dice, quite literally, to join his, let's say, rival.
So that wraps things up right now for the on-track action. We are back again this afternoon here on Situation Saturday at 2:10. So 2:10, we'll be back rolling, but we've got some work to be done. Still over 2 hours before we get back on the racetrack. We've got the roll-off still coming here, and we'll bring that to you. David Land will be in there, so the roll-off is going to be coming up soon, folks. We'll see which drivers from junior and senior. One driver is going to win that roll-off, and his or her race will continue on Super Sunday. Stay with us, folks. More to come live here on Kart Chaser.
Austin and Victoria, this is a very special celebration and we're all honored that you have invited us to share with you the happiest day of your life. Congratulations, after 12
Some of the competitors weren't able to get it done on the racetrack, but this is Vegas, baby, and luck is a major factor here, and even more because this is the first annual SKUSA Super Sunday Roll-Off, and this is an extreme opportunity here for the competitors who are 7th through 10th to try to get in the Super Sunday field. And to help us explain the rule procedures, we've got probably the guru of karting next to Rob Houghton, David Cole. And David, explain this procedure and what are the origins of this thing?
Well, I don't remember exactly where the origins was. It was Chris Egger who came up with it, designed this whole idea. And so essentially what we're going to see is we're going to have each driver, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, come and roll 2 dice. And they're going to roll. Highest number is going to be the driver that's going to move to Super Sunday.
All right, that's the explanation. Let's meet the folks who are trying to get their way into the field, roll their way into the field, in fact. All right, our 7th place starter, introduce yourself.
So, I'm Matthew Koenig. I finished 7th in the second chance, and hopefully I can go through to the final now.
What would you say your dice rolling skills are?
I'm not the best for sure, but I'll try my best.
Good stuff. Let's meet our 8th place contender.
My name is Nick Trelecki, and I'm a driver for Host Driver Development, and unfortunately I couldn't get on the track during an incident in turn 1, but fastest on the track by a margin, so hopefully I can roll these dice and get into the final.
Nick, you played a lot of Yahtzee in your career?
In my early stages of life earlier, so I haven't recently though, so we'll see how these dice rolls go.
Let's hope some of that experience pays off. P9.
Anthony Rivera.
All right, Anthony, and you haven't snuck into the casino at any point and rolled any dice, have you?
I mean, you haven't seen me, so.
And P10.
Yeah, I'm Finnegan Bailiff. I had a pushback. I would have finished 4th, but other than that.
Finnegan, how do you think your luck is?
I think it's pretty good, other than the couple heat races we had.
All right, let's stop waiting. Let's get it going. P7, let's roll you the dice. Let's find out who's going to make Super Sunday.
I need the dice to roll, so you don't just drop them on the 6.
Okay. Of course.
Just got an.
You can just watch your faces so you don't roll up, and I need them to roll.
Okay, we just had a little bit of instruction from SKUSA that the dice need to roll. You cannot just drop them. That makes sense in the issue of fairness. Let's get going.
Okay. I wish I could just drop it on the 6, but whatever.
It's a 4. It's a 4. Well, that's not a good start, but it's not an automatic loss. How you feeling?
No, it is an automatic loss, to be honest.
Well, positive people don't always work. Congratulations anyway, and hey, maybe they'll all roll 2s. You never know.
Yeah, I hope so.
All right. Let's see. Okay, now there's a lot of strategies to rolling dice here. Now, some people blow on them. Are you going to do a one-handed strategy, two-handed strategy? What's the game plan here?
Just going to one and hope.
One and hope. All right, here we go. It's a 6. New P1. How you feeling about that? The dice being nice at the moment.
Yeah, it's only at the half point, so my luck is 50-50 right now.
Hey, 50-50. Those are good odds for Vegas. All right, P9. They got to roll. All right. So before we get going, what's the strategy here? What are we thinking? You've seen 2 of your competitors go. Some would say you have the advantageous position here.
Just trusting it.
Just trust the process. That's what we're talking about. All right, hit it. It's a 5. Not quite right. The top is 6. That's pretty amazing. The dice are not rolling very high right now. Luck might be on your side. What's the strat here? You've seen 3 of them go.
I'm going to double-hand it and blow on it.
All right, 2-hand strat. Let's see. Oh, yeah, baby, that's a 7. And from P10 into Super Sunday, how you feeling?
Pretty lucky. Let's go.
All right, and you're going to be coming from the back. Yeah. What can you do?
Just hope and pray.
Hey, he's been doing a lot of hoping. He's been doing a lot of praying. The dice rolled in his favor, and, man, this is exciting, isn't it? Look at that, the winning number, lucky 7 here in Vegas. Okay. Okay. Just in case anyone's curious, we are holding for our junior roll-off. That will be coming momentarily. Okay, as of right now, if Race Hero is correct, we've got here, Emery, you take this. I'm bad at reading names.
Give me 1 second. All right, we've got Asin Drumaleaf in the 7th position for the techno kart. 8th, as of now, Lillian Scarborough. 9th, Arif. And then in 10th position, Federico Diaz.
But again, we're still holding off on that. There's some officiating things that need to be cleaned up before we know specifically who's going to be in this roll-off. But, I'm kind of interested to hear what the chat has to say about this. This is definitely unique for me. I don't think I've ever seen, you talk about roll of the dice, you talk about luck in racing. I've never actually seen a die roll determined starting position before. But this could be an interesting, new, and fun tradition here at SuperNats for sure.
All right, so again, for those in the paddock here, the holding pattern for the KA Junior is still going through protests and post-race penalties and everything else of the like. So stepping back in myself, Xander Clemens alongside Rob Howden. You'd think I slept in this morning because I haven't been able to be over here, but obviously a lot going on here.
You got
for
work to do.
26.
I get it. Yeah. 100%. That roll-off was very interesting. Obviously, so many opportunities to get into these main events, as we know. You race your way in, right? The first 34. The next 6 through the LCQ. And then, of course, guaranteed Super Sunday starting spots with the drivers who are the top 3 in the Pro Tour points or the drivers who are regional racing. Looks like we're getting ready to go again. Back down once again.
Yeah, we're good.
Shannon?
Yeah, let's go down to you, Dave and Ader. How is it?
All right, we're picking back up with the second half, the juniors. Let's meet our competitors, starting with P number 7.
My name is Asen Dramaliev.
All right, now what are your dice rolling skills like? I mean, what's your favorite board game?
I don't play them too much.
Oh, kids these days. All right, P8.
Lillian Scarborough.
All right, Lillian. Surely you look like a board game player. Come on, what's your game?
Probably Monopoly.
Okay, there's dice involved in that. What's your luck?
Pretty good, I think.
Woo-hoo, confidence. P9.
My name is Ariv KB.
Uh-huh. And let's talk about dice. What's your experience with them?
I play more card games than dice games, but I think I have a shot.
That's some swagger. I like that. All right. And P number 10. And now that was a lucky position in the last roll-off. You get to see what your competitors' strategy are. Well, are you going to give something away for us? What's your dice rolling strategy?
I would.
I mean, that's a good strategy for life. Be better. Okay. Now, to remind the competitors, it's got to be a roll. You can't just drop them. As much as we'd like to just drop them on double sixes, we can't do that. But let's get it started. Pick them up. All right, now what's your thought process here? Because you've seen 4 competitors go before you. How are you going to roll these things?
Really hard, I guess.
All right, let's get it going. It's a 7. That was the winning number last time. That's a good start. Let's move these dice down a little bit. Okay. Now, your competitor has set a very high number, at least with how these dice are rolling right now. Looks like you're going for a one-handed strat. Oh, she's switching. She got the right-handed form. All right, what's the thought process here using the right hand?
I don't know, just throw it.
Just throw it. That's also a 7. Now, to explain the rules here, if there is a tie, if it ends up that we have 2 competitors at 7, there will be a second roll-off between the 2 competitors that have a tie. But let's see if we can get a tiebreaker here. Okay, you're a card player, not a dice roller. Some may say you're a rookie here. It looks like we're with the right-handed form. What's the thought process here?
I don't know, just throw it, I guess.
I love it. Here we go. This is a 9, and we've got a new leader, and that is the highest dice roll we've seen thus far. The bar has been set high, but you said you're going to do it better than everybody else. What's the form? Oh, you're rolling it around. Are you going to blow on them? What do we got here?
Throw it.
These guys are so uncreative. All right, give it a shot. And that is a 10, and that from P10, he rolls a 10, and he will race Super Sunday. Oh, look at this. What a moment. All right, kid, you made it. Now what can you do?
We keep focuses. I'm sorry he don't speak English and he don't speak very well. We are coming from Argentina. It's really complicated coming to this race. And he do a better job and have a better luck.
I tell you what, the luck looks like it's turned around. Congratulations, guys. I like that. That was pretty exciting, wasn't it?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway for Situation Saturday here at the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 26. My name is Rob Howden, joined up here in the commentary booth by Henry Beaudet and Mike Smith, our driver analyst. A gorgeous morning and an even better afternoon. 70 degrees here trackside. Beautiful blue skies out here in North Las Vegas. And again, set it to go up with our final round of heat races for the afternoon categories. We have some LCQs to see which drivers transfer straight in. Let's jump in with my guys up here in the booth and kind of have a synopsis of what we saw earlier today. We'll start with Henry Beaudet. Henry, we saw some great racing, and that was one of the things we talked about, right? Is yesterday, what was the race going to be like? What was the racing going to be like on this track? Fantastic. Little more intensity, though, here on Situation Saturday.
Yeah, this morning, Rob, we saw a different, the drivers of the classes that have got last chance qualifiers. The juniors, that was chaos. The seniors were a little bit more sedate, a little bit more mature. There's a bit more race savvy amongst them. And again, we've got 7 heat races of the classes, 2 last chance qualifiers, Senior X30 and Pro Shifter. They're at the very end of the day. So I think that the first few races this afternoon where drivers know they're in the main event, I'm not going to say they're going to be sedate. I'm not going to say they're going to be single file, but the drivers all know that at least they're in. They want to be jockeying for position, obviously, but they're in tomorrow.
Let's go to Mike Smith right now. Mike, obviously, great racing yesterday. Everybody had that storyline. We talked about the storylines coming here, of course, into Situation Saturday. I'll pull the line from Spinal Tap. This one goes to 11. We crank it up just a little bit more here on Situation Saturday.
Absolutely. We talk about the storylines, and after doing all the math, right, you went back to the hotel last night. You tried to figure out what it is you got going on and what you need to do. It's an ebb and flow here in the booth because we went from this same situation after warm-ups, do our third heat race, ramp up to LCQs. Now we're right back down. We're going to do it again. And some of these drivers doing double duty, they got to hit the reset button as a different class. Doesn't matter what happened earlier. I got to do the job again.
That's it. And here's the categories that you will see here this afternoon. Mini Swift to start things off. X30 Junior will be next up. Master Shifter will, of course, have the 2 categories of Pro X30, A versus B and C versus D. We'll wrap it all up with Pro Shifter, A versus B, C versus D. And as Henry said, a couple of last chance qualifiers, 6 drivers to transfer for X30 Senior and Pro Shifter. Those races are going to be absolutely epic. Guys, we couldn't ask for much better weather. I mentioned earlier, 70 degrees right now, trackside blue skies. We had that crazy wind on Wednesday and Thursday. It died down a bit yesterday. Nice and calm here today.
Yeah, and let's think about a couple of things. We've got the Mini Swifts about to go out now, but I'm looking at 2 drivers, Nathan Dupuis and Arif Kapadia Basu. Nathan Dupuis thought he was in, and then he was out, pushback bumper. And then Arif thought he was in, missed out on the roll-off. They're both out in Junior X30. They know they're going to be in the main event, so they have to reset, refocus. It's going to be really, really intense and exciting, and I'm so glad that we're going to bring you in record numbers watching the coverage today.
And we say hello to those of you around the country and around the world tuning in here to the Kart Chaser YouTube channel. Hopefully you enjoy it, folks. Thank you so much for being part of the family here this weekend. SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 26 out here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Mini Swift rolling out right now. All Bennick front row. Troy Ferguson on the pole. Royce Vega on the outside in the 133. Max Christia and Eli Tristan Crisson for RPG on the outside.
Row number 3, Travis Pettit and Ashton Woon. Fionn Shee might be there on row number 4, although he took a knock yesterday. Alessandro Truscio is there on the outside of row 4.
We'll cap off the top 10 with McLaren Carroll in that CRG. He'll start alongside last year's winner Michael McGoy, while row number 6 has the Canadians Rocco Simone and Marco Samet.
Then it is Cameron Marsha and Matthew Cagle. Cagle's been really sharp on the starts here. Watch for the number 148 Kart, and then Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Enya Pizzuto on row number 8.
Cap off your top 20. The top 20 drivers in row 9, row 10. Luke Tall on the inside, row 9 of the Sony Racing USA entry. Noah Baglin on the outside in the number 115. Row number 10, 19th place starter William Kim alongside Valentino Santillan.
Rounding out the 11th row of the grid, starting in P21, Ruben Gutierrez, Christian Murphy, then it's Martin Yaramillo and Lucas Palacio. When are we finally going to see the pace that we know Palacio has?
Yeah, been a tough weekend for the driver who won so many championships this year. Daniel Ramirez and Gabriel Balog will be side by side on row 13. Antonio Pizzognanito and Marco Romero on row 14.
Row number 15, Jose Halfan and Matteo Calderon. Then it's Remigio Samsic and Declan Dianarin on row 16.
Jensen Michalke and Kasari Dudkowski will be on row 17. Jackson Porter alongside Luke Giglio on row 18.
And of course, looking at the rest of the field there, of course, they're all in the final, but this is going to decide who starts on pole position for the main event. At the moment, Max Christia leads the points. He's got 2 points. Royce Vega on 5, Troy Ferguson and Travis Pettit on 8. So still lots to play for.
Yeah, looking down the order for Lucas Palacio as well, currently 18th. He has just not shown the pace we've seen all year long. He needs a big race here, Palacio does, to get himself back forward. Drivers into the staging lanes. Once again, those of you, if you're joining us for the first time here on Situation Saturday, start line further down towards the opening corner to lessen the pace as they roll in there. It's worked out very well so far, and we're set to go. Third heat race for the drivers here in the Mini Swift category. All these drivers straight into the main, as we know, all about locking down your starting position for Super Sunday. Field set. Coming up to the starters here, time to go racing. 10-lapper, and we are green, racing. Down into turn number 1, and a good job for Ferguson. Royce Vega tucks in as well. One driver around right in the middle of the racetrack. That's the 127 of McLaren Carroll around on the apex of turn number 1.
6 carts all in a bundle. They do get going again. So, there's one, the number 127 stuck on the curb. That's McLaren Carroll, the Precision Works racing driver. And the leaders now head down, single file up at the front, and it's still obviously 2 or 3 wide all the way through the field.
Let's have a look at that replay. Started 8th, McLaren Carroll. We'll see. Look back, Mike, see if you can see what happens.
All the way to the inside, getting a shove right there and trying not to go any deeper and end up just locking it up. But it was not entirely their fault. Actually got shoved all the way into the corner.
Alessandro Truchot, I think, was the guy behind him, and he actually got hurt by that as well because he locked up and wasn't able to get through. So the contact spinning McLaren Carroll around, Truchot got locked up as well.
And Matthew Cagle actually jumping up over the front of the cart there, the green nose cone, the green NASA panel there, all 4 wheels off the ground. He carries on. It does mean, though, that look at this, 2, 4, 6 drivers are pretty well clear of the rest. The lead group very, very spread out. And that's the Bennett team will be now trying to frantically signal to Ferguson and Vega. Go, go, go. This is Ferguson and Vega's chance to maybe annex the front row, although Christia, the points leader, is still tucked in 3rd place.
An opportunity for these 2 Bennett drivers to pull away right now. Remember, 2nd and 3rd currently in the points behind Max Christia. So Vega and Ferguson, if they work together, potentially able to pull away and lock down the front row for the main event as well. 20 laps, I think, it'll be tomorrow for these drivers. We'll get a confirmation on the race lap numbers for tomorrow. 10 laps are these heat races. Again, nothing but main events tomorrow on Super Sunday. And again, the Bennett drivers, Vega and Ferguson out front. Ferguson leading the way.
I mean, look at this. Cameron Marsha down to 40th. William Kim down to 41st. Remigio Samsic down to 43rd. Jose Halfan and McLaren Carroll running last of all in 45th. Fianchy and Jensen Mechanic, they've had to withdraw from the event.
So a number of drivers struggling there early, as we saw that incident in turn number 1 drastically affecting the way they are approaching this race here. Again, there won't be an LCQ, so an incident like that, not like it's going to take you out of the race, but it is going to drop you, Mike, very far down the order, going to make your day a lot tougher on Sunday.
Yeah, we're talking about that. Everybody's going to make it, but it's where you're going to start. And right now, the 2 drivers out front playing it smart. Henry, you talked about it. That whole stable of Bennett, they're like, guys, we get out front, just hang out, work together. We're going to have good starting positions. Really, with the way their weekend's already gone, they don't need to push too hard to do anything crazy. They can just lock in where they're at.
And I mean, at the moment, Ferguson and Vega, they would still start 2nd and 3rd. Christia, the Atlanta-based Romanian-born driver, is there in 4th place. He can afford to finish 4th place, but if he gets pushed back a couple more places, then the 2 Bennett drivers, they will, at least one of them perhaps, probably Royce Vega, could have a chance to snatch pole position away. But as you can see, the 2 Bennett drivers working well together at the moment, and they're not too far. Actually, look at this. They're on a really good lap. Purple, 52.699, Rob.
Yeah, it's really kind of in the hands of Max Christie a little bit here right now as he's trying to dig his way forward. He's currently in the 4th spot behind Michael McGoy. Travis Pettit there as well. McGoy up the road by about half a second from Christia, so he's got to keep digging as they're all running very nicely. And here the 103 of Pettit gets another spot, I believe, and he's now up to 4th position. So a big jostle might coming down into turn number 1. They were 3 wide almost coming into the corner.
Yeah, Tristan Cresson, the one making the big move. And again, we've seen that kind of a longer, wider arc. I was looking at how the kids are going through here, these cadet drivers. The lines are way more open, the shorter wheelbase, lower horsepower, really trying to open up these lines to make sure they carry as much speed as possible. That also opens you up for the pass.
That's exactly that. And again, we talked about the fact that these two Bennett drivers out front, you can see the gap there. As we come out of this corner, you'll see them up the road significantly as it's Ferguson and Vega 1-2. What kind of a gap do they have now between second and third place? It's over a second, 1.4 actually, the gap between Vega back to McGoy. He's got Pettit right there as well. They got a half a second as well on Tristan Cresson.
Well, I mean, we talked about Christia still being safe on pole position. That is no longer the case. Ferguson would move on. Ferguson still at 8 points. Christia currently running in 6th. That would put him on to 8 points. It would be a tie, and Royce Vega in 2nd place could snatch pole position. So Christia, he needs to finish in the top 5 to be sure of a pole position. At the moment, he's not there.
Last time by, fastest driver on course, the driver in 4th, Travis Pettit, actually right to the back bumper of Mike McGoy, and those two drivers are starting to make inroads on Royce Vega, who has fallen just off the back at times of his teammates, so not quite able to stay right with Ferguson.
Yeah, you can see Michael McGoy ducking the head of that machine as he tries to work his way forward. He's got some help right now there from Travis Pettit, the national number 3. They're a winner at the Summer Nationals at Newcastle this year. His first big national victory for Travis Pettit in that TKG Kart Republic machine. A good run here so far. And again, let's not talk even just about where you finish, just about the grid. Mike, it's another opportunity here to keep dialing that chassis in, right? Yeah, it's the 3rd heat race. They're thinking about tomorrow and kind of maybe the similar weather that we'll have tomorrow as well. These guys still working on trying to get the kart to be the best it can be.
And one of the benefits of only being in a single group is you know what all your competitors are doing at the same time. Unlike sometimes with the split groups, you'd only race with those certain groups once and some of the other guys all the time. You can see what your competitors are doing, where it's ebbing and where it's flowing. 10 laps only, you're going to have twice that, 20 laps in the main.
3 laps remaining here right now. Ferguson and Vega out now only by a half a second. Look how close Michael McGoy and Travis Pettit are. They have been working their way forward. Lap 6 was the best for Michael McGoy. The 161 RPM machine closing up. We are definitely going to have a battle for second before this is all said and done. A little bit of a gap right now, Henry, for Troy Ferguson. He's been able to pull 2-3 kart lengths on his teammate Royce Vega.
Yeah, as we watch the leaders come down towards turn number 3, the number 161 kart of McGoy and the number 103 of Pettit have worked really well together. They come out of 4 onto the short back straight to 5. 2, 4, 6, 7 karts still in contention. Laps winding down though. Ferguson and Vega, they've been working together, but the pace of those behind is really strong, and if I was Bennett, I wouldn't celebrate just yet.
Well, you were talking about McGoy and Pettit really working well together. How about the 4 drivers behind him went personal best all, and that's why it's now a 7 kart train back there trying to catch the top 2. And move to the inside, side by side down the straightaway. That's McGoy.
McGoy getting a good run. He's been digging hard to try to close in. Here comes Tristan Pettit as well, rather Travis Pettit. As he look to the inside, he does not. McGoy trying the outside. Pettit's going to try to run him, but he's going to get around the outside again. Watch for McGoy to potentially make a move to the inside here. Coming to turn number 3. Down to the bottom of the racetrack. Vega will try to cover off the bottom. Watch for McGoy again. Going to get some help, and here comes the rest of the guys. Just like Mike said, Cresson, Christia, Salmon, all right in there as well, trying to fight it up. Here comes Ashton Wood as well. Good little scrap. They'll see the white flag this next time by.
Yeah, the number 175 kart of Marco Sama has managed to tag onto the back of this lead train, and it's Ferguson Vega. Ferguson with a 0.4 of a second lead into turn number 9. This is their final chance to get a real good slipstream as the white flag in the air. The chasing pack all got their eyes squarely on the rear bumper of that number 143 kart of Troy Ferguson.
And here we go, final time around this racetrack. You know McGoy's been digging all race long. He's going to want to make that move. He's going to bring more guys with him. That's the trouble right now for Royce Vega. If the move happens to the inside, whether it's in 3 or 4, whatever it may be, you know McGoy is going to bring Pettit along with him. Indeed, here they come. Not quite enough to do it over here in 3 or 4. They'll move further back, as I believe that's Salmon getting by a spot as well. Or that was Christia getting by Cresson, pardon me. Here's your final time through 5 and 6. Big gap there for Troy Ferguson. As we got some yellow flags flying and 1 for a spin, but this is your final run down in to turn number 9. Big cover down the bottom. Here's the move to the inside as well. Do we get an over-under? We do not. and it's still going to be a Bennick 1-2. Royce Vega doing a great job holding back the Lions on that one as Ferguson gets the victory. Royce Vega coming home in second, just over a half a second back. Michael McGoy third, Travis Pettit fourth, and Ely Tristan Crisson rounding out your top five. Mike?
It looks like it's going to be, as I'm looking at the points here, Ferguson 203 to...
He'll have 8.
I think it might. The tiebreaker might go to Ferguson. That might be good enough for pole.
I know it's going to be Vega.
Vega, second.
Second place for Vega.
He's got
unofficially takes it pole. Max
7
Christia,
points.
he got up to 5th halfway around the last lap. That was a critical move, but then Ely Tristan Crisson got past him again, and I believe completely unofficially, of course, subject to post-race tech, Vega will move on to 7 points. Ferguson and Christia will have 8 points, but Ferguson qualified better than Christia, so Christia goes from first possibly to third. But there's a look at the actual race results.
In a Bennick front row.
That's it. It's an all Bennick front row. They lock it out with Ferguson and Vega. That's first and second on the racetrack. Again, Michael McGoy ends up third. Pettit, Crisson, fourth and fifth. Christia in sixth. Samet seventh. Noah Baglin, Ashton Woon, and Martin Jaramillo rounding out your top 10 and wrapping up the top 15. Ruben Gutierrez, Valentino Santillan, Tristan Murphy, Marco Romero, and Antonio Pizzonia Nito. Lucas Palacio up 7 spots into 17th. So Palacio, again, the driver, I think we all figured was going to be there. 22nd, 17-17. So just not the pace this weekend out of Palacio, which is, to me is a huge surprise.
But, so tomorrow's going to be the longest session they've had all week. The 12-minute practice sessions, I think on Wednesday they've had 8-minute practice sessions, 20 laps. There's still going to be an element of guesswork in terms of tire pressures, just in terms of, how do you set the pressures? Are you going to be fast at the start of the race and then run the risk as we go into uncharted territory like lap 17, lap 18, lap 19, the tires go off? Or do you have like a slow start but then know the your car's going to get quicker and quicker and quicker as the race progresses?
Fastest lap was Michael McGoy, 52.2. You got to come down to Palacio, 53.5. Over a second off the pace right now for Palacio. Not what we've seen this year.
Yeah, granted, there's going to be some draft game in there. We know the front runners are going to go a little bit quicker, but still a second is more than just draft. So the Palacio camp definitely going to be going to work here trying to find a little bit more for the big one tomorrow.
Exactly that. 1 down, 6 to go as 7 races here lined up for this afternoon. It will be X30 Junior on the grid, Master Shifter, followed by the 2 categories for Pro X30 and Pro Shifter, a couple LCQs. We'll have a little bit of a break before we go LCQ racing, get things lined up for that. Of course, we've got the roll-off as well. And I got a little more information on the roll-off. We had a lot of fun with that. So, as we know, there is obviously 4 categories with LCQs. So, the drivers who come in from the roll-off, there'll be 4 drivers that won the roll-off. IMS Barriers and actually Florida Winter Tour 1.0. That was good old Bill Wright. They're putting up $500, I believe, to the best hard charger of the roll-off guys.
Oh, wow.
So if you rolled off, if you're the one that moves forward in the roll-off, $500 cash from Chris Egger and Bill Wright.
So you have a scenario where like, hey, okay, I made the show. That's cool. Probably not going to win. Wait a second.
Yeah.
I do have a prize to shoot for. That's a nice little carrot. I like that.
IMS Barriers and Florida Winter Tour version 1.0. Serious fun. Bill Wright, if you've been around a long time, you know the name Bill Wright. He was the guy that did that Florida Winter Tour for so many years, a great friend of the sport. So they threw some cash in. So again, if you're starting at the very tail of the field in the roll-off, you got a chance to make some cash.
Very cool.
Indeed.
It adds to that whole dice roll thing too, right?
Hey,
the old gamble game.
You're in Vegas, you roll the dice, you might earn some money. Here we go, your starting grid.
Bill Wright actually watching the broadcast right now, so we give a shout out to Bill Wright. He made a post on the chat. So, Bill, thank you so much, man. We need to have you back out here. Obviously, Bill, you know what? There's another one. The year that I think it was 2003 when we did it live on HDNet, the broadcast, Bill Wright actually took care of the PA for me because I was doing the live broadcast as well. So Bill Wright, a former announcer here at the SuperNationals. Alex Mercado starting on the pole alongside Brody Yendel, the Australian, very impressive for RPG. Yendel on the outside. It'll be all Nash on row number 2. Charlie Smith on the inside, Steve Miller on the outside.
Diego Ardiles and Sasha Van Pambosch from the Netherlands on row number 3. Enzo Wittmann and Turner Brown on row number 4.
Rawls and Performance Group locking out row number 5 with Augustus Toniolo on the inside, Amador Martinez on the outside. Nix Eggleston will start in the 11th spot alongside another RPG driver, Jackson Wolney.
Truly Adams and Sarah Bradley go from row number 7. Oliver Weldon and Diego Guillo on row number 8.
Capping off your top 10 rows, Alexander Gonzalez for Nash Motorsports on the inside in the 704. Giovanni Santora on the comp card on the outside, Alexander Jacoby and Christian Cameron on row number 10.
The second half of this 40-plus strong field, row number 11, Antoine Lemieux and Alexander Vonchev, then Peyton Westcott and Pierce Wade.
Row number 13, drivers starting 25th to 26th, Jensen Burnett from Speed Concepts Motorsport entry on the inside, Ty Fisher on the outside in the Race Lab TB Kart. Then we've got Gavin Witt starting the number 777 on the inside of 14, alongside Felipe Benito.
Inside of row number 15, Levi Sanguera and Alan Bonilla, then Sebastian Rist and Frederic Lemieux.
The rest of the field, Mateus Ramalho, Sidney Castles, Arrive Capita Bossu, and then Chase Gassioli, Grayson Thorpe double on the inside of row 19, Gavin Wardle, Stefano Tinakos, and Nathan Dupuis rounding out your top 20 rows.
Max Weiland, Gianmatteo Russo, Archer Eversman, Alexander Chartier, and that is the conclusion. 44 drivers, all of whom is going to make the main.
One quick point I want to make before we start getting rolling. We've had the couple of races where it's like, it's pretty straightforward who might have pole. It is wide open in this category.
There you go. Work to be done here in race number 3 to see who locks off the front row for Super Sunday here on X30 Junior. Field looking good. Nice and slow coming up here. Mercado on the inside. Yendel on the outside. Time to dial things in. X30 Junior is green, green, green. And they're underway. Good. Down to the bottom of the racetrack. Mercado trying to hold the spot. Great run around the outside for the 733 of Stephen Miller. He's going to come out P2.
Yeah, it was a good start from the inside row, Mercado and Smith as the planes out of board. Oh, we got too wide into turn number 3 for second position. The two Nash Motorsport teammates there just working ahead of a fast-starting Dutchman, calling the Flying Dutchman, Sasha Van Pambosch in the brightly green TB kart there. The rest of the field all getting through cleanly, most unlike Junior X30, Rob.
Big start for Mercado as he's been able to pull away. You see Van Podbosch back in for another spot, up to third position now here for Van Podbosch. And again, it's that 7-12 of Charlie Smith now up into second. Stephen Miller went to P2, but has fallen back to fourth on the opening lap. You can see them pulling away, and he's got Miller's got Yendel right behind him as well. So, and even though it's a great start here right now for Alex Mercado, Charlie Smith leading the charge of the next 8 drivers.
Yeah, I like that kind of heads-up move there. Mercado looked behind him. He knew he had space. He opened it up to go as fast as possible. Don't go defensive and go slow if you can get away with it.
I had to look over the shoulder. Let's see where I am right now. I got a pretty good lead. Let's see if I can't extend a bit. So Mercado looking good. 0.8 of a second at the line. But you'll see he's not even in the screenshot here right now. A good run here for him. And there's then Potbosch, I believe, up into the second spot now. The TV car driver up in to P2.
Now, I know we're going to be talking, obviously, about what we're looking at on screen, but just for you at home to bear in mind, Yendel, Ardiles, Brown, and Vidmontien almost tied in points. Whichever one of those drivers, Brody Yendel, Diego Ardiles, Turner Brown, Enzo Vidmontien, finishes in front of the other 3, that'll be pole position for the final. At the moment, none of them are actually up in the top 2. It's Mercado and Van Pambosch leading the way. Then it is Charlie Smith, and the sort of Stephen Miller is next. So at the moment, it would be Ardiles in 5th position who would be on pole for the final. Hard to believe.
Yeah, and this is it, right? We're going to be doing some math here for the end of this one to see who's going to lock out the front row for tomorrow's Super Sunday main event. Again, the lineup for tomorrow, we'll see the X30 Juniors right around 115. Watching one driver is falling down a couple of spots. What happened, you think, Mike, to Turner Brown?
Turner Brown, one of the drivers we're talking about being in the fight for the pole position right now, rolling back there. Well, now just moved up to 12th, was all the way back to 16th. So Turner Brown having to hit the reset button after a very tough start. Actually making the move right now in the turn 1 corner, but Brown did not have the start of this heat that he needed as other drivers getting together here in turn 1 as well.
Yeah, we've stacked 3 drivers up here in turn number 1, one of them being one of the Nash carts 709. That is Peyton Westcott involved. It's a Sodi kart there as well, and one of the Speed Concepts carts. I believe the 719 involved here as well, the 719 of Christian Cameron. And
the other driver was Nathan Dupuis. And do you know what, Rob? I was just about to say that of all the drivers in the class, Nathan Dupuis has made it the most positions out of all of them. He's gained 17 positions in both of his 2 heat races so far, but he's now going to find himself right down at the back as we start lap number 5 with the Dutchman. Oh, there's Dupuis. It has not been... It has not been a great situation
No.
Saturday for Nathan Dupuy. We will see him in the final tomorrow, but we have got a battle at the front between Van Panbosch, Smith, Mercado, and Ardiles.
Yeah, then Podbosh back to the front. I'll tell you, the Race Lab crew, Craig Fider and that team for TB Kart USA, they're having a fantastic weekend right now. We've seen a bunch of those TB Karts up front.
And you were talking about in the previous race there where we were watching the kids go around, it's also an opportunity to fine-tune your ride. Hey, these guys are all in the same group as well. They're not getting split up. So you are getting a chance to see how you are doing against everybody else. We get a chance to see if they're getting faster here right when it counts.
And you talked about the fact this is really up in the air of who's going to get the pole. The guy coming in with the least points right now, 5 points for Brody Yendel, but he's now down in the 7th position. Diego Ardiles, who was second, now P4. So this is still wide open to see who's going to have the pole position for Super Sunday.
A 7-kart breakaway effectively at the front. Van Panbosch, Smith, Mercado, Ardiles, Miller, Vidmontien, and then Yendel. A gap back to Toniolo in 8th place, followed by Gonzalez and Oliver Weldon. Then it's Turner Brown fighting back after what was a mystery issue for him. He dropped right back to 16th, but he's on his way back up through the order. But as they come into turn number 9, Van Panbosch on that TB kart looking really strong, and he's actually out of the slipstream there. I think Smith is going to struggle to catch him on the main straight. It's going to take at least another lap for Smith to catch Van Panbosch before he can even think about doing something about passing him.
Yeah,
what do I know? He's taking the lead.
I was going to say, indeed, he's only about a 10th off, but there he is, already in the lead right now. So a big move there. As we're making a move down to the inside there. It's still Van Panbosch up front, but the battle further back, I believe that now maybe Diego Ardiles up into the second spot, where Ardiles runs on track. That may be enough for him to grab the pole position if he comes home P2. And again, Brody Yendel, the driver, coming in on top. 6th currently on the racetrack, still in the middle of that big group there at the very tail of the group. Here they come once again. Look at Ardiles trying to close back. Another one of the Kart Republic drivers, Enzo Vidmontien, now getting the elbows up. He's in the middle of the fight as well.
See the spectators looking on, keenly there. Now, Charlie Smith, he's been one of the most aggressive drivers here, and I realise why. He's got Matt Cooley from the UK mechanicking from him, and in the UK we lick the stamp and send it at any given opportunity. And and there's that is the number. Who was that? What a speed concept there. Mercado getting bounced around there as we run lap number 8. Van Panbosch still leads.
Mike, a little trouble coming through that corner there through turn number 2. Got up on the curb and just unsettled the cart and actually set him wide.
No, exactly. And if you're the driver's right behind him, you're like, well, oh, thank you very much. Down to the inside, unfortunately, Mercado to the back. And that's kind of been the thing. Mercado's been fast, started up front, right, with the pole and whatnot, but every single race, something's either happened or whatnot to go backwards.
2 to go this time by. 2 laps remaining. Sasha Van Panbosch out front by about a half a second from Enzo Vidmontien. Brody Yendel now works his way up into 3rd. So Yendel to P3. That would be enough for the pole for Yendel and the RPG driver. Diego Ardiles could actually be an RPG lockout if they run right now, because they got 2 drivers right up front. Diego Ardiles and Brody Yendel looking to try to go on the front row here in X30 Junior. Charlie Smith 5th. Stephen Miller back at 6th spot. Mercado, Brown, Toniolo, and Oliver Weldon rounding out your top 10. White flag will fly this time by.
My eyes are on P2 driver Enzo Vidmontien. Was 0.3 of a second faster last time. Now under half a second. A big lunge here will get closer and maybe close enough to grab a little bit of draft at the end of the straightaway. Look how that KR gets through the corner. Down the straightaway, going to have one more shot out of Vidmontien. Close enough for the last corner, we'll find out.
And here's the thing, Brody Yendel finishes in 3rd. That would give him 8 points. If Vidmontien finishes 2nd, he's got 8 points. You go back to the qualifier again, and that's how crazy it is. Move to the inside. Vidmontien with the lead. That could be for pole. Here comes Yendel, though. They may go 3 wide. Down the inside, they're going to go 3 wide, maybe. No, contact. Yendel's going to drive through to take the lead, and Vidmontien got to hold on. No, Yendel not into the lead yet. What a pass to the inside. That is Van Panbosch working it. Yendel looking to the inside. Now, bit of contact through. Oh, Yendel goes elbows up. He gets a great pass to the inside of turn number 6. Last time down into turn number 9 now. To the bottom of the racetrack. Talk about stealing away the pole position. Stay on the wall, boys. Brody Yendel is going to win here in Heat 3. Yendel to the pole on Super Sunday.
Wow. I mean, that right there is a scenario where it's not going to be over until the very, very end. Like, Vidmontien got in there, but then that 3-wide move in the end just blew the entire thing open.
Well, that was kind of tit for tat, wasn't it? Because you can see that coming through turn number 4, we saw that then Podbosh kind of used him up a bit on the outside. Then Yendel gave it back to him over in turn number 6. I like that. Let's have a look at the replay. Mike, walk us through it.
So this is after the whole first part's gone. This is going to go into the chicane, and you can see just trying to hold on to it there, and there's the contact there from Van Podbosch and into the fence, just ever so slightly going to fall back. Yendel's got it, but that was a bit argy-bargy there.
Like I said, kind of back and forth. We talked about the pass earlier, and then coming down to the bottom of the racetrack. Kind of a little bit of defense, but enough attacking but the further back. And you look at that big jump there as well. Turner Brown, who fell all the way back, he makes the move to the inside to come back to P2.
That is the move of the week so far by Turner Brown. He went into the last corner, 7th, came out 2nd. 5 into 1 does go. It be wild, Turner Brown.
I think that could be for off pole.
Well, and I was just going to say, we've talked about drivers who are big movers moving on up. Some like to just go from the back to the front. Others, well, I don't know, say Brown likes to go, no, I'll start up front, go backwards for a while. He was 16th earlier in the race.
An unbelievable drive for Turner Brown, getting himself back up there, but it'll be the Aussie Brody Yendel starting on the pole, we believe again. Unofficially, we haven't got any pushbacks yet, but based on how they run the racetrack, Yendel, Brown, Smith, Ardiles, and Mercado, your top 5. Vidmontien, 6th. Toniolo, 7th. Van Podbosch, who led all the way back to 8th after the contact over in turn number 6. Stephen Miller in 9th, and Oliver Weldon will round out the top 10. Great job for Weldon there, up 5 spots as well. 2 down, 5 still to go. Let's head down to Alexander Searle with an interview on pit lane.
Thank you, Rob. We're here with Carol Paschwitz. Carol, after a pretty good warm-up session for you, is this signs you've kind of turned around some of the bad luck from yesterday?
Yeah, we find another setup that is really quick on these conditions. We put new tires. We feel really good with it. Yeah, unlucky in the heat too. Spun because of the guy in the back hit me. It's unlucky, and yeah, I'll try my best in the heat 3.
Yeah, I mean, talk to me about how kind of the conditions are, right? It's been the hottest day we've seen all week long. Is the track changed at all, or is it pretty much maintained from what we saw yesterday?
Yeah, the track is improving lap by lap. As you can see by the times, we improved around half a second comparing to yesterday. So, yeah, the track is improving.
All right, well, thank you, Carol. Good luck.
Thank you.
Guys, we'll take the opportunity as well. Of course, today, November the 11th, we haven't talked much about it yet. It is Veterans Day and Canada Remembrance Day, as we call it. So again, we to say thank you to all of our veterans. We have a number of them here trackside with us. One of them driving on the racetrack as well with Brandon Ward. So again, thank you to all of those who have served their countries. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate everything that you have done to give us the freedom that we have here in both Canada, of course, and the USA.
Exactly, and of course, karting, it means so much to all these drivers. We're seeing the highs and the lows, but one thing that drivers have to remember, it's a sport. We're karting. Hey, you're here, you're doing it, you know, it's only a sport.
That's exactly
and,
that, yes.
Yeah, in the greater scheme of things, you know, you're very lucky to be doing what you love to do.
We're very, very lucky, 100% on that. Now, getting set to go with the drivers of the Master Shifter category, brought to you by Peterson Wealth Management. Jordan Musser's had a great run so far. A couple of victories here. He's exactly where he needs to be. Robert Boudouchot will start on the outside, but there he is right there. Jordan Musser in the 660. This is a guy that has won almost everything you can win here in the U.S. Indeed, everything you can win other than the SuperNationals as a Master Shifter driver. Obviously, 5-time Rotax champion as well. This guy has done it all. The Techs are looking to get that one big win. Things are going really well right now for the PSL Karting Burrell ART driver.
And a top 6 finish will secure pole position for the final for Musser. So obviously everyone's fighting for the other minor placings, but Musser, he can control things. He can manage his own race. It's a rare luxury at SuperNationals to be able to go into your last heat, you could be able to just manage yourself and, you know, control your own destiny.
There is Gary Carlton right there. His driver Brian Keck of the GFC starting on the inside of row number 2. Keck in the number 681 has done a good job, 4th and 3rd. His 2 races after having trouble in qualifying. We'll have a look at the grid right now as Jordan Musser, as we know, starting on the pole position. It says David Foray, so it's Musser on the outside. Remember, Foray had the issue in the opening heat race, had to start 5th. He qualifies on pole. Car wouldn't start for heat race number 2, an issue there. He's fallen to the tail of the field. So Foray starting on the pole alongside Jordan Musser. Robert Boudouchot in the Magic Kart starting in the 3rd spot alongside the CRG of Ron White Racing's Vincent Cassard.
On the inside of row 3, Scott Presti, and then on the outside of row 3, Skitchy Barnes. former Formula 1 driver Antonio Pizzonia Jr. from Brazil, and the son of former IndyCar driver Dennis Vitolo, Jonathan Vitolo, goes the outside of row number 4.
Talked about Brian Keck already, currently sitting third in the points after 2 heat races. The GFC driver launching from the inside of row number 5. He'll start alongside Joe Rook in the Maranello. Then we've got Victor Jimenez in the number 607 starting 11th alongside the Worm, Larry Pegram on the TKG Kart Republic.
Antoine Iligo and John Crow go from row number 7. AJ Naud and Michael Gauche go from row number 8.
Cap off your top 20 with Croc Promotion driver Rusty Lingle out of the Pacific Northwest. Veteran driver Captain America Derek Wang moving over from X30 Master to Shipmaster Shifter. He'll start in the 18th spot. Capping off your top 10, Pro Tour champion Luis Quiones in the factory car number 601. The champion from 2022, Robert Fiege, starting on the outside of that row.
Row number 11 on what should be a 43 kart grid. We will see row number 11. Well, we got
further back.
Yeah, we got further back. But it's okay. We got Ken Schilling, Martin Cloder, Patrick O'Neill, Louis Gautier are next up. And again, still, there's great front runners, and there's some really good, some characters towards the back of the field. The hobby drivers, the drivers that are, how should we say this? Maybe not in the first spring of youth, shall we say?
That's what Masters Racing is all about. We know that, folks. It's 30 years of age and up. We've got guys 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s in our Masters categories. And again, watching, Davide Fore work his way up to the pole position. Like I said before, third in the opening heat race, at the very tail, 46th in race number 2. He's currently 22nd in points, so Fore looking to try to get himself a 0 to move him a little bit farther up the order.
I love this grid. We've got everyone on this grid, from world karting champions, ex-Formula 1 drivers. We've even got an ex-professional soccer player, Ruben Milan, playing for Malaga in La Liga. He would go up against Luis Figo and Zinedine Zidane in his day on the pitch. Now he's on the circuit. He's going up against the like of Pizzonia, Fore, and, of course, the former AMA Superbike rider, Larry Pegram.
Indeed. This is a star-studded field here in Master Shifter, right there with Jordan Musser, multi-time champion, as I said. Field set to the lights. Oh, a long way down that one. Green, and a good start for Musser. Good start for Foray as well. But they're going to drag race down into turn number 1. Look at that. Musser leads him into turn number 1. What a great start for Musser. A couple of drivers getting together here a bit further back through turn number 1. They'll stack them up through turn number 2. Great start there for Musser from the outside of the front row. As we've got a couple of drivers involved, one into the barriers here. The number 669 into the barriers.
That's Luis Gautier, the PSL karting Birol ART chassis. He's up and out of the kart. Antoine Iligo from the Sony kart team was the driver that ran very wide and almost like skirted the curtain to use the cushion, rather, to use a sprint car phrase around the outside of turn number 1. But up at the front, it's a clear lead from Jordan Musser, a perfect getaway.
Good start as well for Scott Barnes. Skitchy, the Bermuda driver, got up into 3rd spot. He has not had a good weekend so far for Skitchy Barnes. Well down the order right now, 45th. Results of 37 and 43. He needs a good result here to try to move him well up the order. All right, so listen, folks, we saw the lead here we got right now for Jordan Musser and Davide Fore, but Musser, what a great launch. Mike, let's have a look at this. We got a replay of the start to see how Musser was able to take the lead from the former world champion.
Yeah, he was able to get through, obviously, all around the outside as we already are into it, and then we had the issues further back. I'm not sure who that was that went around the outside, but then things go haywire here and turn. Oh, there it was.
Yep.
I don't know if there's a hip check as much as just trying to get out of the way for the other guys on the right.
Yeah, just unlucky, I think, for Gauthier there. Wrong place at the wrong time.
Oh, and more action.
That's Scott Presti, I think.
Yeah, that's Scott Presti, the Ralph Schumacher car, and the number 653 of Joe Rook. Oh, Joe Rook has got a big fan club here. The Indianapolis-based driver gets it turned around, but Presti from P3 is now DNF.
That was late in the corner. That was on the back side of it.
And that's 6th and 7th as well in the points. Talk about a huge drop for Presti and Rook, both those drivers lining up to potentially start the top 3 rows.
Well, and think about that. Foray had the deal, so now it's going to be all right around the same place. These guys are going to be right next to each other in the main.
Indeed that. Well, again, this is so crucial to not make a mistake here. Scott Barnes on the other end of the spectrum, 2 rough races, trying to see if he can't work his way back forward.
New leader, Davide Fore.
All right, what happened to Jordan Musser as he has gone backwards? Jordan Musser, falling back to P4. Not sure what happened there. Davide Fore's gone back to the lead here right now. Scott Barnes and Robert Budasho, the teammates at Magic Kart USA, going at it right now. Budasho now runs in second. Barnes in third. Musser back to fourth. Still enough for the pole, but Musser back to P4 right now. But we got an interview down on pit lane. Let's head to one of our reporters.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. I'm here with Thomas Savu. Thomas, you know, it's been kind of an up and down weekend. You start out really slow, but yesterday you were able to find a lot of pace, getting back in the groove and finding yourself in the top 5 in the heats. How's the car been feeling this weekend?
Yeah, the Kart Republic is on rail since the beginning of the weekend. Trinity has been putting a lot of work back home, so we got a great package, and I think it's going to be very competitive tomorrow as well.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Thomas.
Thomas DeVos sounding pretty confident there that he's going to be able to go. We saw how good he was in the heat races yesterday, so we'll see what happens with Novo today. But again, action here right now. Davide Fore trying to get the victory here that would help him move up the order significantly.
Yes, indeed. And I was going to say, Musser is now starting to sort of make his way back up the order. Now, unfortunately, our cameras missed the move, but I can imagine that Davide Fore goes, hey, I am unhappy with how his weekend has gone so far, and I will go and send it up the inside, and Musser, you will get out of the way. I can predict that.
I.e., he passed.
Yeah. And Musser was then left on the outside, hung out to dry. But of course, yeah, Fore, 49 years young, and really, really fired up after some issues yesterday.
Musser able to get by Skitchy Barnes to move him back into the third spot. Jordan Musser again looking to lock down the pole position. A couple of wins already. As Henry had mentioned, all he's got to do is finish in the 6th spot, and he will lock down the pole position. Anything better than 6th, and Jordan Musser will launch from the inside of the front row. Doesn't seem to matter, though. He launched from outside of the front row and was able to get by Fore on the opening lap. Driver slowing, coming through. Who's having trouble there?
Is that Fore? No, I know it was a driver in second place. That could be Bujoso, possibly. Crossing the line, Pitsonia Junior did have who's coming into the pits. We just missed the number coming into the pits. They will see a driver dropping down the order, or it may have been we didn't quite. There's yellow flags waving down at turn number 9. The number 617 has gone around. That's Brad Danoff.
We'll have a look. We'll have a look when they come back around to line things up. We got 4 more laps to go. Let's go back down to pit lane as we've got Oliver Hodgson standing by.
Thank you, Rob. Oliver, it's been a tale of two halves for you, right? I mean, KA Senior hasn't really gone your way, but you're fast. X30, you're really, really quick. First of all, KA100, I mean, you're able to sneak out there and not make the LCQ, so you're going to be further back in the KA class, but how are you feeling?
Yeah, so tale of two halves, if you like. Qualifying up front in the X30 and at the back of the KA. And KA was really good today. It was the best it could have gone. Was super quick in the heat, moving up, I think, 30 spots. We got through that LCQ on the used tyres. So, yeah, we've seen how wild the racing's been at the front, so I'm excited to go at it, especially with the guys at the front probably tripping over themselves. We'll see how many spots we can make up. But the potential to get pretty high up is there, so it'll all come down to how good my decision-making is in the race.
Well, there you go, and shifting gears really quickly, right? X30, you're really quick, got a good chance starting maybe on pole for tomorrow. I mean, where's your head at going on this one?
Yeah, again, it's business as usual. I'm really happy with my kart, so yeah, I'm just going to enjoy this one, and yeah, ecstatic for tomorrow. Yeah.
Thank you, Ollie.
Thank you.
So a couple of different operations for him, right? KA100, which many people picked him to win. He's going to be having to do a little more work in that category. But like he said, X30 Senior looking very strong. He's got one more heat race to lock down the pole. Watching now this fight again here as Jordan Musser, I believe, able to get by Robert Budasho. Or is that actually the fight still with Brian Keck? No, that's now the fight as Keck was able to get by Scott Barnes. Skitchy now running in the 5th spot. Keck up into 4th. He's putting the pressure on Jordan Musser. Here is your leader right now, Davide Fore. White flag will fly this time by. 1 more lap to go. Fore, Budasho, 1-2. Musser 3rd. Keck 4th. Barnes 5th. Cassard, Pizzonia, Vitolo. We move Cassard down to 8th as Pizzonia and Vitolo able to get by Cassard. Jimenez and Crow rounding out the top 10.
What I like to see is this pace out of Budasho here, because Budasho is going to be up there with Musser. Fore's not going to be in the conversation right away because of the bad no start from the other heat. So it's going to be Budasho who's matching pace right now with Fore and is actually quicker. Or there it is, Musser just going personal best about the same time. So identical. We could have a heck of a race on our hands, but I think it's going to be Musser and Budasho, and perhaps that guy right there behind Musser, Keck, doing it in the main.
I think that's your front 3 drivers coming out of the gate on Super Sunday. I think you're exactly right with that. Budasho, Miller, and Keck will be the drivers of the checker flag flies. It's a 0.3 of a second win for Davide Fore, so he'll lock down on 49 points. We'll see how that plays out for the drivers behind him. Not sure how much further he's going to go up the order. Budajo ends up in second, Musser third, so Musser will start on the pole position. Budajo on the outside of the front row, and Brian Keck, based on that fourth place finish, is going to start on the inside of row number 2, and I believe it'll be Antonio Pizzonia Jr. on the outside of row 2. He ended up finishing 6th, right behind Sketchy Barnes. Big one for Barnes to work his way back forward, but again, he's still going to be deep in the field. Jonathan Vitolo, 7th, Vincent Cassard, 8th, Jimenez and Crow, 9th and 10th. Another good run there for Larry Pegram as well. He was 9th coming in, so he's probably another top 10 start for Larry Pegram. AJ Now, Derek Wang, Michael Gouache, and Luis Quiones running out the top 15.
Yeah, don't count out Pizzonia Jr. yet. You don't get the Formula One and drive 20 Grand Prix to the likes of Jaguar and Williams without knowing how to pedal a go-kart. And also, yeah, Pegram and Now, 2 drivers. We've hardly mentioned them throughout the course of the heat races. They've been slowly going about their business, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see them up on the top 3 or 4 rows of the grid come the main event tomorrow.
Mini Swift done, X30 Junior done, Master Shifter done. 4 pro races for you. The final round of heats for X30 Pro and Pro Shifter getting set to roll. We'll have ourselves likely around a 45 or 50-minute break before we go into LCQ, set to go at 4:30 and 4:45 for X30 Senior and Pro Shifter respectively. There is still so much to be done here, Mike, in heat race number 3. We call it Situation Saturday for a reason. This is where drivers step up. Number 1, they're trying to see what they can do to lock in their starting spot for Super Sunday. And number 2, like talked about already, we're still working on trying to get the kart better and better.
Exactly, and you got a scenario where you're looking at this driver right here in the 377, Jesus Vasquez Jr., one of the fastest drivers in the category, but if I'm correct, I believe he was in the fence late in the second heat race and ended up going towards the back.
Actually, his first heat race, 27th.
First one, okay, so there's a scenario where you've got a lot of speed in some of these drivers, but they're going to end up starting further back, so they really need to make sure their karts are good because they're going to have to haul the mail and have everything go their way on Sunday.
How about the other driver who was involved? We know a race win for Ryan Norberg in race number 2, but heat race number 1, 32nd on the order after a DQ for Ryan Norberg. So again, he's all the way back right now in 30th. He needs another win to leapfrog himself somewhere up into maybe the top 15 if possible.
There's a lot of talent, a lot of speed that is actually having conversations about making sure they're in the game versus just going for the win.
And that, indeed, exactly that, as the driver's getting set to roll here in this category. Let's have a look at the grid for Pro X30, brought to you by Rolloff Performance Group, and we'll have a look at where these guys will launch. Great qualifying run for Austin Garrison from Speed Concepts Racing. He puts himself on the pole position. Garrison, though, coming in here currently 6th in the points, so he's going to get focused on another win, but he's alongside Ellie Goldstein in that Race Lab TB kart. Goldstein currently P5, excuse me, and then Jesus Vasquez Jr., we talked about that one issue. He'll start on row 2 alongside Donovan Bonilla.
England's Oliver Hodgson and Caleb Gafrara on row number 3. Thomas Neveau, NASCAR Pinty Series driver from Canada. He shares row number 4 with the returning Tom Grice, last year's X30 Masters champion.
7th place right now in the points as well for Grice. What a tremendous run moving from Masters to Senior here this weekend. Alexander Kardashian, I think, 4 or 5 straight top 10s now. He's been running so well. He'll start on the outside, or inside rather, of row number 5 in the 355. Adam Rylance will be on the outside in the number 340. Row 6, Nicholas Terlecki in the Franklin Motorsports Merlin alongside the Sodi kart driver Harley Keeble.
Former world karting champion Mateus Morgato starts at the inside of row 7 ahead of Laurent Legault. Ariel Elkin and Braden Eves are on row number 8. That's right, world champion on row 7.
Yeah, engines firing up. Santiago Fernandez will be on the inside of row 9 alongside Christian Miles, while Diego Ramos for PSL Karting will start in the 19th position. Austin Lee for Nash Motorsports in 20th.
Austin Lee, one of the youngest drivers in this class, born in Portland, Oregon, now based in Germany, does a lot of racing in the UK. Kalai Atkins, the IAMI World Final champion this year and European Series champion. He's on the inside of row 11 alongside Denmark's Frederick Lund. Gia Cicero, who has just become the only lady driver in the Senior X30 class to join the We Can All Race Diversity Wins program alongside Maxim Hartonian.
Further back, Nicolas Corrales and Luke French, and then we'll have Brian Garcia and Wout Kirsten, Sebastian Garcia and Dylan Ulender on row 15. Row 16, Maximo Tovigino and Isaac Feiners. 16 rows, 32 drivers, A versus B. the first of 2 races here in Pro X30.
The current European and IAMI World Final champion in this race on row 11. The 2022 CIK FIA World Karting Champion on row number 7. Goldstein from Belgium, the grandson of former 5-time World Karting Champion. Hodgson, a Rotax Grand Finals champion. Grice, a multiple champion. Keeble, European British champion. This Ramos is there. This is a stacked field. It's just a heat race. Can you imagine what it's going to be like when we get to a final? Is there a seat here? I need to sit down and a seatbelt to strap myself in for this one. It's going to be world class.
Garrison on the inside, Goldstein on the outside, Vasquez Jr. and Bonilla on row number 2. Drivers running around here on their second warm-up lap. We'll bring them up to a pause and slow as they come onto the front straightaway to get things underway. Thomas Grice, so impressive. The Masters winner for last year for PSL Karting, currently 8th on the racetrack. That's where he'll launch from, but he is now sitting 7th. So a good start so far. If Grice holds on, he's going to be a top 10 starter on Super Sunday. Garrison looking to see if he can capitalize as well. Finishes a 4th and 6th from the pole position. He needs a better run there to try to move his way forward. Great run in qualifying, as we know, for Garrison. It has not paid off in a race win as of yet, but he'll launch from pole alongside Ellie Goldstein. Goldstein was impressive as well. 9th in the opening race. He won the second race, so if he wins again here, we could see him potentially on the pole position for the Super Sunday main event. Field now set, though. Drivers working their way up the straightaway. Time to go green flag racing. Pro X30, Heat 3, A versus B. Crucial moves here early to see where you're going to start on Super Sunday. Field set. In the tram lines, green, 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 racing down into turn number 1, and Garrison holding the spot, getting pushed a bit by Vasquez. On the outside is Goldstein. He's going to go back to likely 4th, maybe 5th, but it's a whole shot start for Garrison. Big move down the bottom. No, it's moved a little bit there, and although Vasquez has the spot, doesn't hold on. Goldstein trying to go around the outside. They're going to go side by side up into turn number 5.
Oliver Hodgson spoke with the grid about his decision making. He now has several decisions to make as he shuffled back to 4th position. They're side by side. What a start from Austin Garrison. Garrison, who does need a result. He's 6th in the points at the moment, though. And side by side, there's Goldstein getting his elbows out there. Hodgson. Oh, Goldstein inches away from disaster. He scrapes the barrier, scuffs it up a little bit, and they're side by side. But look at this. Garrison is going to have a huge lead at the end of lap number 1.
I had to look down and double check this wasn't the LCQ. They are going so hard out of the gate. You think some of these guys are going for the win right now, and it means everything. Now it's going to start to dial back 3 wide as we go down to turn number 3.
Austin Garrison's going to turn around and go, what the heck happened? How did I get this lead on the opening lap? He's essentially long gone. I don't know if anybody will be able to roll him up. Elbows up for a lot of these drivers. Look at these guys swerving back and forth. A couple of hip checks coming through turn number 5 and 6. Elbows up here in heat race 3. One driver off. Into the barriers.
Is that Goldstein? It's Goldstein.
Oh, you are kidding me.
The Belgian driver in the barriers. I think he may have had a little bit of assistance.
I think he had a little help for sure, but that's the driver who is 5th place coming in points. Falling tail of the field. Once again, folks, welcome to Situation Saturday.
This is the deal we were talking about. It's like if you're already up there, maybe you can play a little bit smart. That being said, when it is so elbows up like that, it's survival. How do I stop the bleeding? How do I keep from falling backwards? So you fight a little harder. This time, out of room is Goldstein.
Top 10 sees Garrison lead, Hodgson 2nd, Vasquez, Gaffera, Padilla, top 5, Grice 6th, Naveau 7th, Keeble 8th, Morgado 9th, and another top 10 run here for Kardashian. Alexander Kardashian has been so good within the top 10 in both KA and X30. He's digging hard here right now, but this is huge. Garrison out to almost 3 seconds from Oliver Hodgson. Hodgson P2 would lock down the pole. Look at the lead for Garrison right now. This is huge for him, especially with Goldstein having the issue. Garrison may be able to move himself up into one of the front 2 rows.
Yeah, it absolutely did. It's about drivers just beating themselves. Hodgson talked about it. He said, drivers taking each other out. Drivers sort of putting themselves in a bad position. The line coming out of turn number 1 is getting wider and wider and wider. But here's the battle for 3rd place. There's a move. That's the leading edge motorsport kart number 354 of Caleb Gaffara making the move. Now, just to give you an idea, Keeble there 7th, Grice is 6th, But I mean, the current Miami World Final champion, Kalai Atkins, is not even in the top 40 in points at the moment, and he's only running 35th. He's only running about 25th at the moment on the track.
Indeed. So an issue there. We still see that Goldstein running on the back of the pack, trying to see if he can't catch up, make a couple of spots, maybe contact could move him up a little bit. We do have a look at the replay of what happened. We know there was a bit of contact. Mike, walk us through this one.
So you can see they're already going into their sideways and they're trying to hold that side, and you'd think you'd be able to carry a little bit, but there's just not going to have the room. Exiting out like he does not exist is what happened. And when you're out there, you're stuck. You're just needing a little bit of love. No love was given.
And it just, he just kind of tickled the wall a little bit, and then immediately bite and shot him in to the left. So a tough one for Ellie Goldstein. He's digging to see if he can't maybe get one or two more spots. But again, we're just at the halfway point. It'll be crossed halfway flags next time by. 5 down, 5 to go. Garrison still leading by almost 3 seconds from Oliver Hodgson. He's got some room against Caleb Gaffera. How about a great run for Caleb Gaffera here as well, as he's trying to see if he can't work his way a little farther forward.
Just ran purple. Caleb Gaffera, the fastest driver on the circuit, and by about 2/10 from Oliver Hodgson, closing the deal.
So 19th in the opening race for Caleb. 3rd in race number 2. That's where he's running right now. Going to potentially work his way, but he's a little further down the order. 22nd now in points, but this would be a big, huge move for Caleb Gaffera if he can hold on to that spot.
Now I know we're on lap 6 out of 10, so only 4 to go, but Goldstein did get his car back out and running. He's running stone last. He's running 32nd at the moment, but he's still in the race. At this point, he will be keeping his fingers and toes crossed that there are more incidents in front of him. There's more drivers that fall out. Just to claw back as many points as he can, because again, he's gone from a situation where he's looking good for a strong start to being right down at the back.
Yeah, the best he's going to be with a 32nd will put him down in like 41st or 42nd because those drivers, well, it depends on what happens to the drivers around him, of course, but he's going to be 100% outside the top 20. Other drivers digging up forward. We'll see how it plays out for Goldstein. He'll be definitely one to watch in the main event, I'm going to say that.
Well, and remember, this is half of the pro drivers. There's another half that has to go. Things can happen on their part of the race that will change everything as well.
What a great pass there for Caleb Gaffera as he goes by Oliver Hodgson. Hodgson, of course, doesn't have to force the issue, but Gaffera now up to P2. The young kid out of North Carolina running Skip Barber at Laguna Seca on Monday, and Tuesday flew straight here out of San Jose to race here for Leading Edge Motorsports on that new livery, and he is looking good up front. Hodgson's going to push him all the way down. Can they potentially work together to go chase down Austin Garrison? The gap now just 1.9 seconds. You talked about the fact that Gaffera went purple last time by. 4/10 quicker with 3 more laps.
And that's with the pass, right? So now Hodgson, who's going to be pushing. He's not going to do anything but push. Question is, if Vasquez enters the conversation, is he going to do the same thing? This is the first opportunity we're going to have, and maybe a little bit of a look of what we can see in the main. If anybody gets away, can you make inroads and actually get back to him?
Caleb Gaffera doing a fantastic job right now, potentially working his way up into the top 10 for a start tomorrow, showing a little bit of what he has in that Leading Edge Motorsports Tony Kart machine. Greg Bell working with the young driver, and again, digging hard. You see a little bit further back there, Harley Keeble goes purple this time by. 2 laps remaining. Keeble, the fastest driver on the racetrack. Everybody but Gaffera turning their best lap times, but Gaffera still 2-3 of a second faster, but he's 1.7 back.
Keeble still on the move. Kardashian in 7th, just behind Harley Keeble. Donovan Bonilla, Tom Grice and Ariel Elkin round out your top 10. Then it's Tulicki, Rylance. Morgato has made no progress. In fact, he's lost ground down to 13th ahead of Ramos, Lego, Miles, Gia Cicero, the only lady driver in the senior X30 class this year. She runs in 17th. Kalai Atkins, the Army World Final champion, is 24th. And looking down the order, Goldstein is still 32nd. But you never know as the white flag goes into the air.
Final lap here for the drivers at X30 Pro, A versus B. There's Gaffera. Hodgson's going to have a look to the inside. Gaffera going to try to over-under him and beat him out over into turn number 2. Better watch now. Here comes Vasquez. He's going to try to make a move to the inside as well. So Gaffera going to try to run the rim. Around the outside for Gaffera. Will he have the inside? He will. He'll throw it down the bottom of Vasquez through turn number 4. Vasquez trying to do the over-under. Hodgson takes the spot back. Garrison up by 1.5. Looks like Hodgson's going to have this spot. Gaffera needs to watch out and hold on to that position. We'll see if he low lines, because here comes Navu, Keeble, and Kardashian action as well. He does not low line, stays out wide. Gaffera's going to come home P3. Good run for Garrison, leads from the get-go, and another great run for Oliver Hodgson. Lock it down, folks. Your pole sitter for the X30 Pro race. I don't think anybody's going to be able to beat him at that point here. He's only got 2 points, a couple of wins. What do you think about that? Actually, 1 win, 2 seconds. That's pretty impressive.
It's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah.
I mean, again, showing the strength all the way through, it's going to be you got to say his to lose, at least as far as being out of the conversation. It's a long race, 25 laps in the main, but expect to see him at the front towards the end.
I think Bonilla can potentially steal it away. He's only got 4 points as well, so 4 points for Hodgson, a couple of second-place finishes. Bonilla with a win in fourth. If he wins, I think he will win on the tiebreaker, has a better qualifying time as well. And Bonilla, so Bonilla's in that race. No, pardon me. So Bonilla, I thought he was in the other race. He finishes in the 8th spot. So indeed, it looks like to me the pole is likely going to go to the driver who scored second there, Oliver Hodgson.
Now, do you know something, gentlemen? That was our 38th heat race of SuperNats 26. And I think that was the very first lights to flag win with no battling. Garrison got away at the start and he wasn't touched. That hasn't happened much at all. Yeah, we've had a couple of drivers that have led every lap, but they've been under intense pressure. That's the first, how I would say, easy win. And nothing's easy. But I tell you what, this is a fantastic Kart Chaser broadcast. I know you're going to look through some of the highlights there, but I mean, it's a bit much for me. I'm going to step back for a little bit and let Mr. Kart Chaser himself, Xander Clements, come in for the next couple of races, and I'll see you guys a little bit later on, maybe for the last Pro Shifter of the last chance Q. So you review the action, and I'm going to have a lie down.
There you go. Thank you, Henry. Let's have a look at that battle we had there for second spot. Got a replay of it here, Mike. This was a great fight between Oliver Hodgson and Caleb Gaffera.
Yeah, Oliver times it perfectly, steps out. Now watch Caleb, perfectly timed over-under. Here's where it gets close, and see that little bit of a move from Oliver. It was like, hey man, I'm in here, I'm sticking it, and a little bit of that little hip to make sure he holds on to it. Behind him, though, this is a brilliant move to just stuff it in there, and even more brilliant for Vasquez to let that kind of go. Didn't force the issue right there.
Because he needed a good finish, as we know Vasquez did when I started further back in the field. So we're lining things up again here for the next race. C versus D will cap things off for Pro X30. Ernesto Rivera starting on the pole position. Rivera needs a good run here as well to recover from an issue earlier on. Rivera starting on the pole alongside Noah Baker, the RPG driver on the inside. Speed Concepts racing on the outside. Ryan Norberg again, same thing. He needs a big result to recover from that DQ in heat race number 1. The Rolloff Performance Group driver starting third, alongside Alessandro Di Tullio for Inter MS.
Good to join back into the booth, guys. I also do have an update here. Remember heat number 2 last night, Noah Baker did not make it onto the racetrack. We saw him crash in heat number 1. The barrier made contact in an awkward way with his helmet, and it kind of cocked his neck. He's been checked out at the nearby medical center. He is out for this weekend, unfortunately, which is so disappointing for such a superstar start for this young rookie here. Unfortunately, that moves him out of the lineup, moves ADT to the outside of the front row. You go further back again, Brandon Carr and Dalton Haynes on row number, Brandon Carr, and then it'll be Oliver Calvo. Dalton Haynes moves up into 4th. Ortiz and then Phillips on row 4. Luque and Massimino on row number 5. Hayden Jones and Chase Hand row 6. Mossman, Vincent, Feiner, Bell, Nash, Eau Claire and Rivetta, your top 19, and on through the rest of the grid as they begin to form up. Here's a look at the rest of the lineup that will go. Again, we send our best wishes to Noah Baker for a speedy recovery. Hopefully he'll be back joining us soon. But Ernesto Rivera, Alessandro Di Tullio, the front row here, Rob.
Indeed, here they come. Ernesto Rivera needs a good one here. As I said, he had that issue. He's currently 14th in points, 14th in race number 2 after a third in the opening heat race. He's going to try to see if he can't get that win he needs to move himself further up the order, because he's definitely got the speed to go for a race win on Super Sunday, as does Alessandro Di Tullio, currently third right now. A win could help put him potentially up top as well. I think he's actually got the tiebreaker against Oliver Hodgson. So we are underway. Green flag racing. 4 wide coming out of turn number 1. They'll funnel it back down in turn 2. One driver off the tail of the field. The 315 going to tag the wall a bit coming through. That is Valentin Flamini. Again, the battle. 3 wide coming through turn number 4.
It is messy right now to start this. And again, everyone is knowing that they are trying to stay away from the night show tonight with the last chance qualifier. So many drivers with 1 good heat, 1 bad heat in the middle of this pack. They're still 3 wide. Dalton Haynes in the middle. One of the race lap karting Villanoves on the inside. Peyton Phillips, high, wide, and handsome there through turn number 9 on the red and white RPM Tony Kart. He'll hang on. Everybody survives, but a messy start has spread out the leaders here. It is a phenomenal jump for Rivera and Ryan Norberg and Hayden Jones, who has been continuing to drive through the grid. 2 8th-place results, looking for third. It was top 5 in a lot of the practices. As there's more contact, Phillips up and over the top of, I believe, one of the Finer brothers there on the Villeneuve chassis.
RPG 1, 2, 3. Rivera, Norberg, Jones out front. All 3 of those drivers need a good result. Mike, we talked about it at the start of the broadcast here for the afternoon. This one goes to 11. We have dialed it up. You can feel the intensity here in this particular race.
Yeah, they actually might have skipped 11 and went to 20. I mean, it went straight away. Elbows up. We saw that in the juniors as well. It's just one of those things where in this category they're fighting so hard right away. We kind of saw things roll into it, but now you can see at the front a change. That's going to be, I believe, Norberg. Yes, indeed, Norberg in front of Rivera here. RPG still maintains a 1, 2, 3.
You talk about guys needing results out of the RPG trio. The one that needs it the most is Ryan Norberg, as Peyton Phillips goes down the inside of Oliver Calvo. We saw Norberg win heat number 2 on the racetrack, got DQ'd in post-race tech for not having enough bolts on the weight, and so that has now put him to 30th on the provisional point standing. So he is right near that cut line of 34th. A win right now will safely secure him in and could put him back towards the top 20 for tomorrow.
Is there any chance at all there could be team orders and give him that extra, no, you get a 0 instead of a 2? Is there anything they might do in that scenario?
I don't know about that. I think Rivera needs a good result. They both need good results. Rivera's up in 14th. Even a second's going to help him. I don't know that there's team orders. That I say the only thing
agreement,
is don't wreck each other.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Don't get into your teammates here. Hayden Jones is still faster than both of them. He caught them by about another 2/10 last time by. So while Rivera being a nice and loyal pusher to the veteran and driver coach under the RPG Pro X30 camp, Ryan Norberg, they both are getting railed in by Jones. Further back here is the second group. ADT leads it in 4th. It's another Kart Republic in Jorge Ortiz, who has been so impressive this weekend in the 5th spot. Then you go back to Fernando Luque, another rookie who's been up front in both senior categories. Frankie Mossman, who's always fast on the street circuits. Talk about another guy that needs a good result. Frankie Mossman with a crash. He sits right behind Norberg, 31st right now in the standings. He also needs a top 10 run here to clinch a spot into Sunday and not have to race his way in the show. And how about that guy right there? Blake Nash in the Nash Motorsports Blue and Chrome machine. Not the best qualifying effort all week long, and he is 43rd.
Wow.
Blake Nash is on the outside looking in right now as he runs 11th behind Paulie Massimino.
That's one thing we got to talk about. We didn't obviously have to have the force in the mini, the junior, and the master shifter. Mike, we've got LCQs coming up. That's one of the things. These are going to be some guys on the bubble. Remember, top 34 straight in. Everybody else to the LCQ unless you won the Pro Tour or if you're a regional champion and get that guaranteed Super Sunday starting spot. These guys are all fighting to make sure they get straight into the main event.
I think that's exactly why you see the elbows up, right?
Yeah.
Instead of the single class, hey, we already made it, it's all good. You're going to see a scenario where everyone's got a different agenda. It's like, hey, I'm going to take it easy. Well, the guy next to you is trying to fight harder, and being a difference of opinion, you can see some of that stuff we saw earlier. And again, in this race, how aggressive it was on the start.
We saw a pass while we were storytelling a bit between Brandon Carr and Fernando Luque, the Brit moving by the kid from Mexico. Mexico still doing good with Ernesto Rivera up to second, but Luque's going to have more pressure coming as Dalton Haynes on the Trinity Karting Group Factory Kart Republic is beginning to roll a little further back. He set his personal best last time by, and you look at how even the lap time spread is, only about 1/10 lap time wise for the entire top 7 to 9 last time by. Really go all the way back to 10th with Blake Nash. As soon as they spread apart, everyone is dead even at this point in the weekend.
Mike, we talked about this heat race not only being crucial to where you're going to start off course in the main event tomorrow, but also to keep dialing your go-karts in. I think if you're RPG, you're pretty happy right now. Those hot rods are working. They're pulling away from DeTulio. 1, 2, 3 for the RPG machines. There's a pass coming to the inside there as well. That is Dalton Haynes going by Fernando Luque. But the bottom line is RPG, they've got this thing dialed in here on a Saturday afternoon.
And of the 3 of them, Jones is the one I think might have just a little bit extra because he's able to hit about the same lap time and he wasn't getting the draft to do it. The top 2 drivers are getting that draft, but as you say, they got to be awfully happy. And once they get back to look at the data, they can really fine-tune things.
Indeed, Donovan Bonilla was the top 10 runner in the first race as well. He's going to start well up the order too. But this is big for both Norberg and Rivera, who needed a good start. I believe Hayden Jones came in here sitting 9th place in points, so he's looking really good as well. So RPG are going to have a bunch of bullets in the gun up front to see if they'll come away with another race win. Of course, we look back to victories in the past from them with Ryan Norberg, Ben Cooper back in the day as well. So again, RPG looking one more time to stand on top of the box in Pro X30.
And Ryan Norberg again trying to become the first ever two-time SuperNationals winner in the Pro X30 category. He'll have at least a little bit of an easier way with how good this heat has gone if he can fend off two of his proteges over the last couple of seasons. We're coming this time by, Rob, here to 2 to go. Ernesto Rivera, again, he doesn't need to win. He's not going to move up maybe more than one spot, but for Ryan Norberg, we know how desperate he may be as we go side by side. Rivera, not enough to get there. Norberg holding on as they head to turn 1.
Mike Smith, you held your breath like I did too. Can you imagine coming across and hooking him? Here comes Rivera down to the inside. Book it. Rivera goes through to take the spot. Watch the overcoming from Norberg. Beautiful. Does he throw it down the bottom? He does not. Hayden Jones got the best view of it right now from P3. The white flag will fly this next time by. Rivera rolling a lot of speed through turn 4.
I was wondering how hard they were going to fight and if they were going to fight very much, and I thought if they did, I do think Jones is the best of the three, at least on sheer pace. It's going to come down to racecraft, and that's a guy who has a lot of it. Norberg to the lead.
Back to the inside for Ryan Norberg. Xander, white flag flying this time by. The crossover comes. Who is Hayden Jones going to pick? He's going to go with Rivera.
He'll go to the inside, and Jones goes up to second. He's the guy trying to fight his way into the top 5 starting spots tomorrow with 2 8th-place runs. Then he's going to go to the outside. Big, deep run around the high side. Rivera will run him wide. Norberg gets back to second, and the rookie hanging on over 2 veterans as they go down to turn number 3 for the final time.
Did you see that, the bump on the curb, and then he's like, hey, don't pass me, please.
Yeah, exactly that. Norberg tapped the curb on the inside at turn number 2. The young senior rookie Rivera leading here in heat race number 3. Remember, he needs to move forward as well. Rivera currently 14th in points. Norberg all the way back. He's going to cover off the bottom and try to hold back Hayden Jones. Indeed, to the very bottom of the racetrack, Jones going to try the over-under. Does he get the run out to the line? Regardless, it is an RPG 1-2-3 with the Tullio P4. Norberg holds him back by 59 thousandths of a second. Rivera with the victory. Norberg second, Hayden Jones in third. All 3 of those drivers are going to work their way up the order for sure. Remember, we had the issue for Ellie Goldstein in race number 1. There is your unofficial results for heat race C versus D. RPG dominated the front as Rivera, Norberg, Jones 1-2-3. Tullio ends up in 4th. Jorge Ortiz in the 5th spot. Dalton Haynes, Frankie Mossman, good runs up to 6th and 7th. Brandon Carr, Blake Nash, and Fernando Luque rounding out the top 10. Let's have a look, Mike Smith, at that pass of the last laps there. Let's have a look at the replay to see how Rivera and Norberg battle it out with Jones right there as well.
That was the power move on the outside. I wasn't sure if that was going to stick, and he just went a little bit too wide. Again, that was Jones. He was behind. The cover happened from Rivera, so the really only option was to kick out to the outside. Wasn't there because the door got filled by Norberg. Norberg right to the back bumper and didn't have, this is where it changed right here, as they come through this left-hander, he doesn't get off this very well. You see him a little bit wide and have to correct.
Yeah.
That is when it became Rivera's race.
And the bottom line, it all happened back in turn 2 when he hit that curb. He had to cover the bottom of the racetrack to try to hold off Hayden Jones. Didn't get a good run out of turn number 3. That didn't let him make the move in turn number 4. So a lot of action there for that one. X30 Senior putting on a good show for us, Xander. 2 more races before we look LCQs. We got Pro Shifter getting ready to roll.
Yeah, and again, right now, staring at the guy here who nearly came away with his second Pro Tour Pro Shifter Championship this year and one of the best championship points fights we have ever seen. Kyle Wick is similar in the way to Ryan Norberg. A heat race win and then a last place result while he was leading heat number 1 after qualifying second overall. Had the chain break in half on the final lap of the heat race ahead of Marian Kremers. His mindset kind of at the end of the day yesterday, well, the best we can do is just try and fight forward, and depending on how things shake out tomorrow, maybe I can break into that lead pack if they fight enough at the beginning. But we know that that's more of the case in the single speed action, with it tougher to overtake and easier to keep speed up while defending. You don't see as much of that stacking the field up and going backwards in Pro Shifter, which means good news for the guy that did benefit from that. Marian Kremers sporting the 201, the number 1 plate, your reigning two-time consecutive Pro Tour Pro Shifter champion, is having a pretty solid week in Las Vegas so far, and it is a place that has been oh so close for him to accomplish. One of the last things on his pedigree, FIA karting world champion, two-time USA champion, and multi-time race winner around the world. He's looking to get that SuperNats crown, and his teammate right there, Matteo Vagano, is a guy who has got it, a former race winner here in the SKUSA SuperNationals. Kind of a not as flashy week so far for Matteo, but still overall in the hunt on the Charles Leclerc kart.
Indeed, this lineup is going to be a good one here. There's the driver who qualified, though, so well on the pole position, laid it down in that rerun of the top group in qualifying. That is, of course, Jacob Gulick in the GFC number 203. It'll be all GFC front row. Gulick, so impressive there, and he has been good. He comes in here P1 in the points, a win in the second. Jacob Gulick, a big wave to his friends back home in the Pacific Northwest. Gulick and Wick on the front row, Vajano and Kremers on row number 2. I'll say this, both Gulick and Wick have been really good off the line. That's obviously crucial when you got so many good guys behind you, but some really good starts for both of those drivers.
You go back here to find the magic kart of A.J. Myers lined up in that 7th spot on the grid of the number 228. It has been a week where he's finally found the speed a little bit later on. Last night in the media bullpen here that we posted his interview, he said, we took a swing for the fences and we finally hit a home run. We were going left and right and all the way to extremes and finally found the magic in the magic kart and was right there battling and got himself a heat race win. So he's had some good heat race results from the 4th row of the grid. For a shifter with these tires that aren't laying down as much rubber as we've covered, it's normally tough to pass, but this racetrack is so wide. It's so inviting. The braking zones are so long, Mike. We have seen a lot of good action out of this division.
There's just so many options for these drivers, and even in the shifter category, right, where normally you can run it real tight, drop those gears, kind of run a little bit of a block because you're just in the way. Here, we've seen everything from running it way wide, undercutting, grabbing the gears, and getting the job done, to draft passes down the straightaway, to making it happen even in the hairpins here. And you talk about the track not taking a lot of rubber. We are starting to see that black line all the way around the circuit.
The driver who needs a good one here, folks, is Kyle Wick. You go all the way down to 26 in the points right now. A win would help him move forward. If he wants to be able to try to win this race, he's going to have a massive third heat race. A win would be huge for him. Of course, the same thing goes for Gulick, potentially trying to lock in the front row start for the main event on Super Sunday. The final race of the day tomorrow. That race is scheduled to go right around 2:55, 3 o'clock, 3:10 kind of a thing. Jacob Gulick there starting the pole, like I say, all GFC front row. Gulick on the inside, Wick on the outside. Vagano, as we said, for PSL Karting, they've locked out row number 2. Marian Kremers on the outside.
And again, on row 3, we talked about A.J. Myers. We have not talked about Daniel Vasile. He has been pretty strong this weekend, just silently in the hunt and there. And that was the story of the Ital Kart Factory Racing Team, powered by Italian Motors USA in 2022 as well. Close, close, close. Just not enough to fight for the win. We'll see if one of the most highly decorated karters over the last 30 years, Davide Fore, as well under that 10, who rolls off 7th, can continue to move that forward. And you talk about experience, how about the most recent winner from the Pro Shifter category in the SuperNationals, Pedro Hiltbrand. A mixed bag of results. Saw him at the lunch break today. I said, well, man, a bit unfortunate. He's like, you know what? We're going to go out there. We're going to have some fun today.
And Pedro Hiltbrand in the wall during the warm-up, though, as a reminder there as well.
Indeed. Look at Danny Formal launching from the inside of row number 5. The RPG drivers look pretty good here. Formal currently 5th place in the points. He'll start alongside Cooper Becklund in the 291. Row 6 will have Justin White on the Maranello and Carol Paswitz on the Inter MS machine.
Vincenzo Saracino will put another Maranello on that inside lane in the inside of row number 7 alongside Billy Musgrave. Caught him on the way back, said time to rip. He's like, yep, it's time to go here today. One of the best guys off the line. Maybe he can get a couple spots off the jump. Jean Louyer on the PSL Karting Bureau Art makes an all-Burrell Art, row 8 alongside Anthony Freeze. And then around your top 20, Nicholas Taylor, Charlie Steins, Gavin Bailiff, and Micah Hendricks as we go further back, Rob.
Yeah, field working their way around now to get into the starting line. We'll get things underway. Some of the drivers further back with work to do. Of course, Hannah Greenmeyer and Seth Huntley on row 11. Augusto Soto Sharipa alongside Ethan Boer on row number 12. Axel Dapp, TJ Madonna. Again, drivers at the very tail of the field. Danilo Albanese, that big wreck that we saw and that qualifying run, he's starting at the very tail of the field. Alongside Marcus Kajak, another driver who needs a really good finish here.
And Albanese last night, 24 hours after his scary crash in qualifying, picked up 24 spots to crack the top 10. Can he do another superstar run and pull himself up by his bootstraps to get away from the cut line? Dead last for the FIA Karting European Champion from 2023. The NRMS Kart Republic is quick. He's seen his teammates be quick as well. How many spots can he get going forward as the last few spots are filled up here, Rob?
Same thing with Kajak as well. He's right on the cut line too, coming in here right now in 39th place. Remember, top 34 transfer straight into the main event. The rest go to the LCQ. Now we're going to the lights. Field set. Here we go. Group A versus Group B. Green, green, green. Off we go, and a great start again for Jacob Gulick. He has been massive on the start. He'll lead him down. Right behind him as well is Kyle Wick. They'll go 3 wide. Big collection, a couple drivers on top of each other coming through turn number 1. But the leaders clean and green through. One driver trying to refire there as well. That is the 246 who went around. But again, the drivers working their way through 3 and 4.
It'll look like a missed shift there for Kyle Wick. Did not have the power down as he went. He actually went back several spots.
Yeah, it was a bit of a wild opening hairpin here for the Pro Shifter boys, and that's fallen Wick now almost outside of the top 5. It is outside of the top 5 as Gulick is defending from Marin Kremers, who gets a big launch out of turn number 9. Myers is there in the 3rd spot, looking on. So is the big guy, Danny Formal, for the best here. They were all going at it on the full North American schedule, and Formal gets by, or nearly gets by Myers on the straightaway, and Gulick blows the corner. Here comes Kremers, new leader, Marin Kremers over to turn number 3.
Yeah, Gulick just not able to get it back down to the apex, and Kremers took full advantage of that. And again, trying to get the outside wasn't quite enough there for Gulick. GFC driver back into 2nd. Same goes for Kyle Wick. He slowed it all the way down into the 8th position there. We'll pick up some of those drivers further back once we get a couple of laps in. But Marian Kremers, who comes in here 2nd place in points with a win and a 3rd place finish, could, depending on how things play, could lock out the pole position still. Even though there's still more races to run, he's looking very good out front right now. Got a little bit of help there from AJ Myers, I believe, who's been able to work his way forward. Myers now up into 2nd.
Now Myers will go low to block into turn number 1. Kremers a little bit wider, but not by much. Gulick trying to hang on this time, able to get it down to the inside as Formal closes up. Look who is there. Welcome to the party, Viral Art Boys. Matteo Vigano, Pedro Hiltbrand right at the end of the train there in 5th and 6th. Vasile in 7th. 4A is close in 8th. Justin White. Wick is all the way back to the 10th spot. Kyle Wick needs a lot better than that to make sure he stays well safe for the cut line here, coming in on the danger zone as Kremers leads us to turn 9.
Yeah, starting from the outside of the front row, this is not what Kyle Wick needed. He needed to have a strong run, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, something like that, to try to jump himself up into potentially the top 20 on points. He's going to have to rely on a couple other drivers potentially having issues in the 2nd of the 2 heat races here for Pro Shifter. Out front, though, solid lead at this point here for Martin Kremers. But these 2 drivers here, Kremers and Myers, have been going at each other for the last couple of years. Here comes Myers. He looked to the inside. Kremers, though, shuts the door. More contact. Bailiff gets rooted down here in turn number 1. Bailiff goes around. There he is there in the TKG Kart Republic. But again, look at this. Myers, Xander starting to put some pressure. A little bit of trouble coming through 6.
Yeah, a little bit of an issue going through 6. But again, you talked about options, Mike. AJ Myers in turn 1 especially took kind of an option line. Went way wide, made a very sharp and very exaggerated steering movement to try and straighten up and kind of over-under Kremers. That gave him an opportunity at turn 3, but the experience and the prowess of Marin Kremers heard him coming and quickly clevered off the inside before AJ could even get there. There he goes again sharp. Now going to look, can he get a nose inside? Here he comes, AJ Myers inside turn 3. He gets the lead away from Marin Kremers.
Look who's right there as well. That is Gulick trying to see if he can't take advantage. He had to check up, and Gulick may find himself in trouble. Yeah, an early entry to that corner to try to shut those off behind him right now. He's getting pushed here by Vagano's right in there. Vagano in the Burrell Art, Danny Formal right there as well. And we have a new leader, as we have said, AJ Myers. A beautiful move down the inside of turn number 3. Mike, that was textbook.
Formal was actually the driver who got stuck in that spot because he couldn't get to the power the way he wanted to. Gulick was in the way. He actually has somebody get to the inside of him. Formal goes backwards from Vagano.
Yeah.
And again, one thing to remember, guys, when you look at the points, here's the other end. We've been focusing on the cut line and the guys further back. AJ Myers, Marin Kremers, Jacob Gulick. Gulick at 2 points. Kremers at 3 points, Myers at 4 points. This is basically the fight for the pole for Super Sunday. AJ Myers needed that pass, got aggressive. Kremers needed to hold him back. And as it stands, with Myers at a 0, it would potentially jump over Kremers, and it should come close to Jacob Gulick there with him getting a 3. It would be by 1 point if it stands the way it goes.
Yeah, let's have a look at that pass again, how crucial that was. You can see right there, Mark Kremers is telling him to go, but here's that pass, Mike.
Yeah, it was perfectly done. As Xander was talking about, the difference in line has allowed him to get to the power. It just shoot straight down into that corner is the best spot you could do. There you can see Formal bottled up by Gulick and end up losing another spot. But Xander, you mentioned it. That different line for Myers allows him to be basically straight sooner, get the power down, and focus on that move down into 3.
And you can see he's kind of parking the bus a little bit in the apex in turns 5 and 6 there, and that gives him that kind of rubber band breakaway effect, or that slinky effect, the accordion effect out of turn 6, where he can launch away, pull the gears, and give himself plenty of breathing room to not have to cover the inside off. Now Jacob Gulick not going silently into the night with 3 to go. He's back on the bumper. Marian Kremers looking to take back second. That could put him back in a tie with A.J. Myers for the pole, which would go the way of Gulick on the tiebreaker for qualifying.
That's exactly it. So Gulick, if he's able to get by to second, would lock the pole down for the main event. You see him getting pushed right now by Vagano behind him. Formal there as well. Pedro Hiltbrand has got himself up into that 6th spot now as well. So indeed, kind of Gulick running his own race here. Everything's in his own hands if he can make that move. I don't know that you roll the dice on it, Mike. Third still solid, an outside front row start, but he would love to be on the pole position come Super Sunday. All it's going to take is a move around a guy that won a world championship and a couple SKUSA Pro Tours.
Just playing the devil's advocate on that. Okay, it's kind of like the LCQ, though. If you don't make the move, they may make the move on you. So he's got to have a shot at it. Down into turn number 1. Will he take it? No. Right on the back bumper. A little bit of love. A little bit above it. He's going to try to make it around the outside. Long way. Crossover. Going to have enough under the brakes. It's covered. He's going to have to try it somewhere else.
Yeah, and right now we can see the inside run there for Kremers. He is running the defensive line. That's allowed Myers to pull away. White flag will fly this next time by. Final lap lining up here for A versus B. And essentially, as Xander already said, the shootout for the pole position comes Super Sunday.
And again, Gulick right now, as it runs, would still be on the outside of the front row. He would tie Kremers at 5 points, the 2 of them overall. The tiebreaker would still go to Gulick. He'd get second. Kremers would get third. He gets around him, then all of a sudden he ties and he gets the pole. So he's moving up from second to first as he holds off Vagano. But again, another little misshift, a mistake from Gulick on this final lap. Backs him up. Kremers is going to be safe for second. Gulick is going to have to fend off multiple times SuperNats winners behind him. Vagano, Formal, Hiltbrand, all of the winners over the last 5 years.
I love it. They're all right there. Exactly that. Contact coming out of turn number 1, but we're still focused on this battle here. A.J. Myers is going to walk away to the win. And indeed, we said this, as they run on the racetrack right now, it's going to be Myers, we believe, locking down the pole position. He'll take the win over Kremers, and still a good run for Jacob Gulick. He comes home in the 3rd spot. That'll be good enough, we believe, for the outside of the front row. A tie between he and Marian Kremers. But A.J. Myers, Xander, a great run for him. A win puts him at 5 points. Is he at 5? No, he's got 4. So he's got 4 points. He's going to just eke out Jacob Gulick. So indeed, unofficially, it looks like A.J. Myers going to start on the pole position on Super Sunday.
Let's pull up the results here again. A.J. Myers in one of the most critical turning points of the win. We have not seen anyone on the outside of the racetrack because the front straightaway is bent and curved where the outside poleman's really gotten the jump and gotten clear. So that is a big time win for A.J. Myers here to lock in the pole for Sunday. Kremers, of course, will start 3rd. Gulick will start 2nd with their results today based on the tiebreaker, we believe, if everything holds. Vagano, Formal, Hiltbrand, Vasile, Kyle Wick, Justin White, Billy Musgrave cracks the top 10. And how about Danilo Albanese? Under pressure, a big pressure here for Albanese with not a great opening heat race, but a great second heat and a 15th here in the 3rd heat. It's going to put him right on the bubble of whether or not he will automatically move into the main event or if he is going to have to go to the last chance qualifier later on today. On the flip side, a few drivers with some bad luck. Davide Fore, Micah Hendricks. We saw Gavin Bailiff go out, Vincenzo Saraceno going out, and the last driver that got, I believe, into it on the final lap might have been Ethan Boer in the 281 GFC. Here's a look at Luis Speck, who, again, the spotlight was going to be his before the rerun of qualifying as he went quickest out of the second group of 4 to run, which means he was in the 3rd slowest group of the 4 in final practice. Luis Speck, the factory TB Kart Race Lab karting driver, has been able to stay inside the hunt all weekend. He comes in 6th in the point standings here. He might be able to leapfrog Danny Formal, who got a 5th place run in that heat. If he can maybe get a win at this point, it moved him up maybe 1 spot, maybe as many as 1 row. go, depending on how Emilian Denner fares in this final heat. So he doesn't have a shot per se at the pole, but he does have a shot to maybe move up 1 or 2 spots in the standings if he can pull off a W.
Again, we've talked about how good the Race Lab TB Kart guys have been. We're talking about that category, or that chassis and that team, and almost every category we're talking about. They are rolling very well here today. Spec looking to, again, have a good run here to potentially work himself up into the first couple of rows. This driver's got work to do here as well. Rainbow City, that number 295. He is 8th on the grid right now. He could potentially move up over Vagano and Spec as well. So that's interesting. He's only 1 point back, 10 points for Rainbow City, who is doing a tremendous job, I think, in that Catalyst ITAL Kart this weekend.
And I'll give Ruscetti credit again on how much his racecraft has paid off, because after a good qualifying, very fast throughout Wednesday practice and even Thursday practice as well, but overall in both of the heat races, he seemed to be kind of struggling. It didn't look like he had the speed to run and contend for the win. He was getting his elbows out and fending off a hungry Swarm, it felt like, in both sessions. So hopefully after a good night's rest and a lot of look on the data and overall analysis, they found a little more speed out of the Catalyst driver development machine. But he needs that if he's going to, like you said, Rob, move up a few positions.
Yeah, a couple of top 5s for Rainbow Residio. Start at the outside of the front row. We'll see if we can get the grid for you here as the drivers are on the racetrack for their first of 2 warm-up laps. Once again, Luis Speck starting on the pole position alongside Rainbow City. It'll be the young Jay Irwin, just 15 years of age, starting on the inside of row number 2. P3 alongside Emilian Denner, who you've already mentioned. Sody Kart driver needs a good run here as well to keep himself potentially up in the front 2 rows.
Let's go back here from the front 2 rows. You got a Giorgio Carrara, mixed bag. Bad heat 1, good heat 2 in the Inter MS Kart Republic. He lines up alongside Magic Kart USA's Axel Cabrera, who had a very scary crash in a happy hour or warm-up today here in the afternoon. He's got that Magic Kart back, I believe, together just ahead of his teammate, Talon Yockel, who will start alongside him. A little issue there. Macy Williams starts a bit further back than where that shows. But nonetheless, you go back from Cabrera, then it's Talon Yockel and Filip Nimkovic on row number 4. Row 5, we'll have Michael Stevens on the inside, and on the outside will be Michael Riccio.
Looking further back, again, Paulo Ippolito, your world champion, reigning world champion, started there as well. Keon Tannen, David Lewinsky, Josh Conker, Hunter Pickett, Joe Charlton, David Trefilov, Valentino Frisch, Samuel Louet, all there in the top 20. All these guys getting set to go. Jay Irwin needs some work there. He is right there in 31st in points, 4th in the first race, 33rd in the second race for Irwin after an incident on track. Crucial for him, Xander, to have a good run here to make sure he goes straight into the main event.
Yeah, so many guys with 1 good heat, 1 bad heat yesterday, and it's all kind of evened out. You go back to the back half of the grid here in this one. Mario Gill will be a driver to watch to go forward that had a lot of speed earlier this week on his Catalyst driver development at Tal Kart. Anthony Martella, the rookie, back on row number 10 on the outside in 20th. Joe Bredveld, Joseph Lonnie, Massimo Valiente, Ivana Richards, Charles Robin, of course, Gil Escoto, Piero, Fox, Pegram, Doney, James Golding, and Andrew Byrne complete the 34 driver grid. It's the bright green Race Lab Karting TB Kart on the inside of Luis Speck. The gray, white, and red Catalyst driver development at Tal Kart of Remo Ruscetti on the outside of row number 1 as we get set for the final heat race of SKUSA SuperNationals 26, Rob.
Drivers all into position right now. The final drivers locking in indeed. There you go from the back of the grid. We are set. Visors down. Going to the lights right now. We'll get at it once again. And again, the whole shot. Let's see if we get another one for Ruscetti. He does not. He's actually going to go back to 3 or 4 spots. Great start from the outside for Emilian Denner. He's going to potentially lead coming into turn 1 indeed. The whole shot for the Frenchman. The Sody Kart goes to P1, and a couple of drivers collected here on top of each other in the middle of the opening corner.
Hunter Pickett had one of his teammates on top of him, and there's 2 more collected. It is the 209, I believe. Was that, I don't believe that was Paolo Ippolito. It might have been one of the other International Motorsport drivers, but it might have been Ippolito.
It might have been Ippolito, indeed, yeah.
Yeah, it was indeed. Carrara got away good. Ippolito with a bad heat here. Not what the world champ needed. Emilian Denner already breaking away with a big lead over Carrara in second. Irwin gets a good safe start there in third. Speck in fourth as they rocket across the line. 1 lap complete. Can Giorgio Carrara try and steal a win away from Emilian Denner? Or could Denner, who comes in with 5 points even, he gets a 0 all of a sudden. It might shake up because now it'll be a 3-way tie for that second spot as around goes Axel Cabrera right in front of the field out of turn number 1. And there's more stuck together. 2 more guys up and over the left rear tire. That's Macy Williams and Michael Riccio.
Tough break for those drivers coming through that corner. You hate to see somebody hop out like that and try to push away with the field set. That was a little sketchy there for sure. But as we said, great start for Jay Irwin. He's able to get himself still locked into the top 10. That's where he needs to be. Rainbow Rusciti trying to fight his way back forward. He fell down to 6th from the outside of the front row. But Denner looking really good out front right now in the Sody Kart, as you said. Carrera, Niemkiewicz, what a good run for Niemkiewicz. He is impressing me all weekend long. He's back in 32nd spot, 33rd on points. This could be big for Philip to make sure he goes straight into the main event as well.
Yeah, so many guys with one good heat, one bad heat here in this one. And, of course, obviously a bad heat for a couple there inside the top 10. That'll shake us up. Big mover off the start was Joseph Lonnie. He picked up 11 positions. He's up to 11th from 22nd and still hauling right now at the end of this top 10 group, led by Talon Yockel, followed closely by Irwin. I believe that is Riccio actually there in the 8th spot. So it was one of the other Magic Kart USA machines, my mistake, that got taken out together in turn number 1.
Joseph Lowney, 3rd generation driver out of Ontario. The Lowney family owns a kart track up there in Innisfil. I've known that family for probably 25 years. Great to see them out here. And again, running inside the top 15 for Joseph Lowney. Good run so far for him. But up front, Emilian Denner still a half a second. But look at this. The battle there right now. This has been a great run here as well for, I believe, Rusciti. I think he's back there. Is that back to P2?
He got back to P3. Got around Luis Speck in turn number 1. Turn number 1 for 4th at the end of the straightaway. So he now sets his sights on Philip Niemkiewicz, who, again, like you said, very impressive weekend for a guy that does not have a lot of national pro shifter starts. A part-time schedule for Philip Niemkiewicz out of Colorado. P3 right now with a healthy gap out back, although unfortunately he's not as good as Giorgio Carrara because the Inter-MS Kart Republic is flat flying. He is applying some pressure to Emilian Denner. Up until this last lap, he was quicker. Denner found a little more pace, and in speaking with a few of the drivers, Emilian Denner, so much grip in that Sody Kart right now. He is one of the only guys, Mike, that can roll second gear through this chicane, and while everyone else is popping first and unstable, he is able to carry that speed, plant that go-kart, and that's what's made him so fast all week.
And you can watch the car as it goes into the entry. I actually talked about it yesterday, not just in the shifter, but in some of the other categories like Harley Keeble on his Sody Kart. They are just able to roll that from turn into apex. You don't see that rotation of the back end. It just seems like it sticks, rolls, and they carry that inside tire up the air, and then boom, back on the throttle at the apex.
Halfway through the final heat race of the 26th running of the SuperNationals. After this, just a couple of LCQs, and we will lock down the grids for Super Sunday. Out front, Emilian Denner, and as Xander has talked about already, this will really shake things up. He comes in right now sitting 4th, 0 points, put him at 5. He is going to be right there in the conversation, potentially to be right there with Kremers as well. Where did he qualify? Denner qualified 8th, Kremers 6th. So I think Kremers would win the tiebreaker there. So tight up top. We talked about number of drivers having a good heat race and a bad heat race. These guys up front, though, Gulick, Kremers, Myers, Denner, Formal, all pretty consistent, Xander, over those 2 heat races.
Yeah, pretty consistent for all of them up at the front, and that's what's, of course, been so impressive to do on all 3 because, again, Emilian Denner out front turned the wick back up as soon as he got a little bit under pressure. He's headed for home, it looks like here, coming to 3 to go. But for the position number 3, that one's far from locked. Rainbow Rusciti, kind of an inverse of the storyline as we got yellow flags waving, so he can't get by Niemkiewicz in this corner. Has to stay back in line, but oh, whoa, one way off. That was from the lap before, one of the further back drivers that is pounding the wall in turn number 9. But for Rainbow Rusciti, I mentioned at the start here, he had kind of had good starts but no speed. Now a bad start, good speed is behind. More moves made. That's David Trefilov going by. And now Rusciti side by side with Niemkiewicz up the road for 3rd, battling back for 4th. He gets him around the outside of turn number 2.
Yeah, Niemkiewicz needs to be smart. He needs this result to make sure he stays out of the LCQ. So even a run here into the 4th spot would be huge for him. They'll see the 2 to go sign this time by 2 laps remaining when they come back around. Ricardo Scotto, I believe, the driver off over in turn number 9 there, able to get out of the cart on the other side of the barriers. Here's that scrap we're watching here right now. You can see the leaders up the road. Carrera just went purple, 8/10 back. He was quicker, but only by 0.03 of a second. Denner leading, Carrera second, Rusciti, Niemkiewicz, and Yockel. Let's have a look. We've got a replay of the incident. Mike, walk us through this.
Oh, wow. Looks like just lost brakes. big impact there. Luckily, the barrier's doing their job, keeping the driver okay. Looks like one of the Orsilon entries might have been Ricardo Escoto.
It's Escoto, yep.
Escoto Lechuga going out there in turn number 9. But here we are. I believe we're working towards the white flag. Emilian Denner and Giorgio Carrara have just kind of played the back and forth game lap time wise since the drop of the green. It's holding station at 8/10. The battling is further back in the field. Ruschetti is through to 3rd, Niemkiewicz to 4th. Everyone is really fighting the first battle about 6th, 7th, 8th. Luis Speck has faded backwards. What a good run here for David Trefilov, up 11 spots on the Maranello.
Trefilov able to get by Speck on that last lap, so move Trefilov up 11 positions into the 6th spot. But here's your leader right now on the final circuit. Emilian Denner, the gap back right now to Giorgio Carrera, the Inter-MS machine. Great run here for Emilian Denner. Put his name potentially in the fight for the race win here this weekend. He has looked very good as well. Of course, we know all about the guys we just watched, the Jacob Guliks, Kremers, and Myers. Don't sleep on Emilian Denner right now. He'll take the race win. He's going to be at least starting in the front 2 rows. Great job for him. Carrera comes home in 2nd. Ruschetti in 3rd. Niemkiewicz is going to keep himself out of the LCQ with a great run to P4.
Yeah, great run for Filip Niemkiewicz. And again, Trefilov picking up 11 positions on that one. A much-needed run for David Trefilov that might jump him all the way up into the top 10. With Paolo Ippolito having a problem. Carrara's going to jump a whole lot forward. He'll for sure go to the first 5 rows. He came in 11th in points, only about a point or 2 behind the next few cars in line. So Giorgio Carrara, a much-needed, very good run there to go to 2nd. Ruschetti, Niemkiewicz, Talon Yockel, David Trefilov, Luis Speck, Jay Irwin, Michael Riccio, and Joseph Lonnie, the top 10, Rob, for a few more points.
No doubt about it. Listen, for Jay Irwin, that's going to keep him out of the LCQ as well. He needed that after the issue in the second heat race. Again, just outside the top 10, David Lewinsky ends up 11th. Joe Charlton in 12th. Joe Bridveld in 13th. Keon Tannen and Josh Conker rounding out the top 15.
We look as we go further back to the drivers that didn't have that good of a race there. Hunter Pickett, so fast all week, then in qualifying got held up on the good lap, qualified 31st overall. We saw him on the opening lap have a driver, one of his PSL Beer Art teammates on top of his left rear tire. He was able to dump the clutch and get the karts disconnected, drives back up to 20th, but unfortunately for Pickett, that's not exactly what he needed. He was 19th, the 20th is going to keep him safely, I think, still in the show. Shouldn't really drop him too far back. But it's definitely going to take him out of contention to probably fight for the podium on Sunday.
Yeah, again, it's for some of these drivers who are outside the top 50, and they're going to need some chaos early, right? You know what happens in these races. Guys get out early. If they have a really good opening lap, a little bit of chaos gets them back into the fight, you really got to be in the top 3 rows probably if you're going to win. You're maybe top 4 if you're lucky.
How about James Golding, the V8 Australian Supercar Series driver? Did not have a good heat in heat number 2. Good heat in that one. He picked up 15 spots. I think he may end up still having to fight out of the LCQ as he came in 54th in points. So an 18th result, I don't think will be enough to get him out of the LCQ, but he will at least start better in the LCQ. And having that kind of speed's got to give him some confidence. Federico Paiero picked up 10 spots as well. Of course, for everyone, if you're just tuning in now, while we continue to cover this further and further, there is the break to calculate, allow protests, allow tech, and allow penalties to go through. So he will be going back green at 4:30 p.m. local time, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Give us a minute to chat here, and maybe potentially for our interviewers to chat with a few of our drivers also.
Hey, the best races all weekend could be arguably Super Sunday, but the most exciting ones, LCQs. Yeah. And what makes better an LCQ? Under the lights.
Yes, no doubt. So again, one of the things we had, if you watched earlier today, we also have the SuperKarts USA roll-off, where we essentially take the drivers from the LCQ who finished 7th to 10th, give them the opportunity to roll the dice to see if they're able to high roll, ends up moving in. And the cool thing factor as well, we'll have 4 drivers who have done that roll-off. Well, big thank you, of course, to Bill Wright and Chris Egger. They have thrown $500 in. The best roll-off winner, the best hard charger of coming in from the roll-off wins $500.
How about that here? And Dan, your odds in that one are 1 of 4, right? 25% odds, not terrible to be the best of the 4 that get the roll-off, because we have the 2 roll-off winners from KA Senior and or the 1 roll-off winner from each KA Senior, KA Junior. We'll have a roll-off in Pro X30 and a roll-off in Pro Shifter as well. So you only got to be better than 3 other guys, and we'll see if they can do it here in this class for Pro Shifter, because I think, again, based on how those heats played out, even though the re-rack of qualifying helped a handful, there were still a lot of fast guys further back that just couldn't get through. So this LCQ for both is going to be so exciting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how things line up. The guys right on the cut line, as you always see, the guys that just get in 30-second are super happy. Those, of course, kind of near the front, maybe 33rd, 34th, those guys on the pole, very likely able to get away, especially if they had one bad heat race. We'll see how it all plays out. We're going to rack things up, but folks, don't go anywhere. When we get back, we're going to line things up. Like we said, 4:30 scheduled start time for the LCQs. Don't go anywhere. More action to come here on Kart Chaser.
If you're a do-it-yourself 206 racer, then LawsonSpeedShop.com needs to be in your favorite spot. Along with building rocket ship engines, we keep a full stock of everything that the privateer racer needs to get out on track and win. Visit our website at LawsonSpeedShops.com for more.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Ryan Norberg is an internationally recognized karting professional, industry influencer, and multi-time national karting champion. Supported by Rotax Power, he has created a world-class karting experience, and is now dedicated to passing on his knowledge to a new generation. With 8 national championships, SuperNats victories, and numerous wins in different categories, drivers of all ages are welcome to join and partake in this unique experience. The Norberg Karting Academy offers more than just standard coaching. It provides an experience where you will learn pro-level tools to progress through your karting career. All Academy guests will enjoy a private hospitality suite which overlooks the karting circuit. Welcome to the Norberg Karting Academy, where champions are made. For information about 2024 bookings, email norbergkarting@gmail.com.
signs, bro. Good signs.
Yo, not gonna lie, this corner with all the tire marks looks dope right now.
Yeah.
You get whiffs of like barbecue. I don't know, it makes me hungry.
I smell cigar.
Check, check.
Somewhat. Oh, what you got?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway for the 26th running of the SuperKart USA SuperNationals. My name's Rob Howden, joined by Henry Beaudet and Mike Smith in the booth. We've got one more thing to wrap up for today, do we not? We have LCQs lining up for X30 Senior and Pro Shifter. We got the roll-off, of course, to see which is the final driver that comes in. Guys, we're getting ready to roll here right now. We're going to go down to pit lane momentarily, but just ready to go here. Some LCQs.
Indeed, 2 races to go. The sun is setting. There's a little bit of a chill in the air. Tires are going to be even more critical, especially for those drivers that are going out on new rubber. New rubber is going to be a little bit warm, a little bit colder, so it'll take a little bit longer to warm up. But the engines love this cool evening air. Night time's the right time in Vegas, baby.
So, Mike, that's the thing right now. Do you go on used tires? If you're up front, you want to have those new tires for tomorrow, but you kind of guarantee yourself a potential shot at going into the top 6. Oh, let me get you.
Yeah, it's a tough call.
Yeah.
We talked about that with Oliver Hodgson, who had to do that thing earlier, and yes, we confirmed he was on used tires, and he made it happen. Very, very confident, right? He worked his way through the field several times. That's what's going to come down to this group. I mean, how well did your heat races go? Did you feel like the last heat race, the last chance to get on course and really fine-tune your ride? Do you feel good about it? Do you think like, dang it, we missed it?
Yep.
Let's save our skins for the final. The other thing is, what is your feeling of the final? Do you think you can go there, or do you just want to make sure you get in? It's really come down to confidence.
That's exactly that, folks. Getting things underway, but we've got a bunch of drivers down on pit lane and the grid area, so let's go down right now to Emery Lida. Waiting to see if we hear from Emery Lida down there to see how things dial in. We're going to work on that right now before we get going in here. Henry, what do you got here? We got the grids lining things up right now, the LCQ, at least for the X30 Senior category. We're still waiting on the grids for Pro.
Well, there are 3 drivers, Rob, that started the last heat race inside the top 34 that then had problems and now find themselves on the outside looking in. Santiago Fernandez in Kart 368, Austin Lee in Kart 372, and Josh Feiner in Kart 392. Lee will start from pole, Fernandez down in 7th, and Feiner will start on row number 2. 2 drivers to look out for. The 3-2-1 kart of Lewis Bird finished 2nd in this year's British Junior Championship, and Kalai Atkins, the Jamaican sensation, the European champion, and the IAMI World Finals champion. He is in the last chance qualifier, starting 6th. That tells me how high the competition level has been.
10-lapper to see who goes in. Remember, 6 drivers transfer straight through. 7, 8, 9, and 10 will be part of the SuperKart USA roll-off. For 1 extra driver is going to get an opportunity to roll his way into the main event. As we get set to go, let's have a look at the grid. Austin Lee in the number 372 starting on the pole spot. And Lewis Bird on the outside of row number 1. Row 2, Blake Nash in this one here. Nash is going to have to go forward. Josh Feiner starting on the outside of that row as well.
Then we got Caden Bell and Kalai Atkins on row number 3, Santiago Fernandez and Nicholas Corrales on row number 4.
I'll let you do that next one. You did a great job of that.
Okay, Maxim Haratunian and Luke French on row 5.
Well done. Lucas Nanji starting 11th alongside Christian Garduna. Then we've got Sebastian Garcia on the inside of row 7 alongside Ryan Vincent, Frederick Lund, Braden Eves, Scott Hargrove, Sergio Cook, Justin Ataconis, and Tyler Ruth rounding out your top 20. Let's quickly go down to pit lane. Let's get back with Emery Lida.
Here was some very anxious time setting into this heat race. I mean, we're talking about one of the closest grids in recent memory in X30. Guys like Ernesto Rivera, technical DQ, he ended up 30th. Mateus Morgado ended up 32nd after a late engine change, compromised him in heat number 3. Both of those guys in the main. But on the other side of things, guys like Blake Nash starting in P3 has work to do here as we get set to go in the LCQ. Braden Eves as well, starting well deep in the field. And how about your reigning IME World Champion, Callie Atkins, having to start inside the top 5, but still dangerous times for a lot of your heavy hitters here in X30 as they get set to go for a very quick sprint to try to make Super Sunday here in Las Vegas. Back to you guys in the booth for what should be an exciting LCQ.
You got it, Emery. Thank you so much for the insight there. Indeed, a couple of deals there with Morgado, the engine change. Ernesto Rivera, too wide, I believe, was rear width for Rivera. Tough for him. He's down in 30th. He's got work to do in the main event. But these drivers here, it is either Super Sunday or bust. 6 drivers will transfer, 1 potentially coming from 7th to 10th out of the roll-off. We'll do that after we're done with last chance qualifiers. Hey, they are working hard to get these tires up to temp, Mike.
It's what you got to do. We talked about this in like the qualifying and things like that when it was getting late, getting dark. The temperature goes down in a hurry. We've been down for a good while here, so we've lost that ambient temperature. We've lost the temperature in the surface. Now these drivers are going to have to get it all in their tires as much as possible because they want to go down in turn number 1 with a little bit, again, confidence.
Yeah, indeed. And just let everybody know, we'll be doing the roll-off right in front of the grid, right in front of that grandstand there in the grid area. So when we do the roll-off, feel free, come up and join us and enjoy that one there. We'll do that after we're done with the LCQs. Field coming into position right now, up into the tram lines as we get set to go. Austin Lee on the inside, Lewis Bird on the outside, Blake Nash, Josh Feiner on road number 2, trying to get things spooled up. Wait for the start of this one, a 10-lapper to see who goes into the main event. Top 6 will transfer. Outside lines looking a little big there on the outside. They're going to have to check up a bit. Field lining things up. Sun has worked its way to the horizon. We are under the lights, and we are green, green, green. Big run down into turn number 1, and Lee gets moved a bit there by Nash. He goes to the inside and takes that spot away.
By Nash and everybody else behind him, right?
Indeed.
Yeah, no, indeed. Again, you can see Kalai Atkins there. He made a very late decision to cut to the inside there. Contact between the 2 Mad Croc Promotions cards, and they both get through there. But, and a spin. There's 2, 4, 6, 8 drivers. The 3-7-4 is one of them. That's the forward direction motorsport kart. And, oh, dearie me, that is such a shame there. But look at this now. Kalai Atkins, that decision to cut from the outside to the inside and get that early apex turn, and when it's paid dividends.
Mike, that is a proper LCQ. Guys going at it over in turn number 4. Everybody kind of slowly throwing themselves in there. Here they come across the line for the first time. We'll get things stacked as they work their way through, as we said. The second lap coming around. The opening lap was a hectic one for sure. Nash goes to P1, Bell second, Fernandez, Atkins, Lee, and Feiner. Another driver around coming down here into turn number 1.
Justin Adakanis there getting spun around. His chances of making the main are over. But now look at that. Because of those 2 incidents, the lead group quite spread out.
Yeah, the top 6 are essentially gone. If they just play it nice, start working together, the conversation's really going to be about the rollout group that's from 7th to 10th.
So indeed, Blake Nash is your leader. Let's have a look at the replay of the start. We saw how chaotic that was. Mike, let's walk us through here. I believe this is going to be the start of the race as they work their way down here into turn number 1. No replay as of yet. We're back to live, so we don't have that replay. Sorry, let's get back at it here again. There's a battle between the guys in the 2nd and 3rd spot, Fernandez and Bell. Blake Nash is your leader right now. Blake Nash, the leader.
Yep, Bell, Fernandez, Atkins, Lee, Josh Feiner on the outside looking in. It's Lewis Bird. Then in 7th position, Tyler Ruth. Nicholas Corrales is 9th. And Maximo Tovigino in kart number 3 up 14 places into 10th.
Braden Eves up 5 as well. That's a guy we expected to go straight in. Braden Eves for MPG Motorsports. He's up into the 11th spot. And again, remember, 7 to 10, at least you're in the roll-off. Of course, those drivers want to be a little bit better than that.
As we start lap number 4, laps running down very, very quickly. Nash still leads from Fernandez. Kalai Atkins, the Jamaican sensation, is now the fastest driver on circuit. We've been waiting all weekend to say that.
Let's have a look, folks, at that replay. Now we've got the replay at the start. Mike, let's have a look at this.
So it looks like we're actually going to be after the start. This is going to be that pile up, actually. Look at 4 or 5 wide there for a minute. And look at the shoving. It's just shoving through there. You're not getting off the throttle. And when you do that, you're going to be in the dust. Like you see 309 on the outside, nowhere to go.
And that was Josh Feiner who had trouble coming into the corner. Someone got in the back of him. Luckily, he was actually able to scoot out and continue. Josh Feiner, I believe, currently in the 5th position, so he does have an opportunity, but a couple of drivers involved there. Nash, Fernandez, Bell, Atkins, Feiner, and Austin Lee now on the bubble. That is the driver on the bubble. He's got 2.2 seconds, though, up to Lewis Bird.
Yeah, Baker, Feiner, Harutunin, Flamini, and Nanji were among the drivers, and Frederick Lund in the Danish driver in the number 380 kart. I think he was the Rollerson Performance Group kart that got turned around. There is Eves on the move, however.
He just made the move from 11th to 10th. He's now inside that other bubble we talk about.
Yeah, that's number 7, 8, 9, 10, a chance to do the roll-off. And we're keying on Braden Eves here in that MPG Motorsports Kart Republic, a driver who has won on the Pro Tour before. He's a race winner as well in the USF Pro Championships. Was very impressive at the Fall Combine at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We can see him back in the program for 2024. He is rolling again. Here he's trying to get himself forward here. Again, watching that battle a little bit behind him as well as those drivers going at it. Tovagino and Scott Hargrove on the Catalyst Racing ITEL kart.
Hargrove skimmed the barrier. There's a move. There's the number 341. That is Braden Eves up into, what is that? That is up into 9th place. He's got Tyler Ruth, and then he's got Lewis Bird in front of him, and I think that Braden Eves is probably thinking that Bird looks ripe for a plucking.
Well, the problem with him right now is there are only 5 laps to go. He's halfway through this one, working lap number 6 right now, and again, he is up into the 9th spot. Got to get to 6th. If he wants to get that transfer, he is up on the wheel. Last time by a 47.6. Austin Lee, 47.9, so only 0.3 of a second quicker. That's about 1.5 he'd be able to catch up. Eves has got his head down, trying to see if he can get in. As we know, he will be a part of the roll-off for 7th, 8th, and 9th. But right now, Braden Eves digging right there in the MPG machine. He has got to keep on it, Mike.
Yeah, Braden Eves right now, if he's paying attention to what's going on, he's probably got all but 0 chance in front of him. The gap is just so large, but he can retain a spot for the roll-off. Behind him, actually, the driver's pretty far back. It's in pretty good spot for him. The driver who's really going to start coming under fire is Corrales there in 10th. That's that kind of a purple-pink machine.
One thing to remember, too, you got to keep digging because anybody up front could have a pushback bumper. That's a time penalty, so he's got to get as close as he can. May not be able to get to P6, but he's got to keep digging.
With the amount of contact in the beginning, it's very, very possible.
That's it. That's exactly that.
And I don't want to be the harbinger of doom or the devil's advocate, but on one of those carts there, is that Fernandez's kart? There is a big dent in the front of that front fairing on the car. I wonder if we'll get a shot of it. I think we're going to go around turn number 1 now, but at least one of the top 6, Josh Feiner, now sets a new fastest lap.
Braden Eves 0.7 of a second quicker than the driver in the 8th spot. He is digging right now. He's trying to close up on Tyler Ruth, was 0.4 faster. Braden Eves keeps pushing.
And what I'm looking at too is the 372, the actual driver in the bubble spot, Austin Lee, very, very second off the pace the previous lap. Was it a mistake, or is he going backwards?
Exactly that. Keying on Braden Eves still as he continues to dig. He said Austin Lee in the 372, the driver on the bubble right now. He just turned his fast lap of 47.5. Eves goes purple, 46.864. Braden Eves purple. Indeed, there is some damage to the front of Fernandez's number 368, your leader right now.
And Austin Lee out of the race.
That's the bubble
Austin
spot.
Lee, the bubble driver,
is out. The bubble driver, Austin Lee, out of this race. That's going to move Lewis Bird now up into the position. But that means Braden Eves a lot closer now as well.
I wonder if there's a chance we got a replay on what happened to him because he was the driver I was keying in on, going backwards, and then now out.
I mean, there was no one around him. He wasn't being caught. There was a bit of a gap. I wonder if there was a slight problem developing there. And now, this is the driver, Lewis Bird for the Croc Promotions team. But look at that, white flag in the air. And I hate to be the harbinger of doom again, but that rear bumper looks a little bit low. It's hanging on by a bolt, and this is a very, very bumpy circuit. So there's going to be plenty of Englishmen here in the paddock keeping their arms and legs crossed to hope that he can hang on.
Braden Eves goes purple once again. He's 8th. He's going to try to get Ruth to go to 7th. That could be an opportunity for him if somebody does have a pushback. Here comes Eves. Watch him send it down into turn number 9. He needs this last spot. He's going to go up potentially to 7th. He's going to be in the roll-off, but there's an opportunity potentially. The closer he gets, a pushback bumper to anybody up front could give an opportunity for Eves. Let's see if he sends it coming down. He's going to have to go deep into the corner. He does. Big move to the bottom. Book it. Braden Eves goes through to P7. It may not be enough right now. It's not a transfer spot as Lewis Bird has that, but all it takes is a pushback bumper. We saw all that contact early. Braden Eves gets within, gets within 2 seconds of Lewis Bird, so a pushback to Bird would be trouble, although everybody else up front may be okay. Blake Nash gets the win. He will transfer. Santiago Fernandez in second. Kylie Atkins goes P3. So Atkins will race on Super Sunday. Caden Bell, Josh Feiner, and Lewis Bird, your top 6. Eves, Ruth, Corrales, and Wang currently the drivers will have in the roll-off.
Zimming Wang up 11 positions there to make it happen.
I've got to say, Zimming Wang, the Blake Choker and that Canadian team are going to be absolutely up in arms. They got a shot. That's all you can ask for. How critical could that move have been by Braden Eves if any of the top 6?
That's exactly
get a
it.
problem.
We'll see what happens, folks. That's it, though. Nash, Fernandez, Atkins, Bell, Feiner, and Bird, your unofficial transfer drivers. Let's head back down to pit lane with David Land.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Everybody's down here on the grid already in carts. We'll see if we can grab someone real quick. 208, Hannah Greenemeyer. We'll see if we can talk to her real quick. Hannah, tough pressure here. You're so successful in the single speeds. You haven't run much of this, much of the shifter stuff. How are you feeling right now?
I'm a little nervous, but we found some good speed in the last heat, so hopefully we can continue going, and hopefully our journey doesn't end tonight.
Thanks, Hannah. All right, let's see if we can't find the next folks. This is such high pressure. This is much like, bump day at the Indianapolis 500. Can we get a quick word with you? I know last year you were quick. This year it's been a struggle. Give me a. Oh, sorry. Okay, they're yelling at me in my ear. So just give me your evaluation. There's a few carts ahead of you. You got to get to 6th to avoid that roll-off. What do you think?
It's gonna be avoiding the wrecks. Everyone's gonna be driving pretty frantic. So it's just gonna be staying out of the mess and keeping the nose clean.
Thank you very much. All right, let's see if they yell in my ear and tell me where I need to go. There's a lot of tension right now. 293. Okay. They are. Okay. Yeah, send it back. Yep.
We got her back up top here again. Had a chance to talk to a couple of the drivers there. I think the drivers up front are going to be impressive to watch right now. Joke Briefeld starting on the pole alongside Josh Conker, the Canadian driver. We'll have all those north of the border cheering him on to put that Maranello into the main event here again. 7, 8, 9, and 10, all part of the roll-off. We'll bring that roll-off board down in front of the grandstands by pit out there. So that's where we'll do that after we're all said and done. We've got 7, 8, 9, and 10 already. But here is the grid here for this LCQ. Briefeld, as I had said, will start on the inside of the front row. Josh Conker on the outside of row number 1. Charlie Steins in the 288 starting in the third spot. Hannah Greenmeyer trying to get in to her Super Sunday. A former X30 Pro Tour champion. She'll roll off P4.
Joseph Lowney goes from the inside of row 3 alongside Marcus Kayak. And then Jean Louet, who was in the top 34, is now outside at the end of his last heat. Vincenzo Saracino with Kart 210, 21st in points coming into his last race. Now he is on the bubble.
Yeah, Anthony Freese is going to start in the 9th spot alongside Charles Robb, and Axel Dapp will be on the inside of row number 6, starting 11. James Golding, the Australian V8 driver, supercar driver, James Golding in the GFC, going to start 12th. I expect to see him work his way up there pretty quickly.
Anthony Martella and Federico Paiero, Mario Gil and Ethan Bua are on rows 7 and 8.
Yeah, Mario Gil's going to be one to watch for sure in that 298. Behind them, TJ Madonna in the GFC, Ivana Richards as well in the 220. Rounding out your top 10, Gabriel Cower and Gavin Bailiff. Both those drivers are going to have to send it in a turn number 1 if they want to come away with a potential transfer spot.
With overtaking being so difficult here in Pro Shift, the likes of Micah Hendricks, Nathan Gilbert, Macy Williams and Thomas Riddle on rows 11 and 12, they're going to need some carnage to help them move up into even a roll-off spot.
Exactly that. When you're further back here, you got to hope that something's going to happen and you find your way through if there's any kind of contact. Up front is, of course, where you need to be, and we are getting set to roll with an LCQ for Pro Shifter. If you don't make it, you're done here today. Again, 1 through 6, those transfer spots into the main event. From there, 7, 8, 9, and 10 in the roll-off to see which driver will roll their way in to Super Sunday. For 70 of these drivers here, their adventure at the SuperNats will continue tomorrow, Super Sunday. For the remainder, they'll pack things up and they'll look to 2024.
Rob, you talked about the James Golding. He's been one of the biggest movers in the heat races, haven't overcome that qualifying. So he's have been working 15 spots at a time, even more. And now he's need 2 for the roll-off. He needs 6 to get in.
And this guy right here, Hayek, going to be one to watch for sure. A podium finisher last year on the ITAL Kart. Watch for him to work his way forward quickly. He'll be looking to try to see if he can't get in. Remember, these guys are battling for 33rd, 34, 35th, 36th, 37th, 38th, 39, and 40 on the grid. So it's not, even if you get in, you got a lot of work to do on Super Sunday.
Well, you know, some of these drivers are going to roll the dice at the end of this race. I want to know who has an ace up their sleeve when it matters most. I got a Vegas pun in. I waited all day.
We're going to fire these engines up. You see a couple of these drivers getting ready to roll off here to get some heat into these KZ power plants to get things rolling. There's Hannah Greenmeyer right there in the 208. Again, the driver out of Colorado, as I said before, for M Squared Karting, a former SuperKarts USA Pro Tour champion in the X30 category. Tremendous driver. She's moving on to cars. Been doing some F4 racing this year. So been focusing on the shifter kart when she does come back to do some racing. Of course, alongside longtime tuners Bonner Moulton and Mike Beanie at M Squared Karting. Again, this driver here will be one to watch as well. Josh Conker is going to be a guy I think is probably going to find his way into the top 6.
You make a great point about Hannah Greenmeyer coming back to karting. Danny Formal in this class. We just heard he signed a great deal with Andretti and IMSA Lamborghini next year. And I said to him jokingly, so did you make sure in the contract that you can still come karting? He goes, no. I insisted because that is what keeps me sharp.
That's it.
And so Greenmeyer, this is keeping her sharp. You know, the car racing drivers, karting is what keeps them in the zone, on edge.
Well, you got to be in the zone for this one. That's what he said. You got to put 10 perfect laps down. Mike Smith, this is one of those races where, listen, they all want to be part of the main event on Super Sunday. This is the last chance for so many of these drivers.
Exactly, and we've got a scenario where it doesn't get much better than this. Racing under the lights to, again, cap off situation. Saturday we talked about what the track's been like. It's evolved all the way through. Now the last race of the weekend before Super Sunday. It's not the most technical thing in the normal sense, but you've got to be perfect to get these laps done right.
Yeah, interesting thing, if you're starting anywhere outside, the top 10, you're thinking about just trying to get in. Maybe you're putting those fresh tires on. We didn't get a chance. That would have been something I would like to have seen if anybody was on fresh tires down on pit lane.
Hannah Greenmeyer is. I was speaking to a mechanic earlier on. I said, are you in? Are you out? And he goes, I'm not sure, but we're getting ready just in case. And there were 4 brand new, fresh bones on that kart. So yeah, she's on 100% on brand new tires.
There you go, Hannah Greenmeyer. We are told on those fresh Avencos. So away we go. Drivers working their way around. So Mike, let's put on, if you are on fresh tires, these 2 laps here, very crucial to build some heat into them.
And maybe even more important than it would be in a single speed, because these guys got to launch, right? You're trying to not only get some heat in the front so the thing will turn when you get down to turn 1, but you need heat in the rears to make sure the bloody thing sticks when you get the power.
And around they come. Again, we'll have the standing start on the front straightaway as we've done throughout the week, as we always do with our shifter kart categories. So those of you tuning in live around the country and around the world, thank you for watching Kart Chaser here today. Shout out to all the Kart Chaser crew who has dug in all weekend long. Of course, one more day of action still to come. Super Sunday is just around the corner for all of these drivers. And again, here they come rolling their way up. It'll be Jupp Bridfeld on the pole position alongside Josh Conker.
Joep Bridfeld, the driver from Rotterdam in the Netherlands, he's got a fan club, and all his fans are called the Joepsters.
The Joepsters, I love
it.
The
Joepsters, and the Joepsters will be, well, we're 9 hours behind the Netherlands, so I'm hoping they might be sitting down early in the morning with a couple of beverages, watching their driver. But look at this, it's the clear visors. Yes. You can see the whites of their eyes. These karts are going to go from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in about 3.5 seconds in a cacophony of color and noise. Don't you just love it?
This is what it's all about right now for all of these drivers. Struggled through the heat races and put them here into the last chance qualifier. 4 of them are going to go the roll-off as well. If you don't get in the top 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all going to do the roll-off here, and we'll get that done very momentarily after we wrap things up. But otherwise, field coming into their grid spots here. You watch the officials work their way to the back. Once they get locked and loaded, that official at the tail of the grid will signal to the man up front that we are good to go. Watch him go to the back. He'll cross those flags, and there we go. Visors down, going to the lights. LCQ, Pro Shifter is green, 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 and a hole shot for Josh Conker. He leaves him standing.
The Yupta did not get away well. He's been absolutely swamped, and somehow, a spinner sideways. They miss him. One of the Maranellos, Rob, and that is the number 210. That is Vincenzo Sereno. He was in the top 25 a minute ago, and now he's out.
So then digging in, everybody digging, and Saraceno's got to get back going and get at it again. Again, we talked about the contact further back. They are digging through turn number 4. Great hole shot there for Josh Conker. He'll be long gone, although he's going to get chased by Marcus Kajak. We'll give you the top 10 when they first work their way back around, but there is that Maranello out front and clean. Great start there for Conker as they come across the line. And here we go for the first time. Conker is your leader. Lowney up into seconds. Canadians run 1-2. Greenmeyer into third. Steins fourth. Kajak in fifth. And James Golding already up 6 spots. 12-6. The bubble driver right now, James Golding.
We knew he was going to go forward. Did I know he was going to go forward in one bloody lap? There it is from 12-6.
Indeed. Great job for him.
And the pole sitter, Joep Rietveld, nowhere to be seen inside the top 10. Conker, Lowney, Greenmeyer, Steins, Kayak, Golding, then Jean-Louis, Piero, TJ Madonna, Anthony Fries in cart number 243 is in the roll-off bubble just in front of Martella.
Did you see Golding on top of the curb there for a moment? He got that left front on there. That's what, danger zone again. This is what can get you from hero to zero in a hurry because he'll grab that cart and spin it around.
We've seen it a couple times. You got to be very careful working the curbing here in this corner. You can see Conker clean and mean. Here comes Hannah Greenmeyer. She overcooks it. She tries to make a move to the inside of Lowney. She'll not lose a spot yet as Charlie Steins is right there as well. Greenmeyer running into third spot. Steins in fourth. Golding has got himself up to P5, so a little bit of room for Golding. It's Marcus Kajak on the podium last year, currently in 6th spot. That's the bubble position. Kayak in the Italian Motors machine for Catalyst on the bubble.
Joep Rietveld has brought the number 225 car into the pits to retire.
That is tough.
Absolutely devastating for the pole sitter.
Conker taking full advantage of that great launch from the outside of the front row. Conker on that Maranello leading the way here right now. Again, Canada, we fired up for this one. James Golding just went purple, put down the fast lap here. And indeed, watching these drivers running in that 6th position. Remember that bubble spot. John Louet now into the bubble. He was able to get by Marcus Kajak, so not sure what's going on with Kajak right now.
And there's a cart in the barriers. It's the 243 cart. That's Anthony Fries.
He was on the bubble.
Fries.
He was 10th
for the second bubble. Exactly that.
He was on there to do the roll off.
And that's a strange break. That's halfway down the straight between turn 2 and 3. I'm not sure if that could have been a failure or contact. Wheel to wheel there, inches apart.
That's Joseph Lowney battling it out with Hannah Greenmeyer. Hannah on the outside, Lowney on the inside. Here comes Steins and Golding as well. These guys are already transferred in. Don't make a mistake here because you're already in the transfer spot. That's 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Jean Louet is in the 6th spot. He's the final transfer. Here's a move to the inside as well. Get digging. That is Golding. He'll go to P4.
At the same time, you got Greenmeyer who's making tracks as well. So it's getting hot and heavy in that little group right there. But as you just said, you don't need to fight that hard, guys. They're in the show.
Yeah, that's it. Listen, you got to know what's around you. Get the situational awareness. Here's another driver who's got into the barrier. Someone has parked it. Looks like one of the Canadian drivers in the barrier. They're on the outside. Up front, though, Conker. Greenmeyer, 1-2. Conker with a 1.4 second lead at the halfway mark.
We've got it's Kayak, Madonna, Martella, and Federico Piero in the roll-off bubble. Axel Dapp is now in 11th in cart 206. He's the next driver trying to make it his way into at least a chance to make it into the main event. But this is the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. There, that red and white Birrell ART cart number 246 John Louier. He is the driver on the bubble to make it in automatically. Now he's trying to make a move to give himself a little bit of breathing space. He does make the move on the number 288 Kart, and that is now Charlie Steins, the driver, that's going to be a little bit nervous, but Steins fighting back, and this is going to bring Kayak, Madonna, and Martella into play.
Kayak back-to-back purple laps in the conversation right now. Watch Kayak. That's the deep dive in front. Kayak might be able to make something happen here in the switchback.
Again, like you said, fast lap, purple laps for Marcus Kayak. He did not look good at the start, but that Kart start coming together. He is on the outside looking in right now. He needs to get by Louet. That is the bubble spot. In fact, Louet, because Stein's getting back by. Stein's 5th, Louet 6th. This is the battle right now. The driver making the move to the inside is going to grab it. Here comes the inside, comes Kayak as well. He couldn't quite get it done. Steins and Louet going at each other right now, and there's Kayak trying to see if he can take full advantage of the battle. Big wide run for Kayak. How's this going to look coming into the corner?
Did you see the love on the straightaway there? That was tough, man. These guys are running real hard. They know it's up for grabs, but that's going to be a move right there to the inside. Front to back contact. It is hot and heavy. Here comes Kayak's going to take 2.
He just went a 2-for-1 inside both drivers. Kayak now up in to the 4th spot. Steins 5th, or Steins is 6th. That's the bubble now. Look who's coming back in. Madonna and Martella.
Yeah, the blue and white Kart there is in P6. The red and white Kart in P7. Oh, and he almost hit the Marshall. Broken rear axle. And that is Louier out of the race. And who is that going to move? So, we've still got the 288 Kart. That blue and white Kart is on the bubble as we start lap number 9 with Madonna, Dap, Piero, and Martella now trying to fight their way in automatically.
Anthony Martella and TJ Madonna on the outside looking in here right now. Charlie Steins on the bubble, and that's the car you see right there. Steins, I believe Madonna maybe through there as well. Yeah, Madonna's gone by. So it's TJ Madonna. He has worked his way, the GFC, up into the final transfer spot. Right now, it is Steins, Martella, Dap, and Piero as the drivers who will go into the roll-off. Up front, Conquer leading. Greenmeyer in 2nd. Last lap, Lowney 3rd. Golding 4th. Kayak and Steins your current bubble spot. But look who's coming. The 242 of Martella is coming on Charlie Steins. That'll be the move. Can he make it to the inside? Here comes Madonna. Steins overcooks it. Martella is in.
That's 2 times in a row.
Yeah.
Steins gone in too deep. He gave up the bubble spot, and now he might even give up a roll spot.
So this is the fight here right now. I believe that's 5th and 6th. These guys are actually in already. Martella and Madonna, I believe, now 5th and 6th. They'll work their way through turns number 5 and 6. We'll wrap things up. Final lap here for the LCQ. Martella has raced his way forward. What a great job for Martella, the young Canadian. Checkered flag going to fly. The victor is going to be Josh Conquer. He gets chased down by Hannah Greenmeyer. She finishes 2nd. Lowney 3rd. Golding 4th. Kayak 5th. And Anthony Martella on the bubble. He gets in. He tops out. TJ Madonna. Martella is the top driver.
Oh.
And look at this. That's the incident we had there. That's a hard wreck.
That's a different incident, Rob. That is the
268.
number 268 Kart.
That's the driver's right of that side, yeah.
That's David Lewinsky.
Hey, that's Lewinsky's contact there. Okay.
Yeah, that's a different
Indeed.
accident. Oh, that looks serious. I hope he's out of the kart, so I hope it's okay.
So let's re-rack this thing here right now and have a look, because again, some wild action here, especially around the bubble. You couldn't get much more than that. Let's have a look at the replay here, Mike.
He's going to force the issue just a tick early, where he ended up going, turning to the inside, hits the bump at the exact same time, loses steering, straight into the barrier.
And luckily that was Massimo Valiente, I believe, involved in that one, the ITAL kart driver. So Valiente was the driver involved there. And again, Josh Conquer winning, but just by 0.134. Hannah Greenmeyer put her head down and closed up to within 0.3 of a second. Excellent job. She was 0.3 quicker. Joseph Lowney ends up in 3rd. Golding, Kajak, and Martello. So 3 of the Canadians able to get in through Conquer, Lowney, and Martella, all able to get into the main event on Super Sunday through the LCQ. Again, this is obviously provisional. We have to see what's happening. A great run for James Golding. He goes up 8 spots to 4th. Drivers on the roll-off now. TJ Madonna, Axel Dapp, Charlie Steins, and Federica Piero. They have to roll their way in.
And thing to keep in mind here, we talk about, post-race, provisional, things like that. no pushback bumpers and shifters, so it'll be a scales or a tech thing that bumps any of these drivers out most likely.
Or I suppose a race director deciding that a move was not giving an on-track penalty.
It's the last chance qualifier. You put your hand over your eyes.
But I mean, if there is any problem, then it's Macy Williams in 11th place from 23rd on the grid, having set the fastest lap of the race, who stands to potentially move into a roll-off
We got
spot.
another replay of one of the passes here. Let's have a look at this. We'll roll that one here for you. Look at this is the pass. This is them working down into turn number 1. Look at the contact coming. Oh, this is over in turn number 3. That was Hijack making the move, or Kijak making the move to the inside. Marcus Kijak. That was the move to move him to P4. From here, he checks away. And this is when it all starts getting exciting, of course. Charlie Steins just drove it down into turn number 1, missed the apex by a ton. So did TJ Madonna. Martella just pushed it back down to the apex. He comes out P6.
I said right as we were getting going, it's not the most technical place as far as the corners or whatever, but you need to be perfect because things are so close between each driver, and we're going as fast as we are, and there's as few corners as there are. A little mistake actually is a big one.
So we're not quite done yet. 2 more drivers with an opportunity to race on Super Sunday. The SuperKarts USA roll-off. We'll have 4 drivers over the 4 categories with an opportunity to get into or are going to be getting in. The driver who moves up the most, the hard charger from the 4 roll-off winners, will take $500 from IMS Barriers and the Florida Winter Tour version 1.0, Bill Wright.
I love that, where you have that little extra, that something, because instead of just, hey, I made the show, fantastic. You got that little carrot, a little something extra to fight for.
Lots going on down there right now, Henry.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Okay, so I mean, the temperature's cooled down. I've got to say, yeah, you're right, Rob. Last chance qualifier. The nature of the event means that drivers get desperate. However, that was desperate at 70, 80, 90, 100 miles an hour. Because a couple of big crashes. There's going to be a few frayed tempers down there, and I think we're looking at that because obviously they're the mechanics waiting for the karts to be released. You can see the karts on the right hand side of the screen just being put onto their trolleys, and I wouldn't be surprised if the race director has got is looking to review just maybe some of that, because it was getting, we saw a couple of big crashes there. The drivers are fine, which is the most important thing, but one marshal that was inches away there from being
that marshal wasn't looking in the right direction. Let's put it that way. I'm sure that marshal's going to get talked to by race control because he literally wasn't even looking at the carts behind. That's a tough one there for sure. Although let's say this, I want to see if our guys here could potentially get that replay of the pass we had down into turn number 1. I'd like to see that pass with Steins and Madonna and Martella on the I think it was the final lap actually coming down into turn number 1. That was a wild one for sure. Here it is here, Mike, coming down in. Look at Stein just goes so deep into the corner, and I want to say I think that maybe TJ Madonna was just caught off guard so much he was kind of setting his brake on what Steins was doing, and he went wide as well.
Yeah, a lot of times when you got drivers in front of you, you feel like I can go a little bit deeper because he's going deeper, and then when he's not just blowing it by a little, but he's driving a different track than you are, you go by, and Martella's like, wow.
That's exactly
don't
that.
mind if I do, gentlemen.
Yeah, Anthony Martella, who started 13th, the young driver just moving over to the shifter kart category here this year with PSL Karting, and he will make it to Super Sunday. And again, we talk about the different storylines, guys. There are guys that come here looking to race to win, but with 70-something shifter kart guys here, Pro Shifter, a lot of the guys are focused on just making the main event.
Yeah, I mean, so in each one of the 4 classes with the LCQs, there are going to be some drivers that, when they entered this event, they were like, I want to make it to Super Sunday, and whether it's first or 41st, they'll be happy with that. They'll be happy. There'll be others who will be like, I wanted to win, and I'm now 25th of the grid, and I'm fuming, have you? But that is SuperNationals.
So we still have the roll-off coming from 7, 8, 9, and 10, but let's go down right now to pit lane. Alexander Searle has caught up with a driver in the last transfer spot, Anthony Martella.
Thank you, Rob. Anthony Martella, I mean, what a drive, buddy. You're on the outside looking in for most of that one, but made it work when it mattered. What are your emotions right now?
Well, I'm just so happy. This is my first SuperNats and Shifter, you know, so coming up from junior to Shifter, it's been really, really tough competing with these guys, but I wanted to give it my all. The goal was just to make the final for SuperNats, and we did that, so I'm very, very happy.
Yeah, I mean, shifting our focus now to tomorrow. You're in Super Sunday. You're in the main. Where do you think you stand compared to everybody else? I mean, do you think you have a good piece to kind of race forward?
Yeah, I do. We were pretty quick in the practices. I think we just kind of made a bad decision with the tire pressure in qualifying, but it happened, so we should be good for the race. I think we have a lot of pace.
Thank you, Anthony. Good job.
Thank you so much.
So he's there with the PSL karting guys, so he's going to be able to sit down now and go over the data of Marian Kremers, right? What are you doing? What am I doing? He's going to learn from one of the absolute best of the business.
From juniors to pro shifter.
Oh
I love it.
I know. I love it too.
Same for Jay Owen, who's the main thing. That is incredible.
So kudos to Anthony Martella, among the 3 Canadian drivers able to transfer. Josh conquered the whole shot. He essentially walked away for a certain time. Hannah Greenmeyer came alive at the end, was able to reel him in, and Joseph Lowney was right there as well at the end.
And I mean, looking at that, we don't. Okay, we know Greenmeyer was on fresh tires. We don't know what Conquer's did, but look at Greenmeyer's best time, 42.39 compared to Conquer's 42.52. Now, I mean, Conquer was doing enough to stay clear of the pack, but Greenmeyer, she had the bit between her teeth, and the sun might be setting on the day, but it's not setting on SuperNats 26.
Indeed, we still have 2 more spots actually to lock in. We got that roll-off for both the drivers in the X30 Pro and the Pro Shifter. We still have 1 more day, boys. Super Sunday, my Christmas tomorrow. Looking forward to that one.
Yep, and for me, as a SuperNats rookie, I've been so impressed with the show, the way that everything's put on. There's the Sphere, and downtown, the famous Las Vegas Strip. There's going to be engines down there next week, but I'll tell you what, you're going to struggle to find even a tenth of the excitement there next weekend as you're going to get tomorrow.
One thing we will say about the Formula One race next week, one thing it has in common, of course, with the SuperNationals, 3 former winners are going to be driving, and a former pole sitter as well. Max Verstappen was a pole sitter here in KZ a number of years ago, and of course the junior wins for drivers like Logan Sargent and George Russell and Lance Stroll. They all won this race, and they're going to be racing in the streets, on the strip, in Vegas here the next week.
Yeah, but the commentary team won't be as good next week.
It is pretty cool to see things full circle, isn't it? I mean, this weekend right now you've got the bottom rung, if you will, of racing. This is where champions, future F1 stars and winners and champions get started, and the very next weekend is the other end of the spectrum. You get to see where they started and see where they finish.
That's exactly that, and indeed, just waiting for things to get set up here for the roll-off. They, of course, have to go through tech, and everything has to be official to find out who is 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. And Henry, you mentioned it, just on the outside looking in right now, should something happen, Macy Williams is a driver who finished 11th, up 12 spots.
Yeah, Macy Williams, the Christian Berg Motorsport team here. And you're right when you're saying, Mike, there, that this is the starting point of motorsport. You are seeing drivers here that have the ambition to make it to Formula One. That's their dream. That's their goal. However, this is a sport in its own right. And you have so many, the pro shifter class, some of those drivers, they make a career. They're professional kart drivers. And for every stepping stone there is, this sport can sustain professional drivers who make a living out of driving these wonderful machines round and round in wonderful places like Las Vegas.
So if you are obviously watching here on Kart Chaser, don't go anywhere. A quick little break in the action. We're going to get set up, and we're going to find out which drivers are not quite done yet. 2 more drivers still to be added to the Super Sunday grid. Stay with us, folks. More to come here on Kart Chaser. We don't got gun
If you're a do-it-yourself 206 racer, then LawsonSpeedShop.com needs to be in your favorite spot. Along with building rocket ship engines, we keep a full stock of everything that the privateer racer needs to get out on track and win. Visit our website at LawsonSpeedshops.com for more.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Ryan Norberg is an internationally recognized karting professional, industry influencer, and multi-time national karting champion. Supported by Rotax Power, he has created a world-class karting experience, and is now dedicated to passing on his knowledge to a new generation. With 8 national championships, SuperNats victories, and numerous wins in different categories, drivers of all ages are welcome to join and partake in this unique experience. The Norberg Karting Academy offers more than just standard coaching. It provides an experience where you will learn pro-level tools to progress through your karting career. All Academy guests will enjoy a private hospitality suite which overlooks the karting circuit. Welcome to the Norberg Karting Academy, where champions are made. For information about 2024 bookings, email norbergkarting@gmail.com.
Stuff.
Are you here?
I hear one guy. I don't think anybody's talking.
Guys, you have to tell me if you're ready for me.
I heard that.
All right. Yeah.
All right, they couldn't get it done on the racetrack, but there is one opportunity left. It's here in a die roll. That's appropriate for Las. Gamble for it. We've got positions 7 through 10. They are going to roll 2 dice. The highest number gets into Super Sunday. That's what we call the dice roll. Let's meet positions 7 through 10 in X30 Pro. Who are you?
I'm Braden Eves, and I'm about to roll some dice.
All right, Beeves. We know you love the tables. We know you love to game. What's your board game experience?
Board game experience? Well, last week I was playing some craps with Xander, and it went pretty well. So they wouldn't let me let my guy Rico roll for me, but gonna have to do it on my own.
The entire MPG Motorsport team, as you'd expect, supporting Beeves. All right, starting P8. Tyler, introduce yourself.
I'm Tyler Ruth from Phoenix, Arizona. Ready to roll some dice.
And you're fairly local here to Vegas. You must have some gambling experience. How are you with dice?
I don't know. I'm not old enough yet, so.
Take that back. P9, what's up?
I'm Nicolas Caralis. I'm ready to roll some dice, and I hope I have some good luck.
Have you ever seen anything like this at a race? This is unbelievable, isn't it?
No, never in my life.
You play a lot of Monopoly?
A bit.
Okay, the experience here in the field. All right, P10, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Ziming Wang from Vancouver, Canada. I'm ready to roll some dice.
All right, so in Canada, what's the best board game to give you the experience to win in this dice rolling contest?
It's got to be Monopoly.
Monopoly all day, every day. All right, Braden Eves for MPG Motorsports. Billy Vincent and the crew hyping up Braden Eves. Is he going to be able to get in the show? Remember, if there is a tie, we will have a roll-off. Beeves, and you have to roll them. You can't drop them on the 6. What's the strategy right now? What's going through your mind? I will remind everyone, we did this yesterday, or earlier today, and number 4, the 10th starter, won both times to get in the field. Beeves, you're rolling off first. This would appear that it's a disadvantage. What do you think?
These dice are real heavy. That's it.
Okay, so a lot of weight. You're in the heavy class right now in terms of dice rolling. What does that mean for you?
Means I'm going to have to put more force into it to hit the 12.
All right, are you calling your shot, Babe Ruth?
Absolutely, yes.
All right, let's see if it's a 12. Braden Eves. Oh, it's a 10! It's a 10! A perfect 10 for Braden Eves. And that was what won previously. So a great start for Braden Eves and the MPG Motorsports crew. Okay, you're not old enough to gamble, but we're about to find out if you're lying. What do you got to do to roll these dice and win this thing?
I don't know. Just throw them, I guess.
You need an 11 or 12. That's a lot of pressure.
Doubt it.
Oh, it's confidence. All right, here we go. Oh, snake eyes. Oh. Oh. That's tough. No one's gotten snake eyes yet. All right. I'm about to die on my own mic. You've never seen anything like this at a race before. I've never seen anything like that. We've been doing 26 of these SuperNats. This is the first roll-off. This is historic. You need an 11 or 12. You know how to understand the pressure.
Yeah.
Are you up for it?
Yeah, I'm sure we will get higher.
All right, now I see you kind of working the dice in your hand. You going to blow on them? You going to go left, right?
Yeah, getting luck.
Okay, here we go. Pressure's on. It's a 5. Beeves still in the field. 1 bullet to dodge. What's the game plan?
We got a lot of training from Monopoly, so we're just going to pray, hope for the best.
All right, he's praying. He's on snake eyes. That's a good strategy. Here we go. It's not going to be enough. Braden Eves will race on Super Sunday. And look at the MPG Motorsports crew. You would have thought they won the SuperNationals. I guarantee you the party is going to be at MPG tonight. And Billy's paying for all the booze. Oh, we're definitely interviewing Billy Vincent. All right, Billy. That was clutch by your driver.
Man, it sucks we're in this mode, but we want to make the most fun of it, right? So Beeves, obviously, he's been practicing in Vegas for the last, 3 weeks. He rolled that dice, rolled a 10. Let's go.
Billy Vincent, a proud team owner. Where'd Beeves go? He's running all around here. Where is Beeves? Did he run up the stairs? Where'd he go? There he is. I found him. All right, Beeves, on that 10. On that perfect 10. Getting a winner's photo. A very prestigious victory for Braden Eves. They're going to get the sponsorship hats on. We're doing the hat dance for a dice roll. Unbelievable. And there's that 10. That's the highest we've seen rolled at this point in the roll-off. And look at that. Braden Eves. We're going to come in here. All right, Beeves. You've been practicing all week. We're doing the hat dance. I mean, it feels like you just won the Indy 500.
It feels like it, too. Like to thank the whole team at MPG Motorsports, Billy, Chase, Race, my mechanic, Matt. Everyone just done a good job. Went purple on the LCQ. Unfortunately, got tangled up, but still able to get in through the roll of the dice. So this is Vegas, baby.
You were absolutely flying. How far can you get up tomorrow?
I reckon we can get pretty far up. I think we've figured out our issues, and really it's just going to be how much attrition we can get through and how many laps the race is. I mean, I think we can get pretty far up.
All right, Braden Eves, he's going to party tonight, but he's going to be up early tomorrow. They got to go racing. The MPG Motorsports crew is going to go have some fun, and we've got a pro shifter roll-off still to come. Line up. So much power behind that delivery. I just love it. Okay. And I love this organization. All right. Rolling off P1 in the roll-off, P7 in the LCQ, and number 1 in folks' heart.
Yes, I'm in pole for the game, not in the race, but it's good. I'm from France, so I want to fight in this game. It's good.
Okay, so in France, how many games do you have that involve these little 6-sided cubes?
Many. I work for this game tonight, all time, so I'm ready.
He's ready. It's a great beard, too. I just love that. All right, rolling off. P2 in the roll-off.
This is going to be a exciting thing.
What's your name, son?
Charlie.
Steins. I just kind of screwed up in the race. Overshot in turn 1, going for 6. Kind of disappointed, but it is how it goes.
Hey, this is Vegas. Anything is possible. It looked like Beeves was having a lot of fun. I mean, would winning this thing raise the spirits a little bit and get on the back of the grid tomorrow and go racing?
It would definitely be a lot better than where I'm at.
That's for sure. All right, rolling off P3 in the roll-off. Introduce yourself.
Bueno, my name is Federico Pallero. Bueno, soy de Argentina y bueno, estoy súper agradecido y feliz por estar acá en Las Vegas y bueno, sé que más adelante voy a estar muy emocionado por la gran victoria que voy a tener en algún momento en Pro Shifter.
I hope you didn't cuss, and I hope you're good at Milwaukee, or not Milwaukee, Monopoly. Milwaukee's good too, they got beer there. All right, rolling off, P4, which has been a lucky position, except for Beeves kind of proved that wrong. Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Macy Williams, and I'm from Littleton, Colorado.
All right, Macy, I'm glad you were speaking English. I can actually understand that. I'm not a very fluent speaker in any other language. In fact, I don't even speak English all that well. All right, your board game knowledge, your gambling knowledge. What are we thinking right now?
Not a whole lot of knowledge. I'm kind of just winging it.
You know what? I'm winging it too. All right, here we go. Let's get up. Let's cheer these drivers on. We got 2 die here. What are we thinking?
Double 6.
All right, he's calling his shot. Here we go. 7. Now 7 has won. That's risky, but it's Vegas. All right, let's raise some spirits here. We got the one-handed. Oh, we got the snake eyes on the bottom. Now, see, that's smart. All right, here we go. It's a 6. Oh, the weekend does not improve, unfortunately. But, hey, you get to gamble all day tomorrow. Okay, from Brazil. Oh, Argentina. See, that's what happens when you don't speak my language, then I don't know where you're from. From Argentina. Please don't bully me online. All right, here we go. Oh, it's an 11. It's an 11. It's an 11 for Argentina. And that is going to be tough to top. That's the highest we've seen in the roll-off. You got to go double 6s.
That's going to be hard, but we'll see if we can do it.
All right, double 6s. It's easy when you know the rules of the game. It's not going to be. It's not going to be. We have absolute bedlam down here. That's absolutely great. All right. Well, I know I'm not going to understand the answer, but we have a global audience. How happy are you to be racing on Sunday?
Ok, lo que sí puedo decir es que estoy muy agradecido, muy emocionado. Sé que voy a venir de una gran manera la próxima vez para entrar directamente a la final. Y gracias a todos los sponsors por hacer esto posible. Sinceramente vengo de Argentina, hago mucho esfuerzo para estar acá y todo esto se lo debo a Dios, se lo debo a toda mi familia y se lo debo a todos los sponsors. Estoy muy feliz, muy agradecido de estar acá. Thank you, gracias. Okay.
The emotions of the moment. Beautiful.
Well, guys, there you have it, wrapping things up here with the roll-off, and a couple very excited drivers making their way through the roll-off. Federico Pallero and Braden Eves will get a chance to run on Super Sunday. And not only that, because of the guys at IMS Barriers and Florida Winter Tour version 1.0, Bill Wright, $500 up for grabs for any of the 4 drivers. Whoever makes the most spots up, the hard charger of the 4 roll-off winners is going to go away with $500.
Yeah, firstly, can I apologise to Latin America as a whole?
Blanket apology.
There we go. You know what? This Vegas, it's a unique thing. I think that it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun, and I mean, you know, this is to be the 4th day of on-track action here, practice, qualifying, heats. Now the last chance qualifiers, the main events tomorrow. it's game over for some, but I mean, the other drivers live on. It's been such an honor to be up here in the booth with you all. I mean, the racing today has been ramped up. You mentioned the Spinal Tap reference.
Yep.
It's going to get even more intense tomorrow. I've got to say, before we even get to tomorrow, I've been fortunate enough to commentate on this sport around the world. This event is, in my opinion, okay, you take a CIK World Championship, take the CIK out of it. This is the best one-off event I've ever been a part of in terms of the show, the glitz, the glamour, the competition, and the level of drivers we've got here.
It's true enough. The level of drivers, unbelievable. World champions, as we've said. So many different fantastic drivers here as part of the action. Let's come back over here to Mike Smith. Mike, give us your final thoughts on Situation Saturday.
This is your last chance to get anything dialed in on the kart for everybody who's continuing to race tomorrow. We just talk about the entire day. It's about trying to get into the show. It's about trying to find your starting position, things like that. The grids are set. Now you're in. Now we know who's going to go racing. Today was your last chance to get ready. Tomorrow, it's for all the marbles.
That's it, 9:45 scheduled start time for the opening ceremonies tomorrow on Super Sunday. And indeed, a quick morning warm-up for the drivers just to kind of clear out the cobwebs the night before. And then main event set to go. Our first one's ready to roll off at 10:45. And then we'll go all the way through to two big main events, Pro X30, Pro Shifter. Final thoughts, Henry, before we wrap up for the day.
Today's Remembrance Day, but it's been unforgettable.
I like that. Mike?
It doesn't get any better than SuperNats here in Vegas, and we've been treated to one here, the 26th one running.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Situation Saturday lived up to its billing. Final round of the heat races and those crazy last chance qualifiers. A lot of fun as well with the roll-off. All that's left, folks, is Christmas in November. It is Super Sunday right around the corner. It is going to be a wild day of action. We thank you for tuning in on Kart Chaser. Make sure and come back and join us again. We'll have the full opening ceremonies on the broadcast, 9:45 Pacific start for that one. And again, thank you to everybody here from Kart Chaser, everybody from Super Karts USA, this team that has put this racetrack together. It has raced so fantastically for the last couple of days. Tomorrow, though, is the big day. Super Sunday just around the corner. On behalf of everybody from Kart Chaser, Super Karts USA, and my broadcast colleagues Henry Beaudet and Mike Smith, my name's Rob Howden. Bye for now.